so you know, watch TV. Okay. If you want, I could put that old fix the notifications off. Okay.
I see one victim.
Yeah.
Hey, JG. JG and Rowan. My first happy victims. Good afternoon, Craig. No fucks given. Yeah, that's for sure. You have their coins? The 0 fucks given coins? I love when these go on sale. They're so good. On the Diet Blackberry tea.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
New Mexico's doing good. It's already 85 degrees outside, but it's nice inside. DeWitt is here. Hear about Trump coin yet? What's that about? Oh, I'm glad you're back, JG. New Moon Split's kicking butt. I have not even had to take it out of quiet eco mode yet. Actually, I just turned it on. Normally I wouldn't need to turn it on right now, but I've been moving a whole bunch of stuff around. I've been, you know, active, so I'm a little hot. But I'll probably turn it off in 20 minutes. The real hope will be when winter comes and I got to use it for heat. Shoot. So have you gotten some of the ZFG coins, no fucks given? I get every one of their Kickstarter set of coins that comes out. I love their coins. Good morning, Ronald. Good morning, Stan Lee. John Mack. Mad Hatter. So I guess I have to look this up. Oh, are you kidding me? They made a digital currency? Is that what you're talking about? The what do you call that? The crypto coin? They have a crypto coin called Trump coin. Oh my god. Michelle's doing okay. I might have to kick her ass later. She got a little uppity this morning, so I'll lock her in the bathroom and I'll toss the 2 cats in there and I'll turn on the water spray. If she survives, we'll see.
What?
Got uppity.
I didn't get uppity.
Don't squeak.
Because these last ones are mine.
Good. Hey, 3D Medic. All right, DeWitt. Kaiwu Tycoon. Now, is that the one we already did from Kaiwu? The one that looks like the Yak and the Taz? Okay, put their all-metal hot end on it properly. Filament extrudes, no problem when loading. Attempting a print, and it clogs in the throat during the heat-up process. How do you know it's clogging in the throat? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Reality Ender Direct Drive upgrade to my RepRap i3 mainboard. You don't. I'm going to jump to no fucks given real quick, DeWitt. You can't. That's like saying, how do I connect this to the mainboard of my RepRap i3 mainboard? You don't. This is a mechanical part, not an electrical part. So your direct drive upgrade doesn't connect to the main board. Your direct drive upgrade, you have to mechanically adapt to fit your printer. And then you just use your existing hardware that's already connected to your main board. So there's nothing for you to connect to the main board for a direct drive upgrade. It's going to use your existing stepper motor and your existing hot end, which is already connected to your main board. You just need to mechanically adapt the part to the printer. Kia Soul's doing good. 0 issues so far. Absolutely perfect. Now, of course, I haven't driven it in a week because I only drive it when I absolutely need to. Otherwise, I drive the electric car. Matter of fact, I got to check something. I haven't forgotten you, DeWitt. Because there's another electric car that I want really bad. I hope it's not a scam, but I'm hoping to go check it out. This is the Red Lizard. It might look like a mosquito slightly, but not really. It's just a all-metal hot end with a fancy anodized thing. I don't even think it's copper. It's just anodized. Come on, there it goes. I already put a hardened steel 1.2 millimeter nozzle on there. Let's see. Let's see if he replied. He has not replied yet. But I'm really hoping he does. No way. Trying to find it. Just about this real quick. Yeah, my Chiron prints my 1.2 millimeter. That's what this was printed with. The Ragnar, that's 1.2 millimeter. You print at half the physical speed, about 30 millimeters per second, but because it's a 1.2 millimeter extrusion at 0.4 to 0.6 millimeter tall, I actually get 6 times the volume, so 6 times the speed. No, I have not, JC Productions. I would like to, though. Oh, really? I would really like to. 444 printer? Oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about... I'm pretty sure this is 444, not 450. Are you talking about the Chiron? This printer right here? The Anycubic Chiron? Yeah, it's one of my favorite printers. I love the Chiron. Okay. How do you know it's clogging in the throat? There's a thicker part that is built up in the throat. I just read your message. How much thicker? And how much retraction are you using? Because even with a Bowden, you can't use heavy retraction with an all-metal hot end. You got to keep it under 2 millimeters. 340 bucks. I'd grab another Chiron for 340 like that. I love the Chiron. Although I think I destroyed my print surface. I got hairspray on it now. I think I used the wrong cleaner on it and it doesn't stick properly anymore. But I gotta get I want to put a piece of Wham Bam on here. Yeah, 340 bucks for a working Chiron. I'd grab that without hesitation. It's a solid machine. What do you like about it? It's solid. It works. It's reliable. It's solid. The hot end, not the greatest in the world, although it's functional. It hasn't given me too much trouble. The mechanics of the machine, otherwise, it's just rock solid. Just a well-built machine. Why does it always take so long to load? Come on. I want to show you something, but I gotta find it. And now it's not showing up anymore. How weird is that? It's the Zen neighborhood electric car. Runs on 6 AGM battery. So does the Chiron normally. The Chiron's normally about a little bit less than the CR10S5. The Prusa is a weird critter. So let me show you how easy it is to upgrade the nozzle on a Creality style printer, a cheap, Chinese printer. Literally, all you do is you unscrew that and screw in a new one. That's it. There's nothing else. Now, there is a little technique to it. So, for example, you need to find a wrench that fits the nozzle. That one don't fit. That one don't fit. Do any of these fit? This is an oddball one. This one only has one face. There we go. That one fits. So there's a wrench that fits the nozzle. My first guess. Retraction on zero. Okay. Oh. Interesting. I just read your previous message about the skirt, DeWitt. We'll get JC. We'll get to the nozzle in just a second. I mean, assuming the throat is correct, meaning assuming the tolerances are correct. The only thing I can think of is that either retraction's an issue, but you said you're just printing the skirt, so it hasn't retracted yet, or you're stuffing the nozzles too close. Have you tried to lift the nozzle up off the bed a little bit while it's printing? It's going to air print, of course, and fail, but just let it go and see if it continues to extrude. There might be too much back pressure being too close to the bed. Yes, you can do that as well. I've heard that oiling the filament helps with a all-metal hot end. I don't know if this is true or not. It didn't hurt when I did it, so it probably won't hurt to try it. But basically, you know how you get you basically take a sponge, the cleaners that you put on the filament to clean the filament going into the hot end, you put oil in that. Okay, so it is definitely clogging up inside. Huh. I mean, you could try the oiler, and it might help, but it shouldn't be necessary unless there's something wrong with it. I haven't messed with the CNC lately. There's a bit of a learning curve for me. I got to learn how to use the software to actually do something with it. Well, I'm about to try to get an all-metal hot end working, so I'd kind of like to have an answer too. Huh. So the only way that's gonna, assuming you said it's 3 millimeters, so it's not heat creep. Um, because 3 millimeters would still be inside the heat block, so you're not creeping up past the heat break. I mean, definitely try lubing it. Can't hurt. Like literally, take a little sponge and rub some olive oil or whatever right on the filament and feed it through. That'll help season the metal theoretically. I can't confirm that, but the theory sounds good. But I'm just not that familiar with all metal hot ends. This is my first one. But otherwise, my guess would be mechanical error. Meaning the parts are bad. Like the tolerance for the throat is incorrect. Because the plastic is going to expand. It's a thermoplastic. When you heat it to melting, it's going to expand to take more space. That's why the hot end oozes, because the plastic is expanding. The problem is your expansion is causing it to stop. Now, usually the only way that happens is if something in the hot end's grabbing it, if the expansion goes up too high to the point where it heat creeps, or if the hot end's not hot enough. Because if you're too cold, then it won't be able to push through. And you have a good fan on the cool side of the hot end, so you're not creeping up. Because that'll jam it like that. You'll jam in seconds if you don't have sufficient cooling on this half. In fact, I don't even have a fan for this, so we're going to sit a big fan right in front of the whole thing. I ordered fans, but they haven't come yet. When the printer blobbed up, the fans got destroyed. Try lubing it. Can't hurt. It certainly can't hurt. Now, the other question, nozzle. Upgrading the nozzle on a Creality style printer, not difficult. The one trick you need, though, is... Where is my pliers? I don't know where my pliers are. But one trick you need is to make sure that you have a wrench like this. You need to make sure you have a wrench on the block itself, because the block, now this one I don't have to worry about it, because sometimes this block can turn, and if you turn this block, you can break the heat break, or you can shred the wires going to the heater cartridge or the thermistor. So you need to hang on to the block as you use a wrench to tighten or loosen the nozzle. And you also need to make sure you do this while it's hot. So you got to do it in situ. You can't really do it like this. I assembled mine like this, but before I use it, I'm going to have to heat it up and retighten that nozzle. Because the parts expand when they get hot. So you need to do it hot. But yeah, now this is only to Creality style hot ends, Chinese style hot ends. Prusa's completely different. You got to follow their procedure. But you need a wrench on the block, and then you need a wrench on the nozzle. Yeah, you heat the nozzle up, and then you take the wrench and you loosen the nozzle. When you do that, you then have to, well, this is a all metal hot end, so this doesn't apply. But with a Bowden setup, you're going to want to push the Bowden tube all the way through. Make sure it comes out the bottom if your system is a pass-through. That's to make sure there's no filament inside the path. Because what's going to happen... I don't know what these parts are for. Who knows? But when you... Here's a nozzle. I'll show you. So, heat break or Bowden tube and nozzle, the two actually have to touch. So if they don't touch, filament will leak between them. And once that starts to happen, you're on the road to pain. Most of the clogging problems people have and stuff like that comes from this here, a PTFE to nozzle gap. So on these machines, you have a compression fitting on the top. This one doesn't because it's a all metal. But you have a compression fitting on the top here, and then a nozzle on the bottom. Now the compression fitting grabs the PTFE tube, and you have to apply pressure between the compression fitting and the nozzle in order to squish just a little bit the PTFE tube into the nozzle to make sure it can't leak. If there's any filament left over in that path, that's going to cause you a problem, because that filament is going to prevent the PTFE tube and the nozzle from mating correctly. So you got to make sure you clean out the throat. Again, that's for a Bowden setup. 0.6 is good if you're going to be printing some fill material. You want to increase speed a little bit. You really don't lose any detail. 0.8 allows you to really go faster, because not faster speed, but faster volume, but you start to lose a tiny bit of detail. So if you're printing high detail parts, you don't want to go to a 0.8. But if you're printing relatively larger or low detail parts, 0.8 is great. Yeah, one of you guys suggested it, so I ordered it. So we're going to try it out on... I notice it has the Creality holes and the V6 mount. I'm pretty sure this printer uses the V6 mount, so we should be able to just click it in place. And then the thermistor and heater cartridge connections should be standard, so they should jump right in. Yeah, when you're using an all-metal hot end, your retraction should be like 2 millimeter or less. So why isn't this showing up? What the hell did you just do? And how did you do it? Pretty good, James White. Hang on, the cat's just messed up the perch by the door. I'm going to fix it real quick for him. Come on, get my shoe on. How did you do that? Oh, that's how you did it. Greta? Who's Greta? We're upgrading to Chiron. No fucks given. I see you. Your last message was the cheap Prusa i3 clones are MK8, not V6. And then you said, are my chat subs clearing through properly? There is no bed leveling in the Chiron. The Chiron is manual. Yeah, if you're posting links, YouTube's going to remove them and I'll never even know. So don't post links. Yeah, JC, the Chiron has no semi-auto bed leveling. Yeah, none. Hey, check out what I got. This is gonna be fun. Oh, it's not giving me full power now. So you use these for sous vide, searing steak and stuff like that. Except I'm going to use it for killing weeds. So I can use it for that, for grilling, but I can also use it to murder those plants that have all those thorns in it. So whenever I see one pop up, I can just cook it. Except this is broken. This does not work properly anymore because you're supposed to have to unlock this, turn on gas, and then turn on the flame. Oh, now it's working. That's weird. It like intermittently works properly, so it's weird. Yeah, those links are not going to work. So try to get a hold of him. Yeah, YouTube won't let you post links. YouTube can be a dick like that. Like, it doesn't even give me the option to approve the message or not. It just doesn't post it. Hey, Maker Viking. Doing pretty good. Yeah, that's a real hot end. That's for like a 6mm nozzle. Just melt the plastic directly. Doesn't have the actual sensor that you put in a blue sensor. I have no idea what you're talking about, JC. Unless they've changed the Chiron since I got mine, there's no bed leveling on the Chiron. You just got your wheels. Now, the one thing it does have that I love is it has dual Z end stops. So you never ever have to worry about your Z axis getting out of balance because it rehomes both sides of the Z axis every time it homes the printer. Oh, you might be able to clean your nozzles with that. So that's one way to clean a nozzle. Clean you real good. These things are surprisingly good, but stupidly expensive. $2 each, but they're delicious. And low calorie and low sugar. Only 25 calories with 4 grams of sugar, which for a drink that size is pretty impressive. I really want to show you guys this. What is that? Oh, Logan paid me back. There it is. Check this out. It goes like 30 miles an hour, a 40-mile range. It's a little neighborhood electric vehicle. And then one's $1,500 for it. If the batteries are still good, I might grab it if I fit. It's kind of halfway between a golf cart and a car, but it's got like a full body cage, roll cage, crumple zones, so it's pretty legit. But that's pretty neat though. It's from the year 2000, so it's pretty old. But that's something where I can take 6 12-volt lead acid batteries, AGM batteries. But the cool thing about that is I can slap a 250-watt solar panel on the roof of that thing and never plug it in. Just parked outside, it would charge itself. That would just be freaking cool for going to the grocery store, going to the hardware store, driving anywhere local less than 20 miles. Because, you have to have a return distance as well. But that's pretty freaking cool. I'm surprised this is already almost at a penny. Not much volume, though. Jesus. People are crazy. Oh, PayPal. Yeah, I don't know why I don't get notifications from PayPal anymore. Like, half the time I don't get the emails. Yeah, see, I got no notification in email, so I'll have to log into PayPal to see it. The Chiron comes with blue sensor you put on the hot end. I'm assuming you meant. Oh, so they have one of those pressure sensors that you stick on the nozzle, like the FL Sun Q5 has. I didn't know they added that. Mine didn't come with that. Nice. You know, I'm really getting tired of these damn captchas. They're really annoying. Especially when you have to go through like 6 or 7 of them before to let you in. Oh, hell yeah. There's $40 from DeWitt. You rock, dude. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, YouTube is real funny about links. Sometimes, if it's a potentially offensive message that they consider suspect, or if it has a link, it won't post your message, but it'll pop up on my screen, and I'll have the option to show or hide. But sometimes with links, it doesn't do anything. It just doesn't allow them, period. Which actually really pisses me off. It's my channel and my live stream. I should have a say in what links get posted. But they don't even give me the option. It just doesn't show up at all. That's a YouTube thing, and there's nothing I can do about that. Is the channel your username here? No fucks given, or is it a different channel? Well, ABL is not automatic bed leveling, it's assisted bed leveling. That's what ABL should mean. And also it's kind of a it's a misnomer. The only printers that I know of that have true automatic bed leveling, yeah, so right there, it did not post your message, no fucks given. It says your message is, yeah, it's no fucks given. And it's gray, and I have an option to show or hide. So I'm going to hit show now, and your message will appear. And it says this message is held for review. So if you guys just search for no fucks given on YouTube, you'll find his channel. Look for that blue board icon, probably. And he has a series of videos on the i3 clone nozzle issues. So DeWitt, you can check that out too. And maybe something there will help. So, the only printers that I'm aware of that have actual automatic bed leveling would be printers like the F5 with that little sensor, and the CR6 SE with its torque sensor, the pressure sensor it uses to detect when the nozzle is touching the bed. That's as close as you're going to come to actual true automatic bed leveling. Yeah, if there's a problem with a particular hot end, the best solution is to simply not use it. Hot ends are not expensive. Even this fancy wingding thing was only like $20. They're not expensive. Just get one that's not a problem. So those printers have automatic bed leveling. Otherwise, what we call automatic bed leveling or assisted bed leveling, all that's doing is creating a mesh. Okay, so when you level a printer, let's go over this. Here we go. So you're trying to level a printer, and you have your bed. So this is your bed. Now this bed forms in geometry what we call a plane. Oh wow, $148 is pretty cheap. I don't know. So your bed is a plane. A plane is a two-dimensional surface that has an X and a Y. Hey, Jamie. Pretty good. Okay, so here is your bed, and that's your X and Y. And you need to print on this X and Y. Now, your hot end moves in X, and it moves in Y. Remember, all motion is relative. So even though you're actually moving your bed with a bed slinger, well, to the nozzle's moving, okay? So Einstein said all motion is relative, so it doesn't matter. So we're going to say the nozzle is moving left and right, forward and back. Now, if you plot out all the points that nozzle can cover in its full motion spectrum, you form another plane, a two-dimensional XY axis plane. Now, this plane doesn't actually exist as something you can touch. It's a representation of all the points this nozzle can reach. So this is a virtual plane. So you have the virtual plane that the nozzle moves, and you have the physical plane that is your bed. What you need to do is to line the two up so they touch perfectly. Because if one of them is like this, well, then your nozzle's not going to be touching the bed and your filament's not going to stick. So you need to adjust the bed level, the points on the bed, assuming they're both flat, so that the two are the same as each other. Meaning, when you bring them together, all the points of both planes evenly touch each other and form your aligned planes. You need to align the virtual plane with the physical plane so that they're the same. So that if I have this nozzle 1 millimeter above the bed here, and then I move it over here, it's also 1 millimeter. If I move it over here, it's also 1 millimeter. If I move it over here, it's also 1 millimeter. Okay? That's bed leveling or tramming. The reason bed leveling is technically the wrong term is you're not leveling the bed. You're aligning the bed. You're aligning the bed to coincide with the virtual plane and the physical plane of the bed so that the two line up perfectly. Now you're not finished yet. The actual bed leveling your printer, you also have to set your offset, how far the nozzle is away from the bed. Because if the nozzle's down here, it's going to crash into the bed, even if your two planes are perfectly aligned. And if your nozzle's up here, you're just going to be air printing, even if your two planes are perfectly aligned. So you have to align the two planes, and then you also have to set your offset, how far away the nozzle is to the printer. So the CR6 SE, for example, that uses the touch off to actually level the bed, that doesn't actually have a Z offset. There is no Z offset. The printer is actually aware of where the nozzle is relative to the bed, which is something most printers can't do. Most printers are only aware of what the sensor tells them. But in this case, when the sensor touches, the nozzle's actually touching the bed. So it's not actually a Z offset. Z offset is when there is a difference between your ABL sensor and your nozzle. So here's your ABL sensor, touch, touch, and then here's your nozzle. Well, they can't be at the same level, because if they're at the same level, their ABL sensor is going to be crashing into your print and get destroyed. You guys have seen that with BL touches. That little prong gets snagged on a piece of the print, it tears it out. So the ABL sensor is usually higher, so it's out of the way. And you have to tell the printer what the difference is between the sensor height and the nozzle height. That's a Z offset. Printers like the FL Sun Q5 and the CR6 SE don't have a Z offset. The nozzle is actually the sensor. So when it touches, there's no offset. That's 0. So those printers actually understand what 0 is. Most printers don't. So what you're actually setting when you set Z offset is first layer height. You're not actually setting Z offset. You're setting first layer height, which has nothing to do with bed leveling. That's you and your printer. It understands where 0 is. You get TH3D's his capacitive sensor. The what do you call that? No, the nozzle is at the bed, and you want it to be less the height of one layer of your print. That's your goal. So When you use an ABL system, what you're doing is creating a mesh to align this plane with this plane. Now, if your bed is warped, so the bed is higher here than here. See, here they're touching, and here they're not. What the mesh does is the mesh figures that out. It says, okay, your bed is lower here or higher here. So it programs the motion system in the firmware to move the nozzle up and down to match the warp in your bed. Now, the proper solution is replace the bed with one that's not warped. But the mesh can make small compensations. So if you print with like a TH3D firmware on a printer or a BL Touch system on a printer, you'll actually see your gantry move up and down slightly as it's printing those first couple of layers. That's because it's if your bed is shaped like this, okay, it needs to move the here's your 0 point. There we go. Let me get there. So it needs to move up and down to stay with this warped bed. This is exaggerated, of course. But that's what ABL does. All ABL does is give you the mesh. You still need to set the offset, and you still need to set your first layer height. You also need to make sure that mechanically the printer's going to stay put. In fact, the biggest mistake people make with an ABL system is they do the auto bed leveling. Yeah, I don't like auto bed leveling because I can't mechanically fix an ABL system. You can only fix that electronically or electrically. And I prefer to be able to, we're going to get into that right now. So on this printer here, if I notice that that sounds sneaky. If I notice this corner here is a little low, so I'm printing on my Chiron, and I notice the nozzle's a little too far away from the bed over here. Well, all I got to do is adjust the knob for this corner of the bed to lift it up a little bit. That's it. I'm done. With an ABL system, you cannot touch the bed leveling knobs. Because when you're getting what delivered, once you run the ABL routine, it does that 29 point, thing where it goes and it does all your points on your bed. You can never touch the bed leveling knobs again, because if you touch the bed leveling knobs, you're moving the bed, and the firmware, when it does your probe, it's now going to when you move the bed, the probe, the next time it'll work for that one print, but then the next time you go to print and it probes your bed, well, it's going to sense that the bed is moved, and it's going to move your entire mesh that much further away from the bed, because that's what you told it to do. Well, that's just it. When it doesn't, when something goes wrong, and I'm not telling you what should be. I'm telling you what happens. This is where people screw up when it comes to ABL. Novices, they'll do their bed leveling, and then they'll go, oh, this side's too high or too low, and they'll move a knob, and then wonder why it's worse next time, and worse next time, and worse next time. That's because you're fighting the mesh. The correct solution is to correct your mesh. You don't adjust the bed. Now, I tell people, for best results, you still need to use the knobs to level your bed. You want to get this bed as level as possible before you do your mesh, because the smaller the deviations in your mesh, the better your results are going to be. Just because the mesh can compensate doesn't mean it should. You still want to make that bed as level as possible, and you have the same rules. You want to make that bed as tight as possible so that it doesn't drift. Meaning that's why a lot of people go with hard mounts. A lot of people will switch out the springs to fixed, non-compressible hard mounts. They do that to stop drift. Let the mesh do its job and end the issue. Because as this bed moves back and forth, it's possible for those knobs to vibrate and turn on their own if they're not tight enough. No, what could change between prints is either the bed vibrates and the knobs turn, or you see an issue and you turn the knob. That's a mistake newbies make with ABL. And you have to remember, when you're using ABL, you can't adjust the bed. If you need to adjust the bed, you have to do that in the mesh, or you have to figure out what's wrong. So, for example, in the early days of the CR10 Max, it turns out that the probe was incorrectly measuring the distance to the bed because there was a solid state relay right under a certain part of the bed, and that relay was leaking EMF, which was futzing with the ABL sensor. So that part of the bed never created a proper mesh because the SSR was creating electromagnetic interference that was causing the probe to incorrectly read that part of the bed. So the answer there is you fix that problem once you identify it. Once somebody figured it out, that's the correct solution, is to move the SSR so it doesn't do that. But a new person's going to go, oh, it's a little high there, and they're going to adjust the knob. And the problem is the next time it levels the bed, it's going to re-add that deviation back again because you haven't actually corrected the problem. So that's the reason I prefer non-ABL beds, is that, leveling a bed is not intuitive, but it's not hard. It's just non-intuitive. Once you understand, it's really not that difficult. In theory, you wouldn't need to touch the knobs, but new people do because they don't know better. Did I miss any other questions? Do you have any advice on learning how to flash Marlin to my Ender 3? Joe Velasco. Well, my E3 Max works, so I don't think the firmware is completely faulty, but it may have an issue that's causing you a problem. Okay, I don't do a lot with firmware, but I understand a little bit. Now, people correct me if I'm wrong. My basic understanding is that you have basically two kinds of firmware, with and without bootloader. I'm going to call it a bootloader. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I'm going to call it a bootloader. Meaning, if it has this bootloader, you can either put the firmware on an SD card, or you can plug the computer into, or plug the printer into your computer, and then use software to flash firmware to the printer. However, if your printer does not have a bootloader, then that won't work. There's a kit you have to get. That's something you get that you plug into the board that allows you to then flash firmware to it. Creality, I don't know if they still do this anymore. I know in the old days, to be cheap, they would use the minimum amount of memory, and there basically wasn't enough memory to also install a bootloader without taking up memory they wanted for other things. So to make the firmware smaller, they removed that bootloader, which is why you need that little rat tail to plug into the board to allow you to flash it. I don't know if the Ender 3 Max is that way. I thought all their newer boards had the bootloader in there, so you could just plug it into the computer and then flash new firmware. I believe you do it in Cura. Where's Cura? I thought I had Cura on here. Prusa Slicer, Creality Belt, that'll have it. Yeah, definitely look at other channels. My advice is very, very rudimentary at best. I don't know if it's 32-bit or not. I don't know if they've fully switched to 32-bit or if they're still using, 8-bit and 32-bit in their machines. So, let's see, where would it be? Marketplace, extensions, settings. I don't know where it's at. There's an option in Cura that allows you to transmit firmware to a connected printer. Bootloader, yeah. So if it has a new 32-bit board, it should have a bootloader already installed, I would think. I'm not sure. If it has a bootloader, it's as simple as connecting to a computer, using the right software to then flash the firmware. If it doesn't have a bootloader, as Michael said, you'll need to plug a little rat tail, I guess an Arduino IDE, but you need to plug a little device into the pins on the board to install a bootloader so you can then flash firmware. And are you going to do it from Prusa Slicer as well? Prusa Slicer. Yeah, if it's 32-bit, it might take a firmware right off the SD card, which would be really nice. Configuration. Yeah, under configuration in Prusa Slicer, there's an option for flash printer firmware. You just have to connect. I don't know. We will look at that, though. Let's see here. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. No, I haven't done anything else with the CNC. Okay, so what feeder unit is on here? Is that a dual drive unit? TPU, like you buy off Amazon, this printer will print no problem. Flexible, like Ninja, that's a totally different ballgame. So, here's the way this works. Let's see, I need 2 cylinders. So, your printer has 2 round points like this. And your filament runs in between them. Okay? So this is how your filament works. Now, on most printers, one of these, well, it's all magnetic. Wow, really magnetic. One of these is a drive gear that has teeth on it, and one of these is just a bearing pulley that applies pressure to keep the filament in contact with the gear. Now, what determines whether or not you can print flexible and how fast and how flexible? It's the exit path. So, at the end of your unit, you have an exit path. So, your filament passes through your gear setup here, and then it passes through your exit here. If there is any gap between the gear drive and the exit, you're going to have a bad day with NinjaFlex. Because what will happen is this filament will go outside this path because it's so flexible. PLA, PETG, ABS is stiff enough that if there's an air gap between them, it'll still stay straight. But flexible filament is so soft that it will, it'll go from your gears to your exit path and it will bend. And you'll end up with the filament popping out the side and going all over the place. So to fix that, you need to zero the gap between the gears and the exit. Now, where can I show that? Why do I never ever have a pen? Because I use it so little. Somebody probably already has a drawing. Here we go. So here it is. So here's your drive gear, and here's your idler gear. Or if you're using a BMG style drive system, you might have 2 gears, which is better, by the way. We'll get into that. So as you can see, there's a gap between the PTFE exit and the gears. And so the filament can actually bend sideways inside that gap. So what you have to do is you have to fill that gap so that the filament literally has no place to go. Now, the way they do this is different. So here's another one. Here you go. That's actually pretty good. That's exactly what happens right there. Now, one way to do this is does anybody have a drawing? Yeah, here's the Flexion, but it doesn't show the mechanism. That's actually not a bad picture right there. Actually, that is a pretty good picture. Let's see. Open image in new tab. And now I should be able to blow it up. Yes. So here's a Flexion. Now, the way the Flexion works is you notice something interesting in there? Okay, first of all, this is pretty neat. This little wheel cleans the filament off of the wheel. I don't know if the red lizard is the Haldes hot end. I have no idea what the Haldes hot end is. So inside here, see that little white stuff right there? And this white stuff right here? That's a piece of PTFE tube. And that's not this PTFE tube or this PTFE tube. It's a separate piece of PTFE tube that sits in a hole here, and this one also sits in a hole here. And the tip of that PTFE tube is cut to a point like this. So instead of the PTFE tube being shaped like this, the tip is cut like this. And the whole purpose of cutting the tip like this is so that it fits in that gap between the two gears. And that's what you're seeing right here. See how it fills in that gap between the two gears? So literally, the only place that filament could escape is through that little crack right there. This is what's called a fully constrained filament path. And this is your optimal. This is what you want to get to. If you get to this, meaning you put a Flexion on your printer, I have one on my 1L. I need to take that off and put it on a new printer. If you get to this point, you can print flexible almost at normal speed, and it will never escape because there's literally no place for it to go. And when you get to the really soft stuff, the really low shore hardness stuff like Ninja Flex, where it's like rubber, TPU is basically a semi-flexible hard plastic, while Ninja Flex, the softer stuff, is truly soft. I mean, it's some really soft stuff. Once you get to that point, if there is any gap anywhere, that filament will find a way to get through it. Because remember, you're forcing. This is called the Flexion. That's the name right there. I don't even know if they're still around. I have one of their extruders. It's great. But that's the Flexion. And it has this adjustment knob because with flexible filaments, squeezing too hard is just as bad as not squeezing hard enough. So you can't just squish it harder. You're just going to flatten it and force it out a hole. So this, you can actually turn this to adjust it for different tension for whatever softness filament you're playing with. But this is a great unit. But that's a fully constrained filament path. These are consumable, so when these wear out, you just replace them. When you open this thing up, you can pull these two pieces of PTF out, and you can replace them with new ones. But as you can see, that triangular profile fits right in between the two wheels. And this gear is hobbed, so it's got the proper curving. But that's what you need. Now, you might be able to do that if you have the tools. So what you can do on yours, let me try to find a good example for you. So that's probably a good example. So what you could do, for example, a lot of these hot ends, the metal ones, will have an opening here. This little part here won't be there. And you'll just have an opening here, and your PTFE tube connects on this side. So there's your PTFE tube on this side. What you can do is you can drill a hole in this side, but not all the way through. That's the exact size of your PTFE tube. And then you could do the same thing that the Flexion does. You could clip the tube into a point make it the right length. It'll take trial and error. Make it the right length so that this tube here comes all the way up to the wheels and does the same thing that does. In theory, you can do that. It'd be a bit of work, but you can do that. Exactly. It's fiddly, takes a lot of trial and error, but if you want to print flexibles, this is what you really need to do. You need to fully constrain the filament path. Now, constraining the ingress is not as important as constraining the egress. Because if you just retract and the filament pops out, it's okay. It's not going to do anything crazy most of the time. It's the egress where you need to make sure it's completely constrained. So the company's out of business? That's too bad. It was a beautiful extruder. Actually, this is not an extruder. That's a feeder. It's a beautiful feeder unit. It'd be really pity if they're out of business. But if you want to play with hardcore flexible filaments, this is what you want. You want to grab yourself a Flexion, or a feeder unit that permits you to do this. Now, you also ideally want to use like a BMG extruder with dual gears, because that becomes important too. I mean, if you have filament and you're driving that filament from one side, well, what's the filament going to do? It's going to torque away from the wheel. But if you drive that filament from both sides equally, then the filament will tend to want to go straight. With a hard filament, no, it's just a piece of crap. It's the crappy built-in. I should be able to adjust it. Properties. Oh, wow, it is out of focus. What the hell? There's something on it. There we go. Yeah, there was a smudge on it. Huh. Let's see. Configure video. Let's increase the brightness a bit. There we go. Yeah, you're right. It was definitely had a nasty little smudge on there. It is a crappy 720p camera. It's not that good. But yeah, it's good enough, I guess, if you need it. But when you drive from both sides, you're pushing the filament straight and even. And that's also why you want hobbed gears, which BMGs tend to have, because when you're a flat face on the filament, you're grinding it. But when you're curved and you're shaped the same way as the filament, you have a bigger bite on the filament when you go to drive the filament, when you go to push the filament. So these had, deep hobbed gears, and the ingress and egress is fully constrained. That's what you want when you're doing flexible filaments. Yeah, the Flexion is nice. I like my Flexion. I just don't play with flexibles too much because they're expensive. Wow, they're not that expensive either. They're not that expensive at all. You can get them for $129. I paid over $200 for mine. They were not cheap. They were definitely not cheap. Now, what's with this? I would love to get a Flexion on one of my Ender 5s. I never had to dry flexible. Why? I never played with Ninja Flex. TPU, I don't normally have a drying problem. Huh. Well, that's not a problem. The pushing the filament is not an issue. Matter of fact, your biggest problem is you're pushing too hard. You're squishing it too tight. The issue is egress. You must constrain the egress. If you don't constrain the egress, that's what this right here does. That's for 99.9% of your problems are right here. If you don't constrain that egress, you're just going to have a bad day. And that's also why flexible is better with direct drive. Because the shorter the filament path, the better. Remember, a good way of describing it is actually to use a cable. But most people don't realize that filament is flexible. And there is some give. Now, what happens if I restrict this end, because it's in a hot end, so there's going to be back pressure, and I'm pushing from this end? Well, what's the filament want to do? Well, it wants to do that. This is why you have a Bowden tube, to stop the filament from doing this. Because otherwise, it'll take the path of least resistance, and it'll just start doing this instead of pushing out your hot end. So the Bowden tube stops it from doing that. That's why there's a Bowden tube. That's why the print fails when your Bowden tube disconnects, because now the filament just does this. Now, technically, this is happening inside your Bowden tube. Inside your Bowden tube, so you have a Bowden tube. This is exaggerated. You have a Bowden tube like this, and you're pushing the filament through the Bowden tube. Well, the filament is going to bend and touch the walls of the Bowden tube. And it will do this throughout the whole length of the Bowden tube. That's the reason for retraction. That's why you're not the reason for retraction, but the reason for how much retraction. If I run any more than 1 up, what's 1 up? So when you have a filament inside of a tube, it's going to flex to touch the insides of the walls of the tube like that. Okay? When you retract, you first have to retract all those bends to pull the filament out of the hot end. So the first 3 or 4 millimeters of retraction is actually straightening out the filament inside the Bowden tube, and then it begins to pull the filament out of the hot end. So a Bowden only needs 1 millimeter of retraction, just like a regular hot end. The other 5 millimeters of retraction is straightening out the filament in the Bowden tube. That's why some people like Capricorn tube. Capricorn tube is, the hole is a tighter tolerance. So the filament can't bend as much inside the Bowden tube. So you don't need as much straightening when you do a retraction. That's why when you switch to Capricorn tubing, you can sometimes lower your retraction 2 millimeters. So you might only need 4 or 5 millimeters of retraction instead of 6 or 7 millimeters of retraction. But there's a catch. The catch is that if the filament is out of spec, like if the filament is a little bit thicker than it should be, well, when you go through that, that sloppy white tubing that comes with the printer, no big deal. But now you try to shove that filament through the tighter Capricorn tube and it jams. So that becomes a problem. Now, if you're only printing with, for example, Prusament, which has a very, very high quality threshold for their filament, they'll even give you a laser measuring diagram of the entire length of your filament. We're going to add the little red lizard hot end with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle to my Chiron. I need to get this printer going again. There's prints I want to make, and this printer is the one that does it. So there's a catch to that. So if you're putting cheap, low grade, not tight spec filament into your tight printer with your Capricorn tube, it could jam inside the tube. I've had that happen where you go to pull it out and you're just like through the whole Bowden tube because the filament's just too tight. Now Capricorn, the Capricorn does have friction modifiers in it that makes it more slippery. That helps, but that only helps so much. So there's always catch-22s. And again, direct drive fixes that because now your Bowden tube is this big. 3mm is 2.85. We just call it 3mm. Technically, it's 2.85mm. There is no such thing as 3mm filament. It's 2.85mm filament. We just call it 3mm because it's easier. It's easier to say 3mm than it is to say 2.85mm. I'm surprised we still call it 1.75 and don't just call it 2mm. Oh, really? 3mm on the dot. That's non-standard then. That's a non-standard filament. As far as I know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe there was two standards. But as far as I know, 2.85 is the standard, so 3mm would be out of standard. Meaning it would be a non-standard filament. I think. I could be wrong. Oh, crap, I forgot. I got to replace one of the wheels on this, too. My blob was so bad that it actually ate away at one of the eccentric wheels. One of the poly wheels, the roller wheels. So now it dips, bob, 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 as it rolls. And it's not because it's tight or loose, it's because the wheel is physically damaged. So I actually have to replace that. $5 a roll? Wow. It'd be worth trying to modify a printer if you got enough of it. Okay, so it's going to be those right there. Let's unplug the hot end. Let's get this unplugged and out of the way. I guess I should bring you guys up here so you can see what I'm working on. That doesn't give you much of a view, does it? But yeah, one of these wheels was actually damaged because of the I got too hot when the blob attacked it. Let's see. Is that this size? Nope, too big. Next size down. There it is. Well, you need to find somebody who has a Taz or an Ultimaker. Taz and Ultimaker both use 2.85. I need to find a long wrench because that's really annoying trying to turn that. There we go. Jesus, that was tight. Yeah, you Taz and older MakerBots and I think older MakerBots. I'm not 100% on that. And Ultimakers use the 2.85 filament. That might be part of the problem right there. Limited user base being in Ireland. Okay. So how is this set up? I guess the best thing is to actually take a picture. Okay. So we have heater cartridge, nothing, fan which we're leaving, thermistor, and I'm not sure what that one's for. Where's this one go? What's this for? Oh, that's end stop. Okay. So let's get these unplugged. That'll allow me to remove this. The one thing I love about the Chiron is that it has a breakout board. So there's a little board in here, and that board contains the connections to the rest of the machine, which plugs into this connection right here, which is fantastic. It makes it so easy to dick around with this machine. Although I just screwed up, I think. I can try doing it without it, but I think I need to heat it up to remove the heater. We can try without that, though. Now, I wonder what this is. Like, there's a magnet here. I have no idea why there's a magnet underneath here. So there's a magnet right there. At least it looks like a magnet. I have no idea why that's there. It's removable. I'm probably going to remove it, since I don't see a reason for it to exist. Maybe this did have a bed leveling option and that's what that's for? I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe this one did have the provision for an auto level probe. I just never even knew. Yeah, I guess you're right, because there is a magnet there, and that might be what this extra connection here is for. See that extra connection right there? I bet you that's for the probe. Because there's an empty socket on my board, too. Well, I certainly don't need it. Because I am not a fan. Did you not get one? Nope, I didn't get one. And I never checked. I never asked for one because I didn't know there was even an option. Come here. I said come here. Don't disobey me. You get bitten. Yes, I bite machines. Machines that disobey me get bitten. You better be scared. Remember, I'm poisonous and venomous. I will eat you. Chiron's a pretty old printer, actually. This is the only real weak point in the Chiron, in my opinion. This hot end is kind of junk. I never liked the Chiron hot end, but mine worked, so I left it alone. But eventually, they do fail. I just don't like them. I guess that's a personal issue, a me issue. But not a fan. Boy, that doesn't want to come out of there. I gotta get it out of there without damaging it. Oh, there it goes. I feel it coming loose now. A little bit. Boy, that's really screwed up. Jesus. Oh, wow. How the hell? That's the filament. Oh wow, I had a nasty gap in there. Oh boy, I had a nasty gap. Yep, definitely had a gap. Meep, 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 here it comes. Yep, I had a gap. This is one way you can tell if you have a gap. See how it's got that hard edge right there? You see that shape right there? There it goes. It focused for a second. Come on, autofocus. You had it. But if you have that hard lip on your filament like that, that's an indication that you have a gap between your PTFE tube and your nozzle. So that's why I'll tell people, do a pull and see if your end looks like that. If your end looks like that, you got a gap. Okay. So how does this PTFE tube look? First I can take this off. Chewed up a bit, but it looks okay. The end of it looks okay. So we should be okay to use this. Let me see how well it fits. Yeah, it fits fine. For a transport tube, we're fine. Which means we will leave it intact. We are going to need one of these. We got to feed this through this. Put this on here like this. That is our capture. And then this goes in here. It goes in that far. And then we push this in. I think. That looks right. Yeah, it looks okay. Why isn't it going in? There it goes. There we go. Now that, you pop the plastic clip in. You pop the plastic clip in, and then I pull that clip out while pushing the tube in. And then you have little captures here. These little things to make sure that stays put. And now that keeps it nice and tight. That ain't going nowhere. I'm going to take off this mag mount because it's getting in my way and I don't need it. So here's that little, and that's all machined aluminum, by the way, no plastic. So there's that little mag mount, I guess, for their ABL sensor. That's not a magnet. Whatever it is, it ain't a magnet. It must just be part of their sensor. Oh, this doesn't fit. What the hell? It's different? Oh, no, never mind. I'm an idiot. This goes on here. Oh, I'm just not using my brain. Boy, that barely fits. So there is a difference between these mounts. There we go. And then that will get squished into there. Boy, that does not properly fit there. They are different size. Let's get the sensors out. Now I got to remove the thermistor and the heat cartridge. This should be the set screw for the heater cartridge. Yep. And then this should be the set screw for the thermistor. Uh-oh. That did not feel good. That felt like a strip. Oh no. Oh, wait a minute. I might have got a bite with this one. I think I stripped it. That's a problem. I think I stripped the set screw, which is a really, really big problem. I need the fucking set screw in order to put it in the new one. The hot end, we're trying to. Come on. All I need you to do is turn a little bit to let me get that set screw out. Yeah, seriously, they should be hardened steel without exception. Yeah, I think we totally stripped it. That's a big problem. Because now that doesn't want to come out. Oh boy. I will strip you of your soul. Ah, man, that's a problem. That is actually a pretty serious problem because this is already a spare thermistor I don't have anymore. Where the hell is my knife? Why don't I have my knife? Get the camera out of the way. You over there. Come on, god damn it. Seriously? What the now I think it's messing with me. Okay, nothing usable in there. Stop messing with me. I will hurt you. Where is my friggin' knife? Screwdriver will work. Let's see. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a big problem. So first I'm going to separate the thermistor and the heater cartridge so I can get the heater cartridge out of the way. All right. Heater cartridge is out. So now, how am I going to get the thermistor out? All right, I need a pair of pliers. Do I have a pair of pliers here? Nope. There's a pair. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Diesel. Yeah, Chiron's a good machine. The only thing I don't like about the Chiron is I don't like the hot end. I hate that cheesy hot end. Otherwise, great machine. Well, here's where it gets sketchy. I've got to use a pair of these. Can anybody tell me why that's a problem? Because if I slip, I'm cutting right through the thermistor wires. These might not even be fine enough. Not working. Yeah. There's a grub screw. Right. That grub screw right there is what holds the... This is a cartridge-like thermistor. So that tube right there has to come out. And it's held in place by that grub screw right there, which stripped on me. Ooh. Did it just turn? Yes, I got it. A different wrench fit. See? There's the thermistor. Assuming it still works. Boy, talk about lucky. Wow. Interesting. This one does not have a grub screw. Huh. The heater fits. Okay. All my wrenches are garbage. Are you kidding me? They all came with the printers. They're garbage. No, that's the old heater block, so it doesn't matter. The problem is I needed this thermistor because I do not have a replacement for this thermistor. Now, how am I going to secure that? Well, I guess this will technically work. Yeah, that works. It holds it. I wasn't sure if that was going to work. Okay. Alrighty, now I need to loosen this one. And install the heater cartridge. And tighten it back up. And now it won't come out. There it goes. That wasn't tight enough. There we go. Now it's going. So now we have the thermistor and heater cartridge installed on the new hot end. So now this should just screw back in. Famous last words. Do I have that backwards? I think I have that backwards. I just loosened that. Yeah, it needs to go that way. That was loose. That needs to be tight. Okay. All right, fits that way. Does it fit better this way? Yeah. Yeah, the cables are all pigtails that go. I showed you that earlier. Hang on a second, I'll show you again. So your cable chain connects to this, and then there is a breakout board inside, and all of your fans, thermistor, heater cartridge, everything connects to those connections there, which is pretty darn cool. Too big. Stop grabbing it. Where does it go? Why can't air goes? Yeah, I love modular hot ends. It's so much better when it's modular. Except these back screws can be a real pain to get to. With the cable chains kind of in the way. do it little by little here. Easy outs wouldn't have helped there because it was inside of a recessed hole. So sadly, yeah, that wouldn't have helped. That's okay. I only needed it to work one time. And now that it's worked, problem solved. This doesn't quite fit exactly correctly, but it is going in. And it is seating. Thermistor question. Anyone know what type of thermistor fits the Dragon heater block? No idea. I don't know what a Dragon heater block is, sadly. This is not sitting properly. It's sitting forward for some reason. Like something's not fitting correctly on this. The hot end is like leaning forward big time. I'm not sure why. It's almost like it's just not sitting properly. I mean, it's in there good. I don't think I can remove this. Yeah, I think I'd have to take these two screws out back here. Wait a minute. There we go. So why is this not sitting properly? It keeps pulling forward. I mean, something is not right about how this is fitting. I mean, it's not fitting correctly. I don't know why. Yeah, I haven't got my overhead camera set up on the new TV yet. Okay. So why is this all cockeyed? Something's not right. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I need is for you to come forward. Dick. Something's not right here. I hate Allen keys. They can be such a pain sometimes. Okay, so now it's sitting right. But when I it wants to tilt forward. Why? Why won't it sit level? Okay. Could that be the problem? Could this be... No, it doesn't extend outside the hole. But if this has a recess, it does have a recess. So I can't have this clip on here. Or I have to modify this clip. It's the problem is this sits inside of a machined aluminum recess on the printer, just like that. And this piece of the clip was sticking where this needs to sit, which was causing it to do that. So I need to snip off part of this. I need to make this like this and put it back in. And now it's smaller than this and hopefully won't get in the way now. There we go. Now it's sitting proper. Don't disobey me again or I'll end you. You got me, printer? I will end you. Please get out of my way. Jesus. Now it's sitting proper. Now we're good. Okay. Now, the only bad thing about that style of compression fitting is that you can't remove it without disassembling the hot end. You see, if I get a jam up in there, I can remove this compression fitting and pop it out. With this one, you can't. I'd have to take off the shroud and remove the entire hot end in order to access the compression fitting. It's the only downside. I'd like to see them extend this part here, this machined aluminum part here in the center up, if possible, so that it extends above this, so you can access that fitting without having to, this fitting here. This fitting right inside here, you can't access this without taking this apart. In theory, being an all-metal hot end, you really shouldn't have a need. In theory, you shouldn't have a need to access that, because usually the reason you have to access this is to pull the PTFE tube out. But with an all-metal hot end, you don't usually have a need to pull the PTFE tube out, so it might be a non-issue altogether. Okay. That looks pretty good. I'm liking it. Let's get rid of all this crap that I don't need. Bring up the picture. Okay, blower fan. Looks like number 3 is thermistor. And where does this go? That goes into the first slot. So first slot gets the limit switch. And the second spot gets the thermistor. This is where taking a picture of your work helps. And the big slot gets the heater cartridge, which I have on a little backwards. It is not very flexible. Did I plug in the blower? Yeah, it's already plugged in. Okay. Okay. Now I do still need to get a duct for the blower fan, and I need to install a hot end fan, which I don't have. I probably have one somewhere, I just don't know where it's at. Where is the other little one? Oh, I think this is for this. Yeah. This keeps the cable chain, I think, from impinging upon a hot end. There we go. Yep, that keeps the cable chain tidy. And this plugs into here. and we should be able to heat up. Assuming I didn't break anything. Let's see here. Setup, temp. Both thermistors are reading, so I did not damage the thermistors. Let's heat up the hot end. 210 ought to do it. Is the thermistor is the temperature responding? Yes, it is. We are heating up. Well, what happened is I had a blob form on the hot end when it leaked out of here, when it leaked out of this, and that blob took out the duct for the blower fan. I don't know if the blower fan works. I think it still works, and it also melted a part of the wheel back here. So I have to replace that wheel, print a new duct, assuming this hot end sits at the same point. I wonder, does it sit at the same height? Oh no, it sits a lot higher. So this hot end sits that much lower than this hot end, which means the duct will have to be redesigned. And I will probably see if I can put a 30mm fan directly on the hot end. It's probably going to be the best way to do that. So this is quite a bit longer than the new one. Yeah, the blob is always dangerous. All right, we are at temperature. Remember what I told you? First thing you gotta do is tighten up this. Okay. And we are tight. Okay. So I used the 2 wrenches, one for the heat block, one for the nozzle. Made sure the nozzle was tight after reaching temperature. Let's print that silver crap. With a 1.2mm extrusion, it doesn't really matter if it's silk or not. Although I don't even know if I'm going to be able to level this. I hope I can lower these end stops, because I have to lower them a lot. Let's see if we even extrude plastic. Okay. I gotta get it up. I can't do that sitting down. Why is this resisting? What's resisting? Okay. Oh, filament sensor. Well, works sure. There's filament. So it is working. Okay. So we are hot and we extruded. So let's cool it down. Okay. Boy, at 200, it won't even extrude. Interesting. Let's get a sock on it. That will help keep the hot end more stable. All right. Let's home Z. Let's see what it does. Oh yeah, we are quite a bit away from bed. So I guess the question now is, can I adjust these end stops? Are they threaded or are they hammer nuts? If they're hammer nuts, I can adjust them. Yeah, it is kind of doing something weird, isn't it? It's just like, wiggle, 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 wiggle. I believe so. That might be what we're talking about. I didn't know it was called a red lizard, but people have said that it's a red lizard. All right, let's see if these are adjustable. That's way too big. Yep. About this size. That'll do it. They do not feel like hammer nuts. They are not hammer nuts. Oh boy. I might not be able to fix this today. Oh, wait a minute. I can move it down to the next hole. Aha! We can cheat a little bit. If that's not too low. Because that could very well be too low. I don't have them. That's the problem. That's exactly what I would do, but I don't have hammer nuts. And bolts. What I'm going to do is there's 2 bolts holding this in. I'm going to get rid of the bottom bolt and then slide it down so that the top bolt goes through the opening of the bottom bolt, which will give me the ability to lower it by that much. Which might be too much. Look at the thumbnail. The thumbnail has a hot end in it. Jesus, that doesn't want to turn. That one's in there really tight. There we go. Boy, this thing's really being a booger. Come on, work with me. I don't have any hammer nuts that size. That's a big hammer nut. And the biggest problem is you have to have an 8mm bolt. It's got to be 8mm. because if it's any longer than 8 millimeters, the bolt will bottom out in the channel before tightening up the hammer nut. I have a set of little hammer nuts somewhere. Maybe if you come back next week, I'll have found them by then. I don't know. But what I don't have is any big hammer nuts for big bolts. But let's see if that works. I think that went too low. My instincts are telling me that's going to be too low. Can I lower this bed more? Maybe. That might work. Too low. Just a hair too low. Oh, and it ground itself low too. Way too low. How can I adjust that? Are these adjustable? Nope, those are not adjustable. What can I do? What can I do? Gotta be something I can do here. That's what I adjusted, the end stops. I moved the end stops down one screw, and that was too much. I lowered the bed as much as I could. Even if I got rid of this plate, I think it would still be too high. We can try it. Okay. That might allow us to actually just do something with it for now, until I get the parts to do it right. Oh, is that glued? Oh shit, I didn't know the glass was attached. Oh wow, why is that even, why do they even have clips if it's glued on there? Apparently this glass is actually glued in place. It's not, if it was a physical end stop, I could do that, but it's an optical end stop. It's detecting, it's detecting a metal finger passing between an I'm guessing a capacitive or optical sensor. So it's not a micro switch. Oh, well, that's part of the fun. Is you play with it until you get it to work, you know, no big deal. Not the end of the world. Seriously? You're gonna make me lift this whole damn thing up? And that one won't even work that way, because it's underneath that. I can get this one off. I don't even know why they have these on here if they're not doing anything. If this bed is glued down, why even have this? Like, why bother? There, gone. Shove the damn thing off. So it looks like the bed is actually glued down. Yeah, the bed's glued down. So that aluminum plate's too thin. That's the next step, but the problem is it detecting anything or is it detecting metal? So what happens if I stick paper in there? Okay, it's detecting anything. Because when I stick the paper in there, that works. Okay. So in theory, I could extend the length a little bit. I just need something to do it. I don't want to use stamps because they cost money. Do I have any tape? Probably not. I think I put all the tape out in the car. Alright, hang on. I gotta run out to the car and get tape. I took my tape with me to the rocket launch. So my roll of tape is out in the car. I need something better than sticky notes. It's got to be reasonably stiff. So, going out to the car. I'll be right back. Hi, kitty. Are you enjoying your nap? Yeah. I always have to torture the babies. No. I need to get some tape. Tape! I told you that already.
What?
Tape!
Tape?
I'm busy. The silence is deafening. Okay. It's amazing. All this light and I still don't have enough light. Nope. This one? There we go. Well, a couple of them aren't working. I don't have them plugged in. I gotta correct that. I guess what I really need is a work light down here, because this is in shadow. So here's a little tab, and that little tab goes between a sensor that detects when that sensor is broken. We've confirmed it doesn't require metal, so it's probably optical. So I should be able to wrap it with tape and create my own little tab. So the question is, how much length do I need? And it needs to be stiff so it doesn't cause any problems. Yeah, I had to go get the tape out of the car. Because if it's not stiff enough, it'll crash instead of slipping in between. So there, I've just extended it. So now the trick is, how long? So I'm going to snip off a bit because I know I don't need this much. Now we got to do the same thing the other side. Make them the same length. See how far it goes down. And then keep snipping it until we get the right length. Nope. There's a ceiling fan overhead. You're probably seeing the light variation from that ceiling fan. That's this right here you're seeing. That's the rotating ceiling fan. It's rotating very slowly. Yeah, you're seeing that. Okay. Please don't mess with me. Do as you're told. Okay. Now we do this one. Oh, I guess I should show you guys what I'm doing here. I'm wrapping tape around. Now the only reason I'm using so much tape is that I need this. This needs to be pretty stiff. Because if that's not stiff enough, it won't go in between the probes. That's kind of the point, to suck up as much energy from the sun as you could. And this is why I tell people over and over again, a constitutional convention can't work. The reason it can't work is that we're a nation of morons. The education system is so bad in this country that most of us are stupid. And there's simply not enough intelligent citizens to trust any kind of constitutional convention process. People say, well, they're against the bad guys, but that doesn't mean they're not also bad guys. And you'll just have a different kind of overlord. But it'll still be an overlord. Oh my god. Idiocracy was real. Idiocracy was real. He was a friggin' time traveler. Oh my god. How did mankind survive? We may never know. Yep. And that's right. I've started calling it a documentary, too. It's like, please just shoot me. I hate that film. That film is horrible. There's way too much truth in it. It's a horror film. Yeah, it's literally a horror film. Oh my god. Alright, now, how much do I need to activate it? Oh, so just passing partway through is enough to activate it. So I need to cut most of this off. Okay. Oh, we're still energized. Oh, we didn't need that much. I think we need about that much there. So we didn't need very much at all. It was actually pretty close. Yeah, see, matter of fact, I've changed my mind. I'm no longer calling it a documentary. I'm calling it a horror film. Let's go with that much. The trick is to get as close as I can without going too far, because going too far would suck. And then we got to cut this one to be the same length. Looks good. All right, let's try it. Yeah, that film is absolutely a horror film. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, George Carlin was a piece of work. He was a special kind of genius. I'd have loved to have been able to meet him. Are you just going to mess with me, or are you going to go in the damn hole? I mean, seriously, just go in the hole. Finally. Why won't these screws go in? These screws feel like they're cross-threading. I mean, why won't these go in? This shouldn't be a problem. Not bad, Clint. We're doing okay. You know, income sucks and whatnot, but I'm paying the bills. So I can't complain. These screws are not going in properly. Why aren't these going in? But I think as we come out of this COVID situation, I think that'll improve. So I'm not too worried. Why won't these screws thread properly? It's like they're cross-threading or something. But there's no reason. It looks okay. It's amazing how hard it is to get a screw to go in straight sometimes. It just does not want to go straight into the hole. Yes, I'm fully vaccinated. Okay, you're definitely threaded. But it's tight. It's tight like the threads are wrong. Even though I know the threads are okay. What the hell is going on? It won't go in all the way. Are these too long? Am I hitting something in there? It's not cross-threading. And yet, it won't go in. And I don't see any reason why. It goes part way in and then it gets tight. Like the thread is off. I don't see why. There's nothing in there. Shouldn't have to BW metal since they use light. No, it doesn't have to be metal. It is. We already confirmed it's optical. The problem is these mounting screws won't go in. And I'm not sure why. It's definitely the right screws. It just won't go in. God damn it. It's magnetic enough to pull it out and give me a problem, but not magnetic enough to stay put and hold it in place. Come on. Oh, you weren't live. And of course, the weird angle makes your freaking finger muscles cramp up. Jesus. Keep giving me a problem. I'll put you in a room alone with the kittens. Then we'll see how you like life. Let those cats have at you. It won't tighten up, and I don't know why. I mean, I can force it, so I guess I'm going to have to do. Keep pissing me off. See what I did here. Like, I'm to the point where I'm cranking them in, and it's still not tightening up. God, I hate Allen keys. My guess would be that maybe the screws on the left and right were slightly different for some reason, even though they shouldn't be. And I got the ones flipped. And for some reason, they fit the other side, but not this side. Jesus. How much do I have to tighten this? This should not be freaking hard. It's still not tight. It's stripped or something. Because the number of times I've turned it should have pulled it straight through the other side. And it's still wobbling. Go ahead. Do that one more time and see what I do to you. It will not fucking tighten up. Gotta give my hand a break. I wonder if there's a blind nut on the backside and that broke free. But it looks like it's threaded through the plate. I did, same tightness. It threads in a few times and then stops. But the threads look okay. Oh wait a minute, there goes, that tightened up. Finally! I don't know why this is so tight. It doesn't make any sense. There, they're both tight now. I don't care. It's in. It is in. Okay. Now I gotta raise it up so that the sensors are not triggered. I don't know why they went in that tight. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, we need to lop. How much do I need to take off of that? Less than that. A little bit more than 2 wrenches. Yeah, this thing is ridiculously bright too. You know, it's stupidly bright. 700 lumens out of that little light. You can see it's pissing off the camera. And then, of course, if any of you have a seizure, you might want to look away, because it also does that. And then you double tap, and you got Firefly mode, which is real dim, which you can then go brighter and brighter, and then back to Firefly. Really nice little light. It's all machined aluminum, little keychain hook there, and micro USB port for charging. Really slick little light. Okay, now I need to trim the right amount off. 700 lumens, whatever candle power that is. That's not enough. Let's take off 2 nips. Okay. And let's take off 2 nips on this side. Still too high. Let's see. Axis Z up 10, 20, 30. Nippy, nippy, nippy. So somebody will have to convert candle power to lumens. $700 lumens is only 12.57 candle power. Yeah, the bed is pretty much all the way down. And that looks like it's actually too close. Shoot. I gotta hope I can lower this bed a little more. Because I need to bring the bed down. Well, I can always bring it up in the slicer. I can bring it up a hair in the slicer. There, I got a little gap. All I need is a little gap, and then I can bring it up in the slicer. That's actually pretty good. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Think we got it. Yep, we're good. Actually not that bad. It actually was a pretty painless process. My only problem is I might clog with heat creep because I do not have a parts cooling fan on here. Not a parts cooling fan. I don't have a hot end fan. With this hot end, basically this printer was an FBA return, so I got it for $100. The casing here was caved in and it destroyed the fan, so I just removed the fan, and it turns out with this particular hot end pushing a 1.2 millimeter extrusion, you don't need a hot end fan. The volume of filament going through there is so high that it never has a chance to heat creep, because I'm just pushing such a massive volume of filament through there. Whether that will apply to this one, doubt it, because it doesn't have this big giant heatsink. We'll see. Maybe a vase mode print will be okay, because I'll have to order a fan. Better would be for me to put a 30 millimeter fan directly on that unit right there. If I can figure out how to do that, so that you get proper direct air right through that opening. But that's for later. For now, I just want this to work. So we are going to make it work. Turn this off for now. Let's see what's on the SD card. What are you doing, cat? Do I have to kick your butt? Are you doing something you're not supposed to do? Huh? I hear you messing with something. This is not major surgery. This would be minor surgery. We're just making we're making tweaks to compensate for deficiencies, because, well, first I didn't have the right stuff that I was supposed to have, but it's installed. No, this is a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, so we won't be doing. Raised cap bowl should work. We'll print the raised cap bowl real quick. That is a vase mode print with no bottom layers, which means that should work just fine. Yay! Print. Raised cap bowl print. If it'll stick, because I kind of screwed up this bed a little bit. That's my fault. And you are stuck inside the filament. Isn't that nice? So you're trapped. Actually, I can pop this off. Get it outside the filament. There we go. And that is our up and down. Get it underneath that, so the camera doesn't get yanked up or anything. We're doing pretty good, V-Rich. Does anybody ask a question that I missed while I was messing with this? Well, here's the talking about COVID-19 and the variants and the viruses. Well, first of all, most viruses do in fact mutate this fast. We just don't notice it because they're not lethal to us. Look at the cold. The cold and flu has new variants every single year. The flu shot you get is not a vaccine for the flu. It's a cocktail of vaccines for the flu that is their best guess as to which one's going to be the one this year. And sometimes they get it wrong. Viruses work by having, well, think about it this way. How many dragon capsules can you print on a printer per day? Oh, maybe 4, 5? That's a vase mode print. So you can, let's pretend to say you can print one. Okay, so you can print one of these per day. Now, how many per day can you print if you have 2 printers? Well, you can print 2 per day. What if you have 100 printers? Well, then you can print 100 per day. Well, each time you print 100, one of those is going to mutate into something else. So if you can only print 1 per day, probability says it's going to take a very long time to get a mutation, because you only have a 1 in 100 shot. But now, what if you're printing 100 at a time? Well, now there's a pretty good chance, not a 100% chance, but there's a pretty good chance you're going to get a mutation in one of your prints. Well, now imagine you're printing, what is it? What is the world population? You have 7.674 billion printers. If you assume even 1/7 of those catch your virus, that's 1 billion printers. And your mutation rate is 1 in 100, or 1 in 1,000, or 1 in 10,000, or 1 in 100,000, or hell, 1 in 1,000,000. Well, now you have a pretty damn good chance of having mutations, don't you? So as the world population gets larger, viruses are going to become a more and more serious problem. These pandemics and these viruses are going to become more lethal, more dangerous, and it's going to happen more often as our population grows. Now, there are things we can do to mitigate it. In a lot of places we're not. China is finally cracking down on the wet markets, so that's going to mitigate species crossover viruses, which are a big threat because they can happen suddenly. But eventually we're going to have so many people where it doesn't matter. One of these viruses is going to kill us. So right now what we have is a race between technology and nature versus population numbers. Probably nanotechnology is going to be the answer. We're going to need something viruses can't fight against. You know, something that there is no defense. And then we simply program these robots, okay, find these things and kill it. Not kill it with, a vaccine, but physically kill it. Take your probe and smash it. There is no defense against that. Unless viruses can develop armor, which is unlikely to happen, we don't really have to worry about that too much. Oh, I think we're jammed already. Because it is not extruding. Yeah, we are already hard jammed. And I'm guessing that's because I do not have... a cooling fan on there, and heat creep killed me immediately. That would be my guess. Immediate heat creep failure. Did I just break it? Looks like I actually pulled it all out. You know something? I bet it was because I wasn't hot enough. Because that felt like really cold filament. Seriously? You're going to keep unrolling sideways to piss me off, huh? I will eat you. So there is a trick to getting around heat creep when you have a lot of flow. Assuming heat creep's the problem, although that didn't look like heat creep. That looked like not hot enough. Come on, where's the hole? There we go. The trick is to not let the filament get to the hot end. And then shove it in there. let's see, print, raised capo, print. Now, one thing we're going to do is we're going to crease this to 235. And then shove it in there. And we are extruding. That's a little bit of a cheaty way of making that work if you need to. I think we're working. Had to cheat a little bit, but that's okay. I need to raise up the bed a little bit. Yeah, I know. But I think I got it. I should have a fan on here. How cool. Now this print's not going to be super clean because that one wheel, that palm wheel, is got a dimple in it because I melted it. But it should give us an idea. Looking good. Now, to give you guys an idea of just how much plastic you can pull through one of these hot ends, look how fast that wheel's turning. Yeah, these are probably 4988s. But look how fast that filament's unrolling. That's a lot of plastic. That print actually looks a little dull. I think I need to raise the temperature a little more. So we're going to push to 240. Silk filament needs to be printed a little hotter than regular filament. So you either need to slow down or increase the temperature. As long as I don't hire any bubbling, I'll just keep increasing the temperature. Normally, silk filament is very delicate, but when you're printing a 1.2 millimeter wide extrusion, it gets surprisingly strong. Remember, I'm not pulling that much plastic because the print head is moving fast. Actually, this is very, very fast for a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. And remember, this is not a volcano hot end. The reason I'm using so much plastic is because of volume. This is a 0.4 or 0.5 millimeter thick layer at 1.2 millimeter wide, which means I am extruding 6 times the amount of plastic per millimeter of linear movement. I'm printing at about half the speed I normally print, so 30 millimeters per second instead of 60 millimeters per second, which means even at 30 millimeters per second, I am extruding 3 times the amount of plastic. I'm sorry, 3 times the speed by volume of a regular printer at 60 millimeters per second. So I'm gaining my speed with volume instead of linear speed. But if you have a vase mode print optimized for it, man, can you make things fast with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. Yeah. Hopefully it keeps it from overheating. Until I can get a proper fan put on there. Is this fan even working? Oh yeah, this fan's working. It just doesn't have a duct on it, so it's not directing the air anywhere. So this here is the cat bowl. This is what I use to hold the dishes for my cats. I get the 4.75 inch dipping plates from Corel because I found out that cats don't like eating out of bowls. Because when a cat eats out of a... There we go. When a cat eats out of a bowl, it creates a problem. Cats have whiskers. And when they eat out of a bowl, the whisker touches the bowl. And they don't like that. When their whiskers touch the bowl, when their whiskers touch something, because it's telling them their face is too small to fit in the opening. That's why a cat will usually eat the middle food in the middle and then leave a ring of food around the outside. Because that ring of food... Hey, Drone Shots! I know! My portfolio is already up almost $5,000. My question is, when do I sell? Because I know the moment I sell, it's going to double. So, what you need to do is you need to use a bowl that is more shallow. So the cat's whiskers don't touch the bowl. A deep bowl, there touches. You need a shallow bowl. So instead of a bowl like this, you need a bowl like this. You know, a nice shallow curve. Well, those 5-inch dipping plates from Corel, perfect. So I designed a... Now also, I want to lift the bowl up off the ground so the cat doesn't... Yeah, let's see, I'll show you. Hey, the email from PayPal finally came in. Thank you again for that $40. I really appreciate that. Without you guys, this would never work. The Corel is awesome. I freaking love my Corel. It's light, it's thin. Well, not up 5K. My total is around 5K. I don't know exactly what it's up. I don't monitor it like that. So I have a Weeble account and a... I'll bring it up right now. So my, it was at 3,300 yesterday. It's 3,289 now. So basically, here we go. So there you go. You can say I got, a little bit of Dogecoin since they added it to here. I grabbed this because it seemed like it was a little low, but it hasn't gone up. It's been hovering around plus or minus 10. I thought Viacom would, because it dropped bad. So I was like, ooh, let me grab that on the drop. but it's never come back up again. AMC, however, yesterday it was up to 58. It was up to 58.40 yesterday. So you can see today it's very volatile. And GME is pushing 300. You see I bought AMC at $8 here. On my other account, I bought it at $3. And then these are ones I got for free. So these two here were free stocks. And I actually grabbed the second one of this only because it pays dividends. And then someone suggested I buy, it was, who was that guy? Meet Kevin suggested buying Play, which is Dave & Buster's, when it was dying on the pandemic. And boy, was he right. Because I bought it at 15 and it's at 45 and it's holding. I wish I'd have bought more. So you see I'm plus 200 here. I'm plus 130 here. And I'm plus 11, or I was going to say top number. Plus 1125 here. Boy, if I can make enough to pay off my EIDL loan, I'll be a very happy person. Crosswalk, 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 crosswalk. I fucking hate these goddamn... What the fuck is it with these freaking captchas, man? This is just over. This is the third one. There's no buses here. Jesus. Seventh one. Eighth one. There's no crosswalks there. Ninth. 10th. What the fuck? How many? There's like 13 of them. How many goddamn times do I have to do these freaking captchas? Again. And again. And again. And again. See you later, Asger. And again. There is no parking meters. Why is it making me do so many fucking captchas? I mean, it's just wrong. I give up. I'm not logging into PayPal. I fucking give up. PayPal, you can go fuck yourself. That's like 30 times. Like 30 times I had to do the freaking captcha thing. And I am at $2,115 here. So I got this one for free. That was the free one I got for some. By the way, if you guys want to sign up and help me out down below for Weeble and Robinhood, I bought this one here is Southwest Airlines. So that's actually a pretty big gain from what it was. Not what I want you to do. So total return. So when I bought it, I am $86 up from when I bought it, which is awesome. Plus, I love the airline. Seriously, I'm not kidding. 30 times. It made me do it over and over and over and over and over. 30 times. How many fucking times do I have to pick a traffic light in a crosswalk? But the real awesome one is the AMC, because that I'm up almost $1,200. And so I got that AMC, I got 30 shares here, and I got 28 shares in the Weeble app. So if I cashed everything out right now, that's $5,000. So I'm hoping to get it to $11,000, and then I could pay off my EIDL loan. Well, actually, I guess I would need like $13,000, because I would also have to pay taxes on that. No, you don't understand. This is not my money. This is house money, baby. You're not understanding. You know, this stock here, I didn't buy that. That was free. Where's my finger? There it is. That was free. These, you know, I paid like $6 a piece for these a year ago. These I paid $3 each. So that's $90 I put into that. And now it's worth $1,200. I didn't spend $1,200. I spent $90. And now it's worth $1,200. I call that a win. And everybody asks for money. Why do you go to work? To ask for money. You're asking for money in exchange for your labor. That's what a job is. Asking for money. I'm just asking for money in a different way. All I know is it's pissing me off. If it's not working, it's not my problem. It's their problem. Fix their shit. I'm sick and tired of the goddamn fucking captchas. Now watch, it's going to work first try. Fire hydrant, fire hydrant, fire hydrant. And that's a fire hydrant there too. Please also check the new images. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Now it wants me to do bicycles. That's a bicycle. That's a bicycle. That's a bicycle. Are you kidding me? The longest gap I had in streaming was 2 weeks. Go check my video history. Maybe YouTube's just not giving you notifications, but the biggest gap I had was 2 weeks. And wants me to do bicycles again. There's a bicycle. And I don't see any more bicycles. Now it wants me to do traffic lights. Traffic light, traffic light, traffic light. Now it wants me to do crosswalks. That does not look like a crosswalk. Bicycles. That one. Traffic lights. Parking meters. There is none. Bus. Yeah, they're all 3D content. What do you think my live streams are? Bus, bus, bus. Hey, it finally let me in. At least I assume it's letting me in. Yeah, fuck you, PayPal. Fix your CAPTCHA bullshit. Oh, this is working pretty good. You see how many times I had to do that? Well, I guess we'll see. It is insane. And that was half the number of times the first time. Hairspray. This is hairspray. I think I used the wrong... This is that silicone dioxide surface, or what Anycubic calls ultra base. And apparently there are certain cleaners you should not use on it because it stops sticking. So I must have done that. I must have used the wrong cleaner on it and destroyed it. So now it doesn't stick properly. So this is hairspray. This is a dish holder for feeding my cats. I'm not sure why it forms these patterns. See these outlines and stuff? That just forms from the hairspray. This is a virgin surface. It's never been printed on since I put the hairspray on it. So all these splotches, they all come from the hairspray. It's the first time I've used hairspray, so I'm not sure. Yeah, it's looking good so far, considering that I have no hot end fan. You can see the little dimples here and there. That's from that one wheel that's destroyed. I have to replace that wheel. So I'll order a new wheel. That's the one thing I don't have in my inventory of parts. I don't have wheels. You know, the little roller wheels. I just don't have any. You can see it back there too. You can see that little dimple in the back there. That's from that wheel. Every time it hits that spot, the hot end does a jiggle. Yeah, so this is extra hold hairspray, and that's the way it looks. I thought it was going to be more like a clear coat, like, you know, paint, but it's not. It comes out like this. It's sticking fine, so as long as it works, that's all I care about. That was a weird glitch. You guys see it pause there for a second? Just did it again. That was weird. I don't like tearing apart a printer because then I'll probably never put that thing together again. Well, he's not entirely wrong. I think he's exaggerating a little bit, but he's not entirely wrong. Like, he's dead wrong that there was a 2-month span of no content. It was only 2 weeks. But he's not wrong that I'm not making enough content. I mean, he's right. Yeah, this printer doesn't normally have that problem. That was weird. Plus, I'm not moving very fast. You know, it's only going 30 millimeters a second, 35 millimeters a second. Eccentric nuts. Okay, you see those 3 wheels right there? Well, that bottom wheel is damaged from a blob of filament getting all over it. And those 3 wheels are what attaches this carriage to this frame. Now, this also has 3 wheels. So you have a wheel here, a wheel here, and a wheel here. And that's how this rides along this rail. Now, one of these wheels is eccentric. What that means is the hole that the bolt goes through is too big. So, to show you this. So, if I have a hole and a bolt, and it's tight, the bolt can't move. Okay? Now, if I make the bolt hole bigger, now the bolt can move around. But now it's sloppy. There's no way to control that movement. Well, now, what if I put a bigger bolt inside the hole, and then a smaller hole in that, but the hole is offset? And so now, if I rotate inside that bigger hole, you see, if this is the bolt, it's changing position. And that changing position is called eccentricity. It's an eccentric bolt. So if I'm pushing this way against a rail, here is going to be tight, and here is going to be loose. And somewhere in between will be the exact tightness to ride along that rail properly. Troll Speed. That is a pretty good name. It won't lessen the impact. It'll be the exact same impact because a properly tuned set of 3 wheels is going to have the same pressure on all 3 wheels. So you're actually better off having it on the center wheel, because this way it's an even up and down movement and not a rocking movement. But as you can see, it's barely affecting the print, so I'm really not too worried about it. I'll just order a new wheel and replace it. No big deal. I can't decide what's better, troll speed or the troll speed. I think troll speed's better. True, but I'll just get a new wheel. No big deal. Boy, is this belt being squeaky. Is that this belt? Nope, it has to be this, because it's going back and forth. Man, one of these is really squeaky. Yeah, I think troll speed might be better than the troll speed. I don't know, it just sounds odd, the troll speed. Well, so the hot end's working. And we're printing at 248 Celsius. That's hot. I'll have to see if that's the hot end. Put regular PLA in here and see if it prints at 220. But there's no bubbling and it's printing beautifully. Those layer lines look gorgeous. This it's some cheap silk filament, silk silver I got from Vine. Oh, I shouldn't say that. The review site. I can't. I gotta stop mentioning that name. But it's a review roll I got from an official review site. I also got gold. Well, that's the nice thing about the 1.2 millimeter nozzle, man. You could print things fast. Yeah, I need to. Well, I don't want to cash it in yet because I'm hoping it's going to go higher. If I cash in the $5,000, I'm only going to get like $3,500 after taxes, and that only pays a third of the loan. And, you know, if I could pay off more of that loan, that'd be better. But the nice thing is, it cost me almost nothing. I think I got less than $300 invested into stocks. You know, $300 of my own money. It's all house money at this point, you know. I mean, if you told me to invest $5,000 in stocks today and I'd have $50,000 next month, I couldn't do it. I don't have that kind of money. But over the pandemic, you know, the unemployment was going and the stimulus money was going. I was like, you know, son, let me put a couple $100 into these stocks. It's logical. It makes sense. And, well, now it's paying off. Even my GameStop stock is basically free money. I didn't put much into it. I only got 4. Last year I got unemployment, yes. It's the only reason I survived an 80% cut in my income. Are you kidding me? Jesus. That does look pretty nice. Yeah, when they did that PUA thing. Yeah, I went from $1,400 a month to like $400 or $500 a month. March. Like you could see it in my. If you look at my my deposits, you can see February, January good, or December good, January good, February good, March, boom, dead. As soon as the lockdown started, it just died. And it's been consistent since then at that dead level. I love printing thick layers. It just prints so fast. Shit happens. Like I said, if it fails, it's my fault. Simple as that. No one's fault but my own. Well, the problem is I don't profit from YouTube. My YouTube, actually my YouTube income hasn't really changed. My YouTube income is about, $60, $70 a month, and that hasn't changed during the pandemic at all. But I don't make money from YouTube. I make money from affiliate links, mostly Amazon. And when people stopped spending money on Amazon, and grocery doesn't count, you don't get commission from grocery. When people stopped their spending online, their discretionary spending, well, my income went away. So as the economy picks up and people spend more, my income will go up. Now, people who have 100,000 subscribers and they're actually making money on YouTube ad revenue, all of those probably saw an increase because everybody's watching YouTube now. But I don't gain anything from that because I don't have enough audience to actually earn ad revenue. Large nozzles are fun. Stay away from stainless steel, stay away from tungsten, stay away from, basically just stick with brass. Even the hardened steel, you can see I have to print this at 248 degrees to get the print right. Although with an all metal hot end, I can print hot like that now. Hey, there you go. Hell yes. This is almost done. 85%. Oh, really? What's your subscribers at? 1.2 millimeter is going to be tough because you can't. It's hard to get them from Amazon anymore, but you can get 1 millimeter easily enough. You can get a kit that comes with a bunch of different sizes. I have links in my description, but you can get a kit. It's like $8, and it gives you 5 or 6 different nozzle sizes. And basically, you just up to 0.8, you can still vary your speed. But once you hit 1 millimeter to 1.2 millimeter, you really need to slow down to 30, 35 millimeters per second. Because if you go too fast, it simply can't transfer enough heat to the filament for proper extrusion and bonding. So you gotta slow down, and you'll make up that speed with volume. What's the Ymir design? Yes, carbon will eventually eat a brass nozzle. So if you want to print carbon filament or glow-in-the-dark filament, you need to use a hardened nozzle. So you need to use a plated nozzle, A2 tool steel nozzle, or a Nozzle X from E3D. You need to use one of those three. Do not use stainless steel. Stainless steel is garbage. The heat transfer is absolutely horrible. I was pushing 260 degrees and I still couldn't extrude properly because the nozzle just cooled off too fast. There you go. One more victim for you. So yeah, if you want to print a lot of carbon fiber filament, you really need to upgrade your nozzle to something hardened. That's one of the reasons I put a tool steel nozzle on this one. I was like, you know something, I'm just going to put a tool steel nozzle on here and not worry about it again. A ruby nozzle will work. That's hardened. It'll handle it. But it's expensive. And God help you if you jam that nozzle into your bed. You're going to have a very bad day crying. But yes, a ruby nozzle would work as well. And what's nice is the Olsen rubies are also mostly brass. So good heat conduction. Brass is basically copper mixed with tin. And copper is one of the best heat conductors there is. That'll work too. Any hardened, the only ones you want to stay away from, well, tungsten works okay for larger nozzles, but not for smaller nozzles. $650. Oh God, I would kill for that build volume. 650 by 650 by 700. Oh, I would kill for that. That's what I want. Something in the 600 or 700 millimeter range. Because that really does allow you to print full-scale items for the most part while only having to chop them on the Z-axis. That's a nice build volume. Very cool. Rat rig, huh? I never heard of that. Rat rig. Well, it'll take about your X and Y. Oh, it's going to be core XY, so that's going to be, well, about 2,800 millimeter belt. No, three sides. So 2,100 millimeter belts. No. 4,200 millimeter belts, because you got to go both directions. Woo! Yeah, this freaking Chiron barely fits through the door. My CR10 Max does not fit through a door. You got to turn it sideways and catty corner it. Oh, we're done. It's printing the top layer. Yeah, you gotta go sideways and then catty corner the gantry through the doorway. Woo, that was barely on there. Oh man, that is strong. I love thick prints, man. Fat prints are just awesome. So now the cap bowl just goes in here and just sits right in there. Wow, $1,500. What's workbench? It says add workbench. What is that? My kitchen's not big enough. I gotta get the printers out of my kitchen so I can get my kitchen table back. Oh, it's an actual workbench, like an actual table? What? It doesn't look tall enough to put on the floor. Does it sit on top of your existing table? On the rat rig thing. This thing. Apparently some sort of table for it to sit on. I guess the printer's big enough that you don't need that tall a bench. I may have found tables for the workshop. I found a guy in Albuquerque who has school desks, metal school desks, the wood top, $10 a piece. So, $120 will get me enough tabletop surface area for the full length of one of those cargo containers. And I have enough metal shelving for the full length of a cargo container. So once I get it cleared out and the manpower to actually do it, I should be able to outfit an entire cargo container with shelving and tabletop space for the printers and whatnot. I can't power it. I'd have to just take an extension cord out there and power, one or two printers because there's no power out there. But I'll at least have space to start, organizing shit. Right now, everything's just in crates and piles. It's inside. It's in the cargo container, so it's protected, but it's not in a usable configuration. It's just everything in crates and whatnot. Nice. This is over here. So I wonder if I wonder if this is strong enough to just go ahead and print the rest of my Ragnar. I have not adjusted retraction or anything. This is made for the previous print. But we could just go for it. No, I couldn't have. If you think you can build an extension on a house for $6,000, I'd like to find out where you can do that. I got the containers for $3,000 a piece. I don't know where you live, but you're not adding anything onto your house for $6,000. Well, no, I'm not even talking about now. You couldn't do it for less than 30 grand now, but I'm talking about before this lumber bullshit. There's no way you're doing anything for $6,000. Well, I don't have the physical means to do that, nor do I have the skill set and tools necessary to do that. I just don't. I still don't have a roof on my goddamn shed because I have no means to get up on top of the thing to do it. I'm too heavy. I can't get up on top of a roof. A screened porch is a very different thing from an add-on. My brother helped me a little bit, but he wasn't very much helping. He was only here for a week or 4 days. I mean, hell, just the permits and inspections are going to cost a few $1,000s. Because you can't do that without permission and inspections. That's kind of what I'm trying to do with the carport. I want to semi-enclose the carport. Wow. That's incredible. Triple the price. Jesus. That's why I went with the cargo containers. A prefab metal building, a pole barn basically. A small one, mind you. Smaller than the 3 containers. I think it was 20 by 30. Yeah, I think it was, no. 16 by, it was smaller than 20 by 30. 20 by 30 is what I wanted. And it was smaller than a 20 by 30. I want to say it was around 200 square feet. Oh yeah, I guess that would affect paper. They wanted $16,000 for the building, and that was not including a foundation. So you're talking another roughly $4,000 for a concrete foundation, and then you still need to pay for the permits and inspections. And so it's going to cost me over $20,000. And that's no power. That's a concrete base with a building on top with no power. That's just a building, a barn basically. It was 20 grand. And that was before this crap with the pandemic. So now you're going to add on to your house? Yeah, no. I can't afford that. Not even close. Oh, I forgot. Temperature needs to go way up. Gotta wait for the temperature to come up. It is way too cold. Why is it not extruding? I think we are jammed. Let's see if I can pull that same trick. Oh, yanking it out. Yep, got it. Did it pull? Yes, it pulled. Yeah. It's because I don't have any hot end cooling, so I'm getting heat creep. And the heat creep happens before it begins extruding. Once it begins extruding, I'll be okay because I'm extruding so much filament. But I forgot to do my little pull trick. There we go. Print. Ragnar 2. Print. We need to change the temperature to 250. Once it's extruding, we should be okay. And then I get a fan on it. It may have jammed again. Nope, I don't think it's enough. I think it's creeping still. Well, it worked for the first print, so I was hoping we get lucky. I guess not. Oh, it's jammed in there good now. There it goes. Woo, it's really jammed in there. Oh. Here it comes. It's peeking out. Oh, it was jammed in there good. We can try it one more time. See if we get lucky. That was still the skirt. Which way do I gotta go on that screw? Gotta go this way. If I can get the flow rate high enough, it won't have a chance to heat creep. But it only works if I can get that flow rate up high enough. And I'm a little bit too high. I gotta bring the nozzle down a hair. They might have tricked it. The real tell will be the first retraction. Not only is the fan going to be low CFM, but it's got to get through this. That's probably going to help. It probably will help. The problem is I don't have I don't have a hot end fan in there. This is not the fault of the hot end. This is I don't have a fan. There's no fan inside here. It's extruding. Now a fan I might be able to yank. Audio died? No, audio looks good for me. Yeah, that probably would work actually. All these little micro retractions are bad news though. It's probably going to jam on one of these micro retractions. Oh, it's still extruding. We might be okay. It's not even, but that might stabilize over time. Yeah, I've probably got some fans lying around. Fans, I do tend to keep some in stock, but it's a matter of finding them. Wow. Yeah, fans, the fans are purpose built, but I usually have 40mm fans, and that's what this takes, 40mm. There you go. Happy critters. That's not a raft. That's the infill. Well, yeah, like I said, I don't mind taking a fan off of a printer because it's easy to replace. What I don't want to do is disassemble a printer to get a fan. But I don't mind taking a fan off of one. Plus, I'm pretty sure I have fans. But what I really want is to make a proper mount with a 30mm fan to go inside there to really blow that air directly over that hot end. This is the continuation of the Ragnar print. When this original hot end failed on me, I was printing this thing. So this here is the continuation of this. So when you do a continuation of a hollow print, Rancor, that's it. When you do the continuation of a hollow print, you have a little bit of infill at the bottom, and that keeps this bottom flat so that it won't warp as much, so you'll get a better glue joint to the two parts. So only like the first 5mm has infill, and then it'll go back to hollow. But when this is done printing, assuming it doesn't fail, well, either way, when it fails or when it's done, I'll put a fan in here. For now, I'll just stick a 40mm fan in there. And Hopefully that'll be enough until I can design a proper mount for it. Who knows? Maybe somebody has mounts already on Thingiverse. I actually didn't check. Well, there's no parts yet for it, but someone did model the entire hot end. That's kind of cool. See, I'm wondering if I can use these holes right here to create a simple mount, like a 30 millimeter plate here, and just have it go right through these two holes, nut and bolt. I'm wondering if that would be enough, and just dangle a 30 millimeter fan right there. I think this is 0.4 millimeter layers. So 5 millimeters would be 20 layers, I think. Yeah. I think. Oh yeah, that'd be super fast. If I have a nut and bolt that fits in those holes, that'll be super fast. I might not even need to take it off the printer. Just a little pair of needle nose hold the nut behind the hot end and screw it in. That should be as simple as a flat plate in Tinkercad, like what, 5 minutes to fab something up? Yeah, it's working so far. Well, because most of it's there. It doesn't require a login. It doesn't charge anything. I mean, every other repository has a limitation. And it's a self-imposed limitation. You know, Cults 3D, you always have to log in. My Mini Factory, you pretty much have to sign up for an account, and most of the stuff there is pay stuff, not free. They do have free stuff, but most of it's pay stuff. Fangs requires an account. You can't download by a simple click of a link. If I send you a Thingiverse link, you can download it anywhere, anytime, on anything. If I send you a Fangs link, you can't download it anywhere unless you have an account. And God help you if you're on your mobile phone and you don't remember what your username and password is. You can't download it at all. Now you gotta wait until you get home and you've forgotten it by then. Same thing with Cults 3D. You have to log in. And My Mini Factory is a little bit better. Free files don't require a login, I don't think. Oh, this here? That little thing there? This is where the danger is. All these little micro retractions. All these little tiny spots. That's where the heat creep will have a chance to set in if it does. Once it's actually doing perimeters or infill, it's not a problem. And it's working. Prusa is a little weird though, in that I don't think you require a login to download, but it's a little hard to download files sometimes. It's sometimes not obvious unless they've changed it, because they want you to download the Prusa G-code file. I remember it was a little odd, but yeah, it was relatively open. I don't think you required a login to download something. No, it's not. It's just hanging on the edge here, so it's wiggling a little bit. And now that we're going faster, we'll have more volume. So basically, I'm compensating for lack of cooling with volume. So the filament itself is keeping the hot end cold. But as soon as I stop extruding, that heat will start to come up. Well, Prusa is definitely an Apple analog, but there's one big difference. No, this doesn't have silent drivers. This machine is never in a living space, so I don't care about being quiet. I mean, technically, it's right next to my bedroom in the bathroom, but very little of that noise comes out of the bathroom. I could probably throw a couple stepper dampers on here, and that would take care of the noise. Let's see. Yep, I think I can put a stepper damper on there. Yep, it's set screws, so I can put a stepper damper on that motor. And is this a standard motor? Yeah, I can put stepper dampers on here, so I might do that. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, 3DRCNC. I remember you asking about that. Okay. I do not suggest buying any resin printer that does not have a black and white screen. I would never suggest somebody buy an RGB black and white or RGB resin printer. However, $80 is pretty damn cheap. So the question is, does it use the standard $30 LCD screen that you can buy on Amazon? If it uses a screen that you can purchase, then yes, grab it. It's $80 freaking. Ender 5 Plus with 4 kilograms of filament, 4 kilograms of filament, irrelevant. That's basically free. So what's the Ender 5 Plus sell for? No, not a good deal. You can buy the Ender 5 Plus for $569. Actually, here's Ender 5 Plus for $529. So, no, that's not a good deal. Even from Creality, it's $582. So, $509 is a bad deal. I would be looking for less than $400. That is not an Ender 5 Plus. Yes, it is. So, here you can buy it for $509. So here you can buy it for $509 brand new. That's brand new on Amazon. Well, I thought we were talking about used. Not new. Used. You see, the price I'll pay buying new or used depends on what it sells for new. So I can get this printer for $509, which means I'm not going to pay $500 for a used one. I'd want the used one to be like $350. If you're talking about new, then yes, $509 is a good deal because the regular price is $582. So $509 is a good deal buying new. And if you're buying it new with 4 kilograms of filament new, that's a very good deal. But I thought you were talking about used. Yeah, exactly. Prime, easy returns if it ends up, if it gets delivered, destroyed, and bent. So easy returns. And there might be a used option. Amazon return. Let's open up a few of these. No used ones there. No used ones there. No used ones there. None there. Okay, there's no Amazon returns available for the Ender 5 Plus. So there's no Amazon return, open box ones. Yeah, new prime ship, that's a good deal. $509 with 4 kilograms filament, good deal. No, I agree. As long as you can get replacement LCD screens for it, $80 is a great way of dipping your toe in the water for an LCD printer. Now, if you're paying $200 or $300, you only want to buy a monochrome screen. Yeah, brand new Ender 5 Plus with 4 kilograms of filament is an excellent deal. If you desire that printer and you can afford that price, get it. I thought you were asking about a deal on like Craigslist or something like that for $509. That I would not buy. So far, it's working well. I think once I have a proper fan on there, I won't have any trouble at all. I also need to adjust my retraction. It's too high right now. But it's handling it. I mean, it's extruding fine. No big deal. Just a misread. No big deal at all. Can I add a second source to this? Let's see. That's not plugged in. Let's try adding a video capture device. Add existing. Built-in cam. There it is. Now we have 2 videos. Right now, no, this is the top half of Rancor. So when this printer failed, I was in the middle of printing him, Rancor. So this is the rest of his head. Sadly, this means I can't just leave him green. I believe I sliced this at 35 millimeters per second. I think. It was several months ago when I sliced this, but I'm pretty sure I sliced this at 35 millimeters per second. But remember, we're printing at 0.4 millimeters tall and 1.2 millimeter wide. So I'm still printing 3 times faster than you. I just make up for it with volume. Fat prints. Yeah, well, he is kind of the size of a mountain, isn't he? I'm out of green, and this is the roll that happened to be sitting next to me when I got this printer turned on, so that's what we're printing. And since I'm out of the green and have to paint him anyway, it doesn't really matter what color I use. So it's going to get painted. I would have preferred to finish him in that same green, because then I wouldn't have to paint him. Because I hate painting. It's a pain in the ass. Look at them fat layers, man. I love those fat layers. Thick printing. I mean, that's a single extrusion vase mode print. It's just so thick. I'm going to. I'd like to learn that because I do have an airbrush kit. I got the compressor, the airbrush, the different, containers and nozzles and stuff. I actually bought it for resin printing and not for painting. I've actually never put paint in my airbrush. I've only put alcohol in my airbrush. I use the airbrush for cleaning resin prints. So I load it up with some, 91% alcohol, and I use it to spray off any leftover residue that didn't come off in the wash for my resin print. And then when I run out of alcohol, I just keep spraying it with air. And the air blows off any leftover moisture and residue on the resin print, so you don't get that white crusting when you cure it. Now, interestingly enough, I don't need to use the airbrush for resin cleaning anymore, because now that I have resin wash stations, they work way better. The resin wash station works great. Yep, that's why I got it, to use it for cleaning. Because I am too cheap to buy canned air, because canned air is freaking expensive. So I spent $100 buying, well, actually, I think it was like $50. I spent $50 buying an airbrush kit and figured, 10 cans of compressed air, it pays for itself. Because I use it for any hobby where I need canned air. Cleaning out the inside of a computer, I pull out the airbrush. It's canned air without the canned air. So it works very well. Just drop him on the paint kettle. Well, Ragnar, I don't have to airbrush. That's just broad strokes. Just paint them. I don't know. What color is... I keep saying Ragnar. It's Rancor, isn't it? What color is that creature? He's brown. Okay. Apparently, Rancor is brown. Rancor. So I'll just paint him brown. Oh, good point about the moisture trap. But then again, the tiny bit of moisture that's going to come through there is not going to hurt anything. It's going to be blown away when you keep spraying. And, well, think about it this way. The 2 pounds of dust you pull out is more damaging than the milligrams of water that might come out of your compressor. Tell you, this printer is a workhorse, man. I've got to have 6,000 or 7,000 hours on this printer. Has to be 6,000 or 7,000 hours. It's just a work. Well, no, this one I got when I came here, so this one won't have that many hours on it. But it's got to have 2,000 or 3,000. There's like 4 months, 5 months where this thing ran 24/7. It's just nonstop. It just never stopped. It's just all without a hot end fan the whole time. Because I'm crazy. Is that micro USB? That is micro USB. So I need this cable. Because I think the battery power on this fan is a little low. So we're going to plug it in. Oh, that's not plugged in. So I can unplug whatever this is. Plug this in. Oh wow, this takes a charge at 1.6 amps. That's not bad. I didn't think it would charge that fast. That's impressive. So this fan actually takes a charge at 1.6 amps. Not bad. I don't print life-size busts. I print life-size people. I print the whole person. It's kind of fun. But yeah, airbrushing is like magic. I gotta learn how to do that. I see people do it and it's like, wow. I guess it's like anything else, you know, it's a skill set, and you know, people get good at it and they can do amazing things. I could print a life-size person in less than a week. Each component, it's usually 4 or 5 pieces, and each piece takes about a day. Again, 1.2 millimeter nozzle. Naomi's in the bathroom. It's the only place I had to put her. I can't put her out in the shed. It's too hot. She's PLA. I have a Romeo and Juliet bathroom. So it's a big giant bathroom. You know, you walk into the bathroom and there was like a tub in the middle, which I got rid of, and now there's 2 tables there. Oh no, dude, she scared the shit out of me a couple of times. She was in my bedroom, and I had to get her out of my bedroom because I'd wake up to go to the bathroom at the middle of the night, see her silhouette, it would make me jump out of my goddamn skin. So I had to stick her in the bathroom so she'd stop scaring me. Yeah, for when you wake up for that split second, you forget that you have it there, and your instinct just kicks in. And you walk in and go, you jump like that and go, oh yeah, Naomi. What I was thinking about doing is breaking her apart again, seeing how hard it was to break her, and then fill her with expanding foam and see if that makes so that she doesn't melt. Like the PLA doesn't melt. It reaches the plasticity point. So when you reach the temperature of deformation, the plastic is able to deform. Well, if you have a structure inside that can keep it from deforming, it'll just become soft, but it'll still hold its shape. So I'm wondering if I fill her with expanding foam, could I then stick her outside on the patio, for example? Although actually, now that I think about it, it'll never get too hot on the patio. As long as direct sunlight doesn't hit her, it'll never get too hot. Oh, really? Do you got a picture of that? Or is it available as something you can download? That'd be interesting to have fun with. Well, it's the only place I had the space. You know, there's between the the right-hand sink where the shower is and the two tables, there, that corner there, I wasn't using. So I could stick her there and she was out of the way. Yeah. But you know something? If it makes her happy, why not? The back of the head has some hairs from the stringing going back and forth from her ponytail to her head, but that's easy to clean up. Otherwise, the what's weird is the one side of her face is a little rougher than the other side. So I don't know if that is a nozzle issue or a cooling issue. I'm not sure. I guess we'll have, maybe I'll reprint her head and see if it does it with this nozzle. That'll confirm if it was either cooling or nozzle. I think expanding foam will be strong enough. She's not heavy. Believe it or not, she probably only weighs, 2.5 kilograms, maybe 3. I don't think she weighs more than 6 or 7 pounds. Well, maybe more than 6 or 7 pounds. No way she's more than 10. So she's less than 10 pounds. Remember, 2 perimeters, totally hollow. So it's a 2.4 millimeter wall thickness and completely hollow. Except at key points. So she's actually pretty light. You can pick her up with one hand without a problem. You barely feel the weight picking her up. Your bigger concern is not breaking her versus, being able to pick her up. So it's really pretty light. That's why I asked if there's a downloadable file, because if there's one thing I have plenty of, it's filament. I literally have more filament than I could probably use in my lifetime. You know what I couldn't figure out? It took me a while to figure it out. I guess I just didn't realize how much I was buying when I was back in Pennsylvania. I was like, where did I get the money to buy all this filament? And I started looking back at my receipts, and every one of them said 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then I remembered, I get 5% back whenever I buy something on Amazon. So when I use my Amazon credit card, it's actually metal. It's really cool. When I use my Amazon credit, I think it's Chase. Yeah, it's Chase. When I use my Amazon credit card on Amazon.com, I get 5% back on everything. So every month I get credit as a gift card balance on Amazon for whatever I buy. Like last month I got a pretty good credit because I bought my I paid for my house insurance. So $968 or something like that. Or no. A little more than that, I think. It was about $1,000. So I got 5%. That's $50. So I got a $50 credit. And well, I was using my Amazon card to buy everything for the porno shop. I was even buying product. There's actually a secret part of Amazon. Like, if you go on Amazon right now and do a search for a particular dildo, it's not going to come up. Amazon is going to hide the results from you, and you'll think Amazon doesn't have it. But if you go to Google and type Amazon space in the name of the dildo, it'll come up. And then once it does come up, you know how at the bottom Amazon has suggestions for other similar things? Well, those will all be relevant. And so I was able to keep a pretty good inventory in my store buying stuff on Amazon. And I guess I have to thank Merle, the guy who was working with me, because I was marking things up, 50%, 100%. So I'd buy a dildo for, $10 and I would be selling it for $18.99. And he'd be like, Chris, you can sell this for $39.99. I was like, dude, it only, I bought it on Amazon for $10. Like, I'm telling you, $39.99. And son of a bitch, he was right. I was buying $10 to $15, these were nice. They came in a box, a case, they were elegant. They weren't garbage, junk. But we were selling them for 400 and 500% what we paid for them. And we didn't have to keep any inventory. I bought 2 of each, and whenever we would sell one, I would buy another one on Amazon because next day shipping is free with Prime. So I would order it on Wednesday, and it would be there Thursday. And so I was paying off my credit card twice a month because I only had a $3,500 limit, and I was spending anywhere between $6,000 and $9,000 a month on my credit card and paying it off every month. Let me tell you, that helps your credit a lot. So, you do the math. If you spend $7,000, let's say $8,000. That's $400 in reward, in cash back. Oh, trust me, they know exactly what we have. we treated our delivery people well. Literally, Amazon Prime dildos. I'm not kidding, dude. I actually had I deleted it now because I don't need it anymore. But I had a wish list, a private wish list on Amazon of all the cool dildos and vibrators that I found on Amazon. And when I found one that sells, I move it to another list so I can easily go back and reorder it. So I was spending. There was months where there was a couple of months where I spent over $10,000 on my card. It was actually becoming a problem because they wouldn't extend my credit limit. I guess the account was too old. Whose message just got held? I don't know. Nothing showed up for me. I didn't get a show or hide. So there was times where I was spending $10,000 in a month. We needed cleaner, Amazon. We needed mop heads, Amazon. We needed alcohol for cleaning the fantasy room, Amazon. We needed paper, Amazon. We needed more dildos, Amazon. Lubricants, Amazon. It's amazing what you can get on Amazon. So I was literally running my store on Amazon. I mean, my distributor was willing to extend me credit, but I refused to take it. Because if the store failed, I wouldn't be able to pay him back. He was willing to take that risk, but he's family. I wasn't willing to take that risk. So it was pretty hard to keep inventory in the store because, I had a very limited budget. And, but the result was I was getting, $400, $500, sometimes $600 a month in cashback rewards from my Amazon card. Well, guess what I spent it on? I spent it on filament. So I never had to buy filament. I always paid for my filament with rewards points. That's why I have 700 kilograms of filament. Oh my God, that one time, if you guys remember, I would do those filament alert videos. I don't do them anymore, you notice, because, well, they don't exist anymore. You can't get filament that cheap anymore with the tariffs and the taxes and the current market. That those kind of deals don't exist anymore. They're never here. But back then, before the tariff situation, before the pandemic situation, 3 years ago, it would be pretty common for a manufacturer to clear out or put on sale filament for $10 or less. So, I would see, filament for $8 a kilogram. Now, I didn't always post a video because there had to be enough of it to justify posting a video. Really? $10 a kilogram is back? You're kidding me. I see 16. Now you gotta be careful because a lot of times you get samples. I haven't seen $10 a kilogram in forever. No. No. That's 200. That's actually not bad. $5 for 200 grams. I like 200 gram rolls because they're $9.77 for Pet G. That's amazing. Yeah, 12. I see 12.84 to I see 12 to 15 all the time, but very rarely do I see under 10. Well, 10 pounds a kilogram is a lot more than $10 a kilogram. But anyway, it had to be under $10. My limit was $10. And if it looked like there was enough, like there was at least 100 rolls available, because if there wasn't enough, people would get pissed off at me. Because, you know, I would post a filament alert video and it would sell out in 30 seconds. So one day, this company, what was the name of the company? It was the really nice filament. It wasn't quite a kilogram. There was about 850 grams of filament on each roll. So 1 kilogram roll, and they were clear that included the weight of the roll. So there, I measured it. The roll was less than 200 grams. So it was like 850 grams of filament. It was $3 a roll. $3. I bought 50 rolls. I bought 50 rolls, then I posted the video. And it was nice filament, man. I mean, it printed like butter, and it was nice color too. The green and the blue were the best. No, it wasn't antibacterial. It was regular PLA. I guess they were clearing it out because I never saw them ever again after that. But yeah, we cleared them out in like 6 minutes. Well, I purposely didn't buy them all because, well, a major portion of my income came from you guys using my links to go buy the filament. And I would usually get about 80 cents to $1 per roll. Now, obviously, I'm not going to get that. Obviously, I wouldn't get that on a $3 roll, but I'm willing to bet you guys bought 400 or 500 rolls. So, you know, I usually made $100 each time I posted one of those videos. Each of those videos would usually make me about $100 in affiliate income. And but that's just so rare anymore. But I'll definitely have to check out Pet J. Let's do a search for PETG 1.75. That usually brings up a pretty good. Sort by price. Come on. And the trick is to get past all the flack. That's just a 50-foot roll. Screw that. Now, you see, I searched for PETG. Okay? This is why Amazon pisses me off. Now, do you see my search? Do you see where my search says PETG 1.75? So, Amazon, explain to me why the fuck I'm seeing PLA 1.75 in my search results. That annoys me so much when Amazon does that. I like to try to hunt down 200 gram rolls for like under $5 because 200 gram rolls are fantastic for my Ender 2 when I take it on the road. Because then your car's not filled up with giant rolls of filament. You know, you just got that little nice little, like I save all the 200 gram rolls that come with my Creality printers. I try not to use them because they're wonderful when I'm traveling. What did you say? John, did you have a suggestion for searching Amazon? Your last post was Was that some weird antibacterial PLA? And then you said it really helps searching Amazon and is better at strict search criteria. So I am missing a post from you? I would love 2 kilogram rolls. If someone would sell 2 kilogram rolls of filament, that would be at a good price. That would be wonderful. Because so many of my prints are just a little bit more than a kilogram. 1.3 kilograms, 1.6 kilograms, 1.4 kilograms. You know, I always need that little bit more than a kilogram. Oh wow, here's some orange PETG for $11. I'm gonna grab a couple rolls of that. Because I want to experiment with PETG Jungle Search. Is that a website, Jungle Search? If you guys go to my Amazon page and go to my ABS PETG filament category, there's some PETG for $11. Ah, okay, yeah, you can't post web addresses. It won't tell me. It won't let it go through. So if you guys go to my Amazon page, amazon.com/shop/Nerese, and go under ABS PETG, there's some $11. Yeah, they learn all the tricks. Yep. Because they're dirtbags. How much is the clear 3-pack? $30. So if you buy a 3-pack, it's $10 a roll. Wow, I'm going to grab a couple rolls of the orange. So let's just grab 2. I can afford that. I want to get a couple rolls of PETG to... I got some PETG here I got to print too. But I like orange. So can I show this without being stupid? Yes, I can. Okay, now is it showing my address anywhere? No, it's not. So you can see here, when I use my Amazon card, I get 5% back. I'm actually going to pay $10 for this 2 rolls because my Amazon store card, which also gets 5%, I have $13.38 in credit. So I'm going to use that credit to buy this. Apply. Apply. So now these 2 rolls. Yeah, I just told everybody to go to that link. So if you go to my Amazon page, amazon.com/shop/Nerese, and go to my ABS PETG category, the very first one is $11 PETG. We are printing Rancor. That doesn't always work, Kieran. So, hell yes, I'm buying that. So I just got 2 kilograms of orange PETG for $10. But that's because I had rewards points. But yeah, that's a great deal. And here's some more Eryone tools. It's not... oh, it is Prime. $11.99. Damn. And they have blue, red, yellow for $11.99 and orange for $12.79. Let me add that right now. Oh, nice! Very nice. I just added a second one. $11.99 for PETG. 1 kilogram? Yes, 1 kilogram. Let me copy your magic sauce there. Yeah, I will save that magic sauce. Thank you. No, now we're sponsored. That's why it's higher. Thank you very much, John. I appreciate that. Ooh, that's a pretty color. Here's some blue-gray PET G for $12.56. Only the blue-gray color, but it's very pretty. I've never seen PET G in that color. I just added that to the page. So hit refresh if you're already on my page. Oh, here's Zyro. I love Zyro. Zyro makes good filament, at least in my experience. And that's a pretty cool purple color. $12.99. It's a. Do you know how you can go to Google and type thingiverse.com space whatever you want, and Google will search Thingiverse for you? I'm pretty sure this is what Jungle Search is. It's a way of searching other sites to get around any of the bullshit that those sites add. Like you see, I searched for PETG and PLA came up. So apparently that's a better search. What's my percentage? Woo! 74% CPU. Am I blocking cooling? No, but I am hot. Let me close out some of these windows. I am running hot. Yeah, I just added the Zyro, so hit refresh on my store page, and you'll see the Zyro. Now, are the other colors also cheap? $13.99 for the green. $13.99. Looks like they're $13.99, but the purple is $12.99. No, PET G. I used to be able to get PLA for around $12 to $14, and PET G was $24. PET G was usually 50% more. So I'm really surprised to see PET G so cheap. And now we're up to $15, so I won't bother posting that. But yeah, there you go. There's 4 links for PET G for around $11 to $13. Not freaking bad. You know what's really pretty is transparent blue and transparent red in PET G. Those are beautiful colors. Thank you for that, man. I never would have bothered to even look for that. Let's check out this Jungle Search. E-search. So I could just I just paste that crap in keywords. Doesn't need the quotes. So get rid of the quotes. So let's set the minimum price to $3 and the maximum price to $13. That should give me a good spread. And we want to limit it to eligible for free shipping. I want price low to high. Price from all merchants. But I only want free shipping. We are printing the head of Rancor. When this printer was last being used, I was printing out a Rancor and it failed. The hot end failed. Where is that? So this hot end failed us. The gap between the nozzle and the PTFE failed and blobbed up and destroyed half the hot end. So I got that all taken off. We replaced the hot end with a red lizard hot end, and now we are printing the rest of the Rancor. I don't usually have too much of a stringing problem with PETG. My problem with PETG is first layer. Once you get the first layer down, PETG prints just like PLA. If you have stringing, you probably need to dry your PETG. It's always going to have some stringing. PETG is always going to be a little stringier than PLA. Now, my only problem is I need a way to print PETG without a heat bed. I can have the heat bed on initially, but I need to be able to turn the heat bed off because the printer takes too much power to run on a solar panel, you know, throughout the whole day with the heat bed on all the time. So I have your keywords. I have min price 3, max price 13, price from all merchants, view all, sort light, low to high, and I want eligible for free shipping. Search. But this is just, okay, so we can see that this doesn't work. Essentium is pretty nice. So, I didn't get any filament. No filament whatsoever. Yep, 0 filament with Jungle Search. So what did I do wrong? And it looks like it's just doing the search on Amazon like I normally would. You know, you don't understand though. There's no filament. There's none. Let's see, how far into I... Well, here's some filament. And this shouldn't even be here because it's 550. That's why. I should get rid of pen as well. Okay. So, bolt, hook, pen. Because I don't want pen filament. So why the hell is this coming up? The word 3D filament is not even here. I mean, look, the word 3D filament is not here. 3D is not here, and filament's not here. Filament is also not here. You might say, oh, yes, it is. It's right there. No, that word is monofilament. Oh, so somewhere in the description is the word 3D. Can I limit it to just the title? Is there a way for me to go title only, to not search the description? No, I don't see an option for that. I guess I have to raise the price. So let's go $8. That'll get rid of a lot of that small flack. So why did this come up at $4.70? I told it a minimum 8, but that came up. It's because Amazon fucks with the search results instead of giving you what you actually want. Although, you know something? I don't have to search low to high because I'm restricting the price. So I can use relevance. And still no 3D filament. There's one. And it's not even filament, it's a vacuum bag. Nice. Still no filament. At least we're getting stuff related. Ooh! Oh, it's 200 grams. That looks like a 1 kilogram roll, but it's only a 200 kilogram roll. Now, you know what should work, and it's not going to, because Amazon fucks with the search results. It should work if I add 1 kilogram. 1 kg. That should work. But it doesn't, because Amazon screws with the results. Instead of giving me what I want, it gives me what it thinks I want. So that is not 1 kilogram, that's 0.1 kilogram. Well, at least that says 1 kilogram in filament and 3D. So at least that has all 3 words in it. But still, no freaking filament. And I told it no pen. Unless that's a suggested link, a sponsored link. Yeah, I told it negative pen. I told it no pen. So why is this coming up? And it's showing me no... Oh, okay, this is the only filament it's showing me. And that does not say 1 kilogram. Otherwise, it's showing me no filament. This is the end of the results. It's not showing me any filament at all. Oh, so jungle search don't work. That's annoying. If I change it to prime, that'll do something at least. Whoa. We got a layer shift? I think we... No, that's right. Why does that look so weird? I think we got a layer shift. Because that infill is not aligned anymore. Oh, it actually changed where it's putting the infill. Oh, less infill. I decreased the amount of infill here. Okay, I think that's in my slice. Yeah, but why is it not even trying? I mean, this is not even close to what I asked for. I mean, I did a search for filament and there's no filament here. 1 roll of filament. And it's wrong. It's 250 grams, not a kilogram. You know, it's one thing to add stuff to a search because you want to make the search more full, but it's not even giving me what I searched for. Now, normally what I would do is I would do PLA 1 kilogram. And again, nothing. That 1 roll. Oh, here's 1 more. And it's not a fucking kilogram. Hey, there's 1. And it's outside the price range I specified. So you see it here, right? $13 max price. And that's $18. I told it nothing with pen. And yet here's pen results. Amazon's just broken. I don't know. What I need is a search title only. So usually what I do is I type PLA 1 kilogram 1.75. That usually gets me pretty good results. And then I change it price low to high. And then I skip past all the samples. I just keep going until I get to my first 1 kilogram roll. That's 200 grams. 200 grams. That's also 1 kilogram. So see now, I typed in 1.75 and it's showing me a 2.85 kilogram roll. The 2 times I ordered 2.85 filament, it's because of that. Oh, that's the company. That's the company when I got like 50 rolls of $3 a kilogram filament. MG Chemicals. That was the company. MG Chemicals makes great filament. So I searched for PLA and it's showing me ABS. I specified 1.75 and it's showing me 2.85. You see how messed up that is? Ooh. Oh my god, that looks pretty. Why is it such a tiny roll? But, oh my god, I want it. Oh my, oh, we're getting some of this. Oh, we're getting some of this. That looks pretty. Let's see. This is going to be under PLA, around 13. It's technically not within the rules, but I added it to the PLA around 13 category. Oh my god, I want this. Let me switch off of this so you guys don't see my information. Oh my, I want that. I'll have to check that, ads. Wow. I mean, that's just stunning. Look at that. Oh my god, that's beautiful. That's a freaking pretty filament. Jeez. Really? $49 in Canada? That's ridiculous. Now here's that $11 PETG I already linked. And again, here is ABS when I searched for PLA. But a kilogram of ABS for $11.91 is not horrible. So I'll add that to the link for you guys. So that's under the ABS PETG category. Not bad. I already added that. That's only 200 grams. That's 2.85. We already added that. We already added that. Again, this shouldn't even be coming up. It's PETG. That's only 1/4 kilo. Hey, transparent green's kind of cool. And it's 1.75. It is PLA. Okay, we'll add that. That's around $13. So that's getting added to the PLA around $13 category. I gotta go through my lists and clean them up too. Oh, here's some clear PETG. It's 1.75. 1 kilogram. So I'll add that to the ABS PETG category. I love glitter filaments. Glitter filaments are so freaking pretty. Did we break away? We did break away. So we are warping away from the bed. Why? Well, we're going to fix your ass. Yeah. CA on the tongue. Nasty. You're staying, you motherfucker. Oh my god, it doesn't stick. Does this glue not stick to this surface? That held. Okay. Nah, it might still pull up. So let me add another drop. You are not failing. Forbidden. I will glue that shit down. I gotta get Wham Bam on here. The problem is I have to leave the glass on. I thought I was going to be able to remove the glass and add the Wham Bam. Now I know I can't. Oh! So all in title, colon, and then what I want? Don't tempt me. I'm going to try that in a second, Woozies. Dude. Let's be very clear on this, okay? Now you get to see me twice. When the guy brought the asphalt millings, he brought an invasive plant with him. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's called. But the plant grows in a circle like a carpet. It does not grow up. It's like a ground crawling vine kind of thing. And it has these goddamn caltrops that it drops. It's like a megalodon tooth, about this big. And these things will go through a tire. I've had them go through my shoe and poke my foot through my shoe. These things are nasty. I cannot walk barefoot in my house. And I can walk barefoot in my bedroom, and I only get screwed a couple of times a night. I vacuum like once a night to try to get them up. Because these things, they come in on your shoes. When I come in, you'll see piles of them by my doors. And I scrape my shoes on the wood of my steps to scrape off all these spikes that come into my house. They are horrible. You should see my car tires. My car tires are full of them. The pickup truck is parked out back. Thankfully, it doesn't puncture car tires because they're strong enough to. And they are horrible. Oh my God, they're so nasty. Ooh, 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 ooh. You found larger rolls? Because I can still cancel that other one. Actually, the 600 gram roll is cheaper. Because you'd get 1.2 kilograms for $22, which is less than this. And also, it's not the same. This is more clear. This is shinier. Doesn't have as matte a finish. But this is what I was thinking of. I've printed their other ones. Oh, that's two purples that are the same. Oh, one's supposed to be blue. And the black sparkle, by the way, is great. But yeah, this is awesome filament. It tends to clog a bit. The glitter material, the mica material builds up. But it's really good filament. I'm going to add that to the list just because it's good stuff. Where is my regular filament category? Filament. There we go. I added it to the filament category. Okay, so let's try this thing that Woozy's found. First, let me get this pointed back at this for you. Okay. So I can't walk around my house barefoot because of these goddamn spikes. So now, this year, anytime I see one pop up, I'm burning it. And I'll just keep doing it until I kill them all. I would not wish that on my worst enemy. That stuff is so horrible. So all TITLE colon PLA 1 kilogram. So all title colon PLA 1 kilogram. Son of a bitch, I think that worked. Not 100%. Now you see, as soon as I switched it to sort by price, it breaks it. Oh, all in title. No, see, it's featured. Same result. So all title looks like it gives you the same thing as all in title. So I got all in title, PLA 1 kilogram. Or do I have to put that in quotes? Do I need this part here in quotes? That's the only result it'll give me. So that's broken too. Because obviously, if I type PLA 1 kilogram, so PLA 1 kilogram, PLA 1 kilogram, PLA 1 kilogram, PLA 1 kilogram. So why doesn't that work? I just showed you 5 items that have PLA and 1 kilogram, and yet this is only giving me that. And this is not even one of them. Amazon has so much potential, but they try to rig the game too much. Now, see, this is a great result. Look at this result. This result is wonderful. See this result? Now, I just want to sort it by price. And as soon as I sort it by price, it breaks it. Well, it's not too broken. But see, but it is broken. I told it 1 kilogram. Now, what happens if I remove 200 grams? Minus 200G. That actually worked. Oh, wow. No, that's the 200 grams. I just told it minus 200 grams. And there's a 200 gram roll. Oh, there's another 200 gram roll. Oh, there's another 200 gram roll. Amazon, you're so broken. Oh, my God. Now, see, that wouldn't be so bad if it was cheaper. But that's an expensive price for that. It's just straight up broken. And then it jumps right to these $25 rolls. So what happened to all the $14, $15 rolls we just found? They just don't show up. It's like, what the hell? And why is this $22 roll after this $24 roll and this $27 roll? Why? Oh, I'm sorted by feature. It changed it again on me. Again, 200 grams, even though I told it not to give me anything that says 200 grams. This shouldn't even be showing up. You can't even buy it. And it's ABS. Amazon results are so broken, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous how broken they are. But it doesn't generate higher earnings. It pisses me off because I can't find what I want. What, you think I'm going to buy this $5 little 3D pen roll because your search showed it to me? Hi, kitty. Hi, baby. How you doing? Yeah? You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. You're such a good cat. Yeah. Such a good boy. I love my cat. He is such a good boy. be a real asshole sometimes, but that's the nature of cats. Jesus, it's pulling away over here, too. Late for what? No. It's pulling all away. It's all pulling away. Well, the problem is that only works for things that are in that category. This is probably going to fail. Too much lifting. The whole thing's lifting off. And of course, I'm creating a continuous draft with this. Let me lower the speed. Let me turn it off, see what happens. Worst it can do is fail, right? If it fails, it fails. Painter's tape won't work. I've tried that before. It always fails. On a thin part that doesn't have a lot of force behind it, it can work. But on these thick ones, it never works. Hi, kitty. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a... Oh, you want me to pet your head? You like when I pet your head, don't you? You're such a good boy. Oh, I'm almost putting him to sleep. You're such a good boy. I love my cat. Yeah, well, because I don't care about this print surface anymore, I use CA. I just glued the fucker down. I was like, you know something? Screw it. You're staying. No, I gotta see if the other side is warped. Probably is. Yeah, that's warped too. So I need a little glue on the other side too. Oh. We will put a blob of glue right there. There we go. Now it ain't moving. Unless the glue comes free at some point. No, this is actually an accelerant. Bob Smith's, the stuff that comes in this type bottle, says Instaset, is the best. It doesn't smell like shit. But, yeah, it's Instaset. It's called Accelerator. What is it made of? It's combustible, flammable, whatever it is. That is Bob Smith's. BSI, Bob Smith's Industries. There it is. You can get this on Amazon. And this is tire glue. They call it tire glue or black CA. Now, the reason I like this stuff is that it has rubber in it. And the rubber makes it just a tiny, tiny bit less brittle, which makes a bit different. Starbond is by far the cheapest way to get it. I have a big, like quart-sized bottle of the stuff in my fridge. Yeah, accelerator or activator. Makes it dry immediately. If you want to dry a thick area, any form of powder like baking soda or something like that mixed in, or talcum powder, will also accelerate it. Oh, and there's one more very big advantage to black CA. When you get it on your skin, you know it's there, so you don't spray it and burn the shit out of yourself. It's amazing how hard it's pulling up. That's incredible. I think we might have a layer shift, though. We'll see. Oh, I guess I didn't need the fan. I guess as long as the filament's flowing, it doesn't have a chance to heat creep. Super glue and ramen. This fan, by the way, is wonderful. I love this fan. It'll go like, I don't remember how long it'll go. I think it'll go a full day on battery power. But the cool thing is it has a timer mode. So I can tell it to only run for 2 hours. So I turn it on right before I go to bed, and it turns off 2 hours later after I'm asleep. So very nice little fan. And quiet. That's the most important thing. It's quiet. Yes, it does. It wants to come off bad. Oh, that was you! You know what? I felt something kept touching me, and the little fucker. Oh, I'm gonna throw something at him. Where's something I can throw at you, you little bastard? Goddamn tinsel. He loves going after the garland. Something kept tickling my leg, and it was the cat playing with the garland next to my leg. You little bastard. I'm going to throw something at you. I'm going to throw a bag at you. Bounce it right off his forehead. See that little ripple? That ripple is from the wheel. See that ripple there? That's from the bad wheel. Every time that wheel jiggled, it made that ripple right there. Isn't that cool? This is Rancor. This is the top half of Rancor when it failed. I want to squeeze this to failure and see how strong it is, but I don't want to destroy it because it looks nice. Anything show up on the review site today? I gotta get off my ass and start posting some of these reviews too. I got a lot I need to post. This is a PSA. If you stand to wipe, you are an animal. Well, of course we're animals. We're the species Homo sapien. We are animals, buddy. But what do you mean stand to wipe? You mean wipe my ass after taking a shit? Is that what you're talking about? Ooh, some new stuff. Well, then I guess I'm an animal because I have to stand to wipe. I cannot wipe sitting down. It's physically impossible. It's almost impossible for me to wipe standing up. I actually have a hole in my wall I have to patch because the only way for me to wipe, this might be a bit TMI, so you might want to zone out for the next 30 seconds. The only way for me to wipe is I have to pin my arm against the wall, and I have to use my body to push my pinned arm hard against the wall in order to force my arm to allow my hand to get far enough behind my bum to allow me to wipe. And even then, it's really hard. It's a lot easier if I take my shirt off, because the shirt restricts how far you can push back. That's why I'm getting a bidet. Then I can just let that water pressure clean me. And, well, I wouldn't call it a good excuse. I'd call it because I'm fat. But, oh, this is where I get my LED lights. So there's another one of those lights. Yeah, it's tempting. It's very tempting. Another cat fountain. I got to start replacing my cat fountains with ones that use the same filter size. Because some of these cat fountains are starting to use proprietary filters, and that really pisses me off. I got a second bidet seat, so Michelle's getting a bidet too. No problem, Ronald. No problem at all. Oh, I finally got the shave. I had real bad sunburn on this part of my face, so I couldn't shave. And you know, if you get real bad sunburn, don't shave. It's not going to end well for you. You gotta let the sunburn heal before you shave. Actually, I have we'll wait until you see what I got. I got very lucky. What's it called? It's from Toto. It's a Toto seat. It heats the water. It heats the seat. I was going to use a separate. I actually just pulled it out of the box yesterday. I'm hoping to install it in the next couple of days. I think I have everything I need to install it. I was going to use a separate 3-gallon electric water heater and not use the water heater built into the bidet because it's a $519 bidet seat. Actually, that was my ETV, so it might be worth more than that. But the reason I got it was because it has a wireless remote control. Okay? Because you have to remember, when you have a big fat ass like this, well, take a guess where the remote for the bidet is. Yes, you do need to heat the water. The water coming... Why can't I aim this? The water coming out of my pipes is just above freezing for 6 months of the year. So, yeah, unless you want to spray 34-degree water on your junk, it needs a heater. Well, where I live, the water comes out of the pipe just above freezing. Like, it really is in the 30s. I think I measured it at like 38 or 39 degrees. So if you want to spray 38-degree water on your junk, go ahead. I'm not going to. That's great. Well, you know the reason I want a bidet, right? Because I'm tired of spending money on toilet paper. I have 300 rolls of toilet paper because I refuse to pay full price for it. So I buy it in cases of 96. So when I buy one case of toilet paper, it's 96 rolls. Yeah, that'll wake you up. That'll wake you up just a little. Oh my God. I actually got it the same day I got it for free. Then I got the thing here. All right, which one is it? It's the washlet, I think. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. This looks like it. Maybe. This really looks like it. So I think it's this one. I think it's this one. $584. Looks like it's on sale from $1,165. So yeah, $1,000 bidet seat. I of course got it for nothing. But I hate buying toilet paper because what is the explicit purpose of buying toilet paper? To flush it down the toilet. That's literally what you buy it for. You wipe your butt and you flush it down the toilet. So you're basically flushing money down the toilet, and that pisses me off. So a bidet should dramatically reduce how much toilet paper I need. I think this thing will even blow dry you. I noticed one of the flaps has an impeller motor, a scroll cage fan inside. So I think it'll actually blow dry you. Well, like I said, if I didn't get it as a review item, I could never get it. So I couldn't afford it. Where the hell am I going to get $600 to spend on a toilet seat? I just got a second one yesterday, a cheaper one, not a Toto. But it was like $350, $380 for Michelle's bathroom. But here's the thing, okay? If this is you sitting on a toilet, all right, where's the remote? Okay, well, the remote sits right here on the side of the toilet. Well, here's the problem. If this is my fat ass... Nope, we jammed up. Yep, we are jammed. So the fan was actually doing something. There we go. Alright, well, we're done with that for now. So let's just go back to video. So, there we go. That means I can turn off this one. Don't need that. So, yeah, there's all my rockets. So, you know, here's the toilet seat. Okay? So there's the edge of the toilet seat, and the remote sits right here on the edge of the toilet seat. So you reach down, you press the buttons. Well, here's the problem. Here's my fat ass. Okay? So I'm big enough that my butt covers the remote. So the reason I grabbed that Toto toilet seat and the one I got from Michelle's, which is not here yet, the reason I grabbed them is because they have a wireless remote. See you later, DeWitt. We'll be closing up this pretty soon. It's already, Jesus Christ, almost 5 o'clock. They have wireless remotes. So my butt doesn't cover the remote. I can put the remote on the wall. That's why. Bidets have popped up on the review site all the time for the last, year and a half. But I couldn't get them because they didn't have wireless remote. So I needed a wireless remote so that I wasn't sitting on top of the controls. But yeah, I'm not kidding. You ever try to wash your hands in cold water? Like really cold water? Like refrigerated water? Your hands start to go numb? What happens if the battery dies? You replace the batteries. It's 2 AA batteries. Just take them out and put new ones in. Now, the reason I was going to use an external water heater, a little 3-gallon, 110 volt under the cabinet water heater, was because, well, it's $1,000 bidet seat, and I have hard water. Very, 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 very hard water. Like, I destroy hot water elements in 2 weeks. I have special ULPW or ULPD. Yeah, ultra low power density, ULPD heating elements. And I never leave the hot water heater on. I actually have a remote control switch. So I can, before I had to use the circuit breaker, but now I actually have a remote control switch. So I just come in here and I hit that button. I come in here and I hit that button and my water heater turns on, and it only stays on for 1 hour and then it automatically turns off. Because I've forgotten to turn it off before and burned out the elements. Oh yeah, I'll keep toilet paper as backup. Plus, if it doesn't dry you completely, you'll need to use toilet paper to dry your bum. Otherwise, you're going to get, water all over your underwear when you pull your pants up. But I'll only need to use this much toilet paper instead of this much toilet paper. No white crew checking in. That's great. Not hot, hard. So the water has a lot of calcium carbonate in it. So I have hard water. So that white crusty stuff that forms on your stuff, if you have hard water, well, I have that so bad, I actually just pulled my shower head off yesterday because I'm starting to lose pressure. Because there's enough calcium carbonate in there that I'm losing water pressure. Well, I have a big hot water heater, but I only turn it on 3 times a week. So 3 times a week, we wait until 10:30 at night, or if we're going to do it in the morning, we do it in the daytime. I turn the water heater on for 1 hour. We both get our showers, and then the water will stay hot for about 10-12 hours. Well, it'll stay warm for about 10-12 hours. And then I use the washing machine, because you don't want to wash your clothes in cold water. So, well, how do I get hot water without waiting an hour? Well, my kitchen sink has a 7-gallon hot water tank under it. It's only a 110 volt water heater, so it's not that many watts. It's okay. What? Yes, it is safe to drink hot water. Or hard water. It's safe to drink. It's perfectly safe. It's not going to hurt you. It's just like, you drink your milk, you got calcium in it. You take, calcium tablets for heartburn. It's just calcium. It's not going to hurt you. But our water also tastes like shit. So the water is technically clean and safe, but it tastes absolutely horrible. So I have a water buffalo for drinking water. And, but because of that, when you... Oh, yes, it is. It's bad. What? It could give you kidney stones? Really? I didn't know that. Well, the only time we ingest it is when we cook. I cook with it because it doesn't affect the flavor of the food. but you can't make like tea or... Ew, what the hell is that? What the... Oh, shit, I dripped glue on me. So we don't drink too much of it. So hopefully, yeah. Now, luckily, that came off as one piece. That's glue. Um... Hmm. Yeah, that was looking pretty crummy anyway. From all the warping, from the part bending. So yeah, I'm going to put some Wham Bam on here. I'm pretty sure I have a sheet of Wham Bam that'll fit this. Brita filter won't work. I actually did get a used water softener, but I can't afford to install it yet. And I really don't want to, because water softeners are expensive to run. It's like $40 a month. Ow! Jesus, that hurt. Man, that hurt a lot. Hangnail. I just saw a pair of nail clippers. I guess this will have to do. Man, that really hurt. Solar capacity, 0. Well, they sell it at the grocery store. They sell the bags of salt at the grocery store. You see people buying it all the time. Okay, so here's the thing. You cannot filter. Well, we live in the mountains. I live at 7,800 feet. And take a guess what there's a whole bunch of deposits of below me. Limestone! So all of our water tables are sitting in limestone, which makes the water really, really, really hard. No, salt's actually how you get rid of it. Salt's how you fix the problem. What the hell? So, you can't filter the hard out of hard water. The only way to make hard water not hard is an ion exchange. And the way you do that is with salt. You exchange the calcium ion with a salt ion. And that's why you have to do a flush every now and then to get rid of all that collected material. So your water becomes salty. It doesn't taste salty, but it becomes salty. Now, if you have a problem with salt, there is a potassium version of the material you can get. So you can do an ion exchange with potassium. So if you can't have salt for whatever reason in your water, if you have a health condition, you can use a potassium ion exchange. The problem is you have to buy that every month. And you have to change the salt out in your machine. It's expensive. It's like $40 a month. It's like $50 a month when you add electricity and maintenance. So that would add $600 a month to my or $600 a year to my water bill. I just can't afford it, especially since most of the stuff. Yeah, that's about right. Especially since most of the stuff in the house is fine with the hard. Reverse osmosis does not work. You'll clog up your very expensive reverse osmosis filter in a couple of days. You have to soften the water first and then use your reverse osmosis on it. But that's just it. It doesn't. All right? It doesn't hurt my faucets because I can take the faucets off and put them in a cleaner to dissolve the calcium buildups. So far, it is not bothering the washing machine. The washing machine seems to be okay with it. And that's the only machine I have that uses water except for the hot water heater. Now, I went through 4 sets of heating elements before I figured out it was the hard water doing it. And now the solution I have is the kitchen sink has a permanent hot water heater. It's a little 110 volt. It's a little 110 volt, 7-gallon hot water heater. And the wattage is low enough that the calcification isn't too fast. It's been almost 2 years and it's still okay. So if I get, it only cost me $70 for the water heater. So for a month and a half worth of salt, I can afford to replace that every 2 years. And it doesn't consume much electricity either. I was actually really surprised how little I actually can tell you how much electricity. So no, that's the big water heater. Where's my water heater? Why does it do this? I don't know which one it is, because it's freaking black. Induction cooktop. Hot water kitchen. Okay, so electric. So about 20 to 25 kilowatts a month. So in May, it used 20.21 kilowatts. So 20.21 times 0.143. So it cost me $3 a month to run it. So $36 a year. So that's $72 every 2 years. Plus the water heater itself is about $70, $80. So let's call it $150 every 2 years. So I have to spend $150 every 2 years, assuming I only get 2 years out of the water heater. I might get 3 years out of the water heater. That's including electricity to run the water heater, and that's including the replacement of the water heater. Which, the electricity I shouldn't be counting because I'd have to use that anyway, right? If you're running a hot water heater, you're using electricity, aren't you? But let's include the electricity, okay? So that's $150 every 2 years. The salt is going to cost me $40 a month. So that's 40 times 24. That's $960 in salt. That's not including the electricity to run the softener, because it takes electricity too. So let's see, $960 or $150, and I spend 20 minutes replacing the water heater every 2 years or 3 years. I'll take the cheaper option. And so nothing else in the house is affected by the hard water, except for the exit points. So the shower heads and the faucets are affected, but I can put them in a solution to dissolve it. So, every 2 months we got to take off the shower heads and dissolve out the calcium and then put them back on, and they're fine for another 2 months. I solved the problem with the house water heater by never using it. It's off. Right now, my hot water heater's off. Michelle told me tonight she'd like to get a shower. Great, no problem. At 10:30, I go click, and the hot water heater turns on. It runs for 60 minutes, then it turns off. 60 minutes is enough to heat up that entire tank of water to hotter than we can use. In the wintertime, I need 90 minutes because it's colder. So 60 minutes, hot water's hot. It's a 50-gallon water heater, so it's more than enough hot water. Yes, heat does it. And then we do our laundry as well. We run the laundry, and because you need hot water for cleaning clothes. You try cleaning clothes in cold water, it don't work. And so far, I've gotten over a year on those heating elements, and they haven't died yet. What I'm going to experiment with is pulling the elements out and cleaning off the calcium. Because the reason the calcium kills them is that heat is a way of precipitating the calcium out of the out of solution with the water. But the problem is it usually binds to whatever's producing the heat. So it's gonna bind to the sides of your tank, and it's gonna bind to your heating elements. And what happens is the calcium acts as an insulator. So as your heating elements get coated in the calcium, the heating element is still heating up to the same 4,500 watts, but that 4,500 watts isn't getting to your water, because it's like putting a glove on your heating element. Well, if I put a glove on your heating element, then it's not going to work so well, is it? Unless you're inside the glove. So now it takes longer to heat up your water, and your element gets hotter and hotter and hotter, trying to get that heat to your water, and it overheats. I've actually had elements in 3 weeks. The element burned itself out, broke, and there's a piece of the element down inside the tank. Oh my God! I have bowlfuls of powder. When I was running the kerosene heater the first year, because I didn't have central heat here yet, I would put a pan of water on top of the kerosene heater so you'd get moisture, so it wouldn't dry you out so badly, because we already live in a very dry place. And I actually had a bowl full of the calcium carbonate left over. Yeah, it's a very bad conductor, exactly. So now first of all, I replaced the elements with ULPW elements, because power density is important. So I turn on the hot water heater, the element's dead in 2 weeks. So why is the kitchen one still working? Because it's low power. The lower your heating power, and it's not based on wattage, it's based on watts per square inch, power density. So you could have a heating element this big, and you could have a heating element this big, and they both consume a kilowatt. So this is 1 kilowatt of heat, this is 1 kilowatt of heat. But as you can see, this one is producing a lot more heat per square inch of conductive surface area. This is producing the same kilowatt, but over a larger area. So the heat power density is lower. So the ULPD elements are ultra low power density. It's the same 4.5 kilowatts of power, but instead of being over an element that does this, it's over an element that does this. So not only does the element go out and loop back twice. So most elements are a simple loop like this. So you'll have an element, it'll have 2 of these on it. One this way and one this way. Or it'll just be one of these. So 4.5 kilowatts over all of this. Well, my elements, instead, what they do is they go out, they come back, and they don't connect. Instead, they go back out again, loop around, and come back. So already, it's twice as long as the other elements. And then on top of that, it goes squirrely. So my elements look like this. So they're S-shaped. They're squiggle-shaped like this. So they go out in a squiggle, come back in a squiggle, go out in a squiggle, come back in a squiggle. So it has like, I think it's like 12 or 15 times the physical surface area for the element, which means the amount of power per square inch of metal is 1/15 of what a regular element is. And power density is critical for hard water. The lower your power density, the less precipitant you're going to get out of the hard water per square inch of surface area. These elements are so weird, you can't put them in the water heater. You actually have to put the tip in, turn it this way, get that part in, turn it this way, get that part in, turn it this way, get that part in. You have to worm them into the water heater. But the result is, I haven't replaced an element in a year. So it's working. And so whenever we want to get a shower, I just go, click, turn the water heater on. It's called inching. It turns off 1 hour later. I can set that to whatever time I want. Sadly, a maximum of 60 minutes. So if I know I need 90, what I'll do is in 30 minutes, I'll turn it off and turn it back on. That resets the 60-minute timer. And in the summertime, though, 60 minutes is plenty. And now I do have an idea for how to make a hard water compatible electric water heater. Do you know how we have the AC heat beds for 3D printers, the big silicone Canovo heat pads? Well, you can get them in 220 volts and you can get them at very high powers. So they have them at 1500 watts. So I got a brand new propane hot water heater. I got it for free. Lady gave it to me. She had to change out to natural gas. So the brand new hot water heater, for whatever reason, she couldn't return it. And nobody wanted to buy it. So she put it up for free. I went up and said, hey, did anybody got an old busted up water heater I can get? And she says, hey, I got this new one. You can just have it. And I was like, okay. So it's brand new. So a hot water heater is a tank inside of a shell. So you have your pressure vessel. That's your hot water tank. Then you have insulation over that. And then you have the actual metal shell that you see when you look at your water heater. So if you look at your water heater, you could remove that metal tank you see. You could remove that and you'd see insulation. And then you remove the insulation and you'll see the actual hot water tank. Well, I'm going to take apart that hot water tank to get to the tank inside. And then I'm going to put I'm going to put 3 1500 watt bed heaters on it. 1, 2, 3. Only 2 of them are going to be connected to 220 volt power. The third one, what I want to do is I want to connect that to solar power. Direct solar power. No batteries, no inverters, no nothing. Just directly connected to solar power, and it'll get as hot as it gets. It's not going to get very hot, but it'll be free heat. So it'll basically be preheating the tank during the day, so that when you do finally turn on the power to the water heater, you don't use as much power. Four 40-amp circuits. Yeah. I cannot use a tankless water heater. A tankless water heater will last about 1 day here. Because tankless water heaters are the opposite. Instead of ULPD, ultra low power density, they're UHPD. They're ultra high power density. So instead of taking this and going to this, you're now going from this to this. Because the tankless hot water heaters concentrate all that power into a tiny little spot so that you can heat that water in real time as it comes through. The hot water will basically instantly destroy it. Almost instantly. I've heard stories from people where they've turned on the tankless hot water, got it all flushed, got it all cleaned out, and by the time they were done taking a shower, the heater died. 4 40-amp circuits. That's twice the power I have to my entire house. Exactly. So I can't use tankless here. I was worried that now what is all this crap we're talking about? We're getting back to the bidet, because the bidet heats the water, and I need that. I need to heat the water. But the thing is, I thought it was going to be like a tankless water heater, high concentration heat in a tiny spot. So the plan was to not use the heated water function of the bidet, to instead put a little 3-gallon cheap $60 hot water tank next to the toilet. And what I would do is when I'm getting ready to go use the toilet, I'd press the button to turn on the tank and have it on a 5-minute timer. And in 5 minutes, that water's not going to get hot, but that water will get lukewarm. It won't be freezing anymore. It'll still be cool, but it won't be freezing. You can get a switch. Use it for fans and heating lamps in bathrooms. Hey, Paul. So you can hit 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or 25 minutes, or whatever you want. And so you just press the button, and whatever it's connected to turns on for that many minutes, then turns off. So I was going to do that with the hot water tank. Just come into the bathroom, go click, 5-minute button. And then by the time I'm done sitting on the toilet watching some TikToks and taking a dump, the water won't be freezing cold anymore, and then it'll run into the bidet. But I just checked. The bidet consumes a maximum of 400 watts. That's low power. That's not a high power heater. So I could probably get away with using the water heater in the bidet. Because the issue is, if I'm going to burn out a water heater, I'd rather burn out the $60 water heater that's separate from the bidet that I could just replace and order a new one off Amazon, versus the $1,000 bidet seat. That's the whole point of using... Nice! That's the whole point of using the an external water heater. So we have hot water 24 hours a day from the kitchen sink. Because it's a $100 water heater, $80 water heater, whatever. It's just cheap. I think I got an open box Amazon one for $73 or something like that. I think the normal price is $100. And so if I have to replace that every couple of years, no big deal. So far, the washer machine does not seem to be affected by the hard water in any way. Most likely because the hot water doesn't come from the washing machine. It comes from the water tank. So a lot of the calcium is already precipitated out of it, I guess. I don't know. It depends on how big the jets are. It's when you have small jets, that's when you have a problem. Because what happens is the calcium builds up at the exit point of that jet, and that jet starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and can even close off entirely. So my guess is the washing machine has a large enough jet that it's not a problem. Because if the jet's large enough, what happens is every now and then pieces will break off. And so it never fully closes up. Can't use a dishwasher. One of the first things I did was sell the dishwasher. I gave it away. I didn't even sell it. I gave it away. I put it up on Craigslist. I say, free. Come and get it. Same thing with the tub. It was a good tub. It was a nice looking tub. So I said, free tub if you remove it. I was like, I don't want a tub. I'm 6'4". I'm 400 pounds. I'm not going to use a tub. Exactly. We're using it as a pre-treatment. So I said, if you remove it without destroying my bathroom, you can have the tub. And like within 3 days, a guy came out and he took the tub out. And now I have 2 tables there with 4 printers on it. But I have like 7 printers in my bathroom. I can't turn them all on at once unless I turn the heat beds off. If I turn a printer on, get it going, then turn the heat bed off, I can then turn the next printer on, get it going, turn the heat bed off. I can get the next printer going, turn it on, turn the heat bed off, because 7 printers would overload that one circuit, because that's only a 15 amp circuit. But 7 printers with no heat beds, well, that's no big deal. That's only 400 watts. But because it only consumes 400 watts, I might be able to get away with it. No, I didn't get a haircut. I don't get haircuts anymore. I finally got it long enough to get a ponytail, so I never have to get a haircut ever again. What's annoying is when a strand gets out of the ponytail and it gets in your face. It's really annoying. But, so I don't think Michelle's heats the water. The cheaper one I got from Michelle, it doesn't have a heater built in. I think it has a heated seat, but I don't think it heats the water. So I will have to install a tank for her. You know, a little 2.3 gallon, 2.8 gallon, one of those little tiny hot water heaters that you put under a bathroom sink. So I'll just stick it under her bathroom sink and run the water into the tank and then run that to the toilet. Actually, I'll probably run it to both the toilet and the sink so she can have hot water on the sink. Because let me tell you how cold our water is in the wintertime. Because our water is well water. It's all well water. It's piped from the company, but the company has a giant well. It's so cold, you can't wash your hands in the wintertime. The water comes out so cold, your hands start to shake and they start to hurt because the water's too cold. You ever dip your hand in ice water? Well, that's what it feels like. So the water temperature is below 40 degrees in the wintertime. It's very, very cold. So if you want to spray, 35-degree water on your junk, that's you. If you want to be a sadomasochist, go for it. Me, I'm going to plug in a water heater. Nice. So the review site, I tend to usually be able to get enough trash bags that I never have to buy trash bags, especially the big 65 to 100 gallon ones, because we go through a lot of trash bags because a lot of cardboard. Like we got to do a cleanup tonight. This is just this right here is my latest batch of cardboard and packaging I got to tear up. We got to break it all down and box it up and take it to the recycle yard. And what sucks the most about sometimes I'm feeling lazy and I'll just pay the $5 to dump the cardboard in the trash. Because the dumps, what it is you can back your car up to this like little half-height wall, and you can just throw your trash. And there's a conveyor, a little one of those little moving conveyors that does this. I don't know a lot about software, Richard. I know very, very little about software. Yes. Exactly. We basically have to use a double dose of detergent to get any kind of cleaning. Thankfully, we have front load high efficiency washers. Now, interestingly enough, my shampoo has no problem foaming up, but you do have to use more of it. If you tried to use just a little dime, like your parents taught you, the little dime of shampoo, it don't work. It doesn't do a damn thing. You gotta go. Which is why we buy dollar store detergent and dollar store shampoo. Because you need to use a lot. I know there's lots of videos out there. Look for somebody with a lot of views, somebody trustworthy, especially somebody in the community who has the same kit. That's what you really want. But so from what I understand, the only things that are really negatively affected by hard water is ice makers, which we don't have, We have a tabletop ice maker that we pour bottled water into. Which, let me tell you, that's a luxury. You don't realize how much you miss it until you have it. The first year and a half living here, we had no ice. Unless we went out someplace. And like, you know, I go to McDonald's, I get no ice. Because you don't need ice. It's already cold. But no ice here at the house. Because we can't have an ice maker. And I never thought of putting an ice tray in the freezer because it's always full of food, number one. And number two, I'm not going to use sink water. I'd have to use bottled water. Well, finally on that review site, tabletop ice maker popped up. Now, I knew if I tried to use the tap water, first of all, it's going to taste like shit. Because it really tastes bad. There's something in the water that just tastes nasty. It's safe, but it's nasty. Oh, where the water's too soft. The, so ice makers, hot water heaters, and dishwashers. Apparently those three things get murdered by hard water. Everything else seems to be okay. High-end laundry equipment might be a problem. Like if you have a dryer that does steam, we actually had one in PA, but we never used the steam function. You know, that's going to be microjets to make that steam. Those are going to get destroyed pretty quickly with hard water. But the simple washer machine that just dumps water into the front loader, that doesn't seem to be a problem. We don't have a dishwasher. I fixed the hot water tank by using ULPD elements and only having it on when we need it. Otherwise, it's low power hot water heaters. Our faucets and shower heads, we just clean them every couple months to get rid of the buildup of calcium on the inside. And, you know, well, it'll be 2 years this September, and we're fine so far. I'm guessing sometime in the next year that hot water tank's going to fail. We'll see. I do notice I don't get quite as much hot water out of it. So I'm guessing there's scaling building up on the inside of it, and the capacity's going down. So it doesn't hold as much hot water, but it's still more than enough hot water for us to use. Clean dishes, wash hands, etc. And that one we leave on 24/7. Yeah, CLR cleaner, exactly. Although I heard white vinegar works well too. See, here's the problem I'm running into. What I have a 2.5 gallon, you know, mason jar. And what I want to do is I want to fill that mason jar with cleaner. And then just every couple months, just drop our stuff in that jar and let it dissolve the crap out. The problem is something grows in the CLR cleaner. I couldn't believe it. I mean, this is chemicals, and yet some sort of a fungus or something grows inside the water. Because you can actually see it. It becomes a cloud inside there, and it's like gelatinous. There's something growing in it, and I have to throw it away. I need to find a cleaner that nothing will grow in. Because then I could just reuse the same water over and over again. Just keep a big jar in the utility room. You just unscrew it, drop your shower head in there, come back in a day or two, and your shower head's good to go again. So I need to find a cleaner that nothing will grow in. Or a chemical that I can safely add to the cleaner to prevent something from growing in it. Last thing I want to do is dump some bleach in there and I create chlorine gas and die. So I got to figure out something that will take care of the hard water that doesn't allow anything to grow. I wonder if a UV light would do it. I wonder if I put a UV light on the back of it and just turn that on for a few minutes, if that would kill anything that's in there. Well, usually the heating elements fail terminally. Like, usually what will happen is the heating elements will mechanically fail. They'll self-destruct. So you can't recover that. But as I said earlier, I do plan to try that. I do plan to try. I actually, sometime in the next month or two, I'm going to take apart the water heater. Because there's a few things I want to do. I want to put a drain pan below it. I want to put a power cutoff. Because this is before code required a power cut switch. Breaker or circuit for the hot water heater. I want to add one of those because it's safe. And I also want to add a valve. I want to add a 3-way plus an on-off valve at the water heater. I want a 3-way because I want to run a garden hose over to my barbecue. I have one of those utility sinks. Well, it would be nice to have hot water when you're doing a barbecue, right? So I'm going to run a hose over to the utility sink and just hook up a sink with a hose. And then in the wintertime, just disconnect the hose so it drains the water. So that'll give me access to water out back. And then the third one, I want to put a spigot out back so I can have a garden hose, clean stuff out back. But then also I want the water cut off, because right now, in order to drain the hot water tank, I have to turn off the breaker. Then I have to go to the front of the house and open up the skirting underneath and get on my hands and knees and reach in there and turn off the water. Then go into the back to the water heater and open the valve and let it drain. So I want to put a turn-off valve going into the water heater, so I don't have to do all that. All I have to do is turn the valve, drain the water heater, do what I want to do with it. But yeah, I want to do that, take the element out, and see if I can clean off the calcium off the element. Because if I can clean the calcium off the element before the element mechanically fails, well then theoretically the life should be as long as a normal element, as long as I clean it before it fails. So we'll see. A lot of work, but once you're done, you're done. It's one-time work. It's not work you have to do over and over again, so I don't mind. Plus, I don't have money, but I do have time. So I don't mind trading time for money. So, if twice a year, if every 6 months, after winter and before winter, so it's not cold, drain the tank, descale, clean them out, change the anode. I don't mind doing that. It's okay. Plus it keeps me busy, keeps me active. Muriatic acid, I'll have to look into that. What I do is I got to get a couple pieces of the calcium and just, drop a piece into each chemical and see which one dissolves it faster. Or more completely or whatever. So Michelle's room will have to get a water heater. I might install a water heater in mine anyway, just to not risk trashing a $1,000 bidet seat with the with the calcium inside. I have never used a bidet before, so I have no idea what it's going to feel like. My concern is, will the water pressure be high enough to actually clean my ass? Because, I don't care if you poke my ass with a hot prod of water. I just want to know that there's not going to be any crap left. So that's the only thing I'm worried about, is will the water jet be strong enough to actually clean me? And I figure if it feels funny, you'll get used to it, right? It's the kind of thing where, oh, that's weird, but then a week later you're used to it, right? So it'll save me money. That's what I care about. Now the question is, because I'm a masochist and I love geeking out on bullshit like this. Doing a skull, nice. So of course I'm going to geek out and do some more math, because now I'm curious. What costs more? The toilet paper or the water and electricity? Interesting question, isn't it? Because you don't actually know. What costs more, the water or the electricity? The water and electricity, because with the bidet, you're going to be using more water, which is expensive here. Let's see. Not that much more expensive. My guess is the bidet would add $2 to my water bill. Both bidets. So we are Epcor, right? Yeah. I need solar panels too. The problem is, here's the thing. Solar panels are easy and cheap. I mean, I passed up on a deal. I'm kicking myself for doing it now because I didn't know. I passed up on a deal, $450 a pallet. That's $15 per solar panel. 175 watt solar panel, B grade, used, working, taken out of service. So 175 watt. Let's assume they're only putting out 125 watts now. That's a 125 watt panel for $15. The problem was, I knew it was going to be years before I could use them, and I was not sure how safe is it to just store solar panels. Is it gonna? Do they degrade? Is it bad for them? I don't know. It's stupid. I should have realized they're just glass and silicone. They're gonna be perfectly safe sitting in a pile for as long as you want. But it's like, is it gonna be dangerous storing them outside? They're on your roof. They're outside already. I'm stupid. Okay, I'm stupid. I should have bought them. I should have bought one pallet because that would have been enough to half of that would have been enough to charge my car completely solar, which would have been nice. But solar panels are cheap. You know, there's always used ones available. I can usually get them pretty cheap. The problem is all the electronics that go with solar panels to actually make them usable. That's expensive. And then if you want to plug that into your house, now you are required to have an electrician and permits. And permission to the electric company, and inspections from the electric company. It gets very expensive. For someone like me, it gets very expensive very quickly. Especially for someone who only has a $250 electric bill. So, it drives me nuts. It's like I could taste it. It's so close. But there's those little roadblocks in the way that drive you nuts. So my water bill last month was pretty good actually. It was only $28.55. Now it's hard to actually calculate my water bill usage because, well, they screw you here pretty badly. So, is there any address information on this screenshot? Actually, that's not a breakdown. That doesn't help. I need a breakdown. There's the breakdown. Now, am I displaying my address? That's a premise number. I'm going to assume you can look that up. Okay. Wow, we only used 1,000 gallons? Huh. So, here's my water bill. Can anybody see what's wrong with this bill? Who can tell me what's wrong with this bill? Actually, this is pretty typical for a water bill. But who can tell me what's wrong with this water bill? My water bill is $26.22. Yeah. You got it. AGA039. I used $6 fucking worth of water. $6 was my water bill last month. And then they add $21 fucking for a service charge. Now, not all of you are going to realize what I'm talking about here, but for anybody who might understand, can anybody tell me why that's really fucking stupid? Do you know what the difference is between a 1,000-gallon water bill and a 3,000-gallon water bill? About $5. So you're being screwed on your water bill no matter how little water you use. So what does that discourage? When you charge all water service charge and very little for water, exactly, Ronald DHS nailed it. It destroys any incentive at conservation. Why bother? It's not going to save me any money. I cut my water usage in half, and it saved me $3. Literally, $3. So why bother? Why bother? Okay, if I doubled my water usage, my bill would be $32 instead of $26. No difference, basically. It's a $6 difference. All right? We live in New Mexico. Do you know what the number one problem in New Mexico is? Shortage of water. Every aquifer in the state is running out of water. Santa Ana, the big giant lake, they haven't been able to use it for 2 years because it doesn't rain or snow enough to refill the lake. It's drying out. We have a massive water crisis here. And yet all the water companies screw you with service charges, so there's absolutely zero incentive whatsoever to conserve water. The only way I can save on my water bill is by not having a water bill. Because even if I used zero water, I'd still be charged like $23 because you got to add taxes. What other tax? Let me change off. I'm off that screen. Yeah. So my service charge was $20.78, and my taxes was $3 and $2.15. So $2.18 in taxes. So that's a little over $23. So the total bill is $28.40. So $23 is service and taxes, and $6 is water. So what they're saying is, fuck you, you can never save any money. We're going to get our money from you, whether or not you use water or not. So we're going to charge you no matter what. It's one of the reasons I'm glad I didn't get natural gas. As much as I would love to have natural gas to heat that workshop, I only really need heat 2 months for the workshop. See, in Pennsylvania, it was the opposite. The bulk of the water bill was your per gallon charge. The service fee was like $3. So conservation made sense. If you conserved water, your bill went down. If you splurged on water, you paid more, which is like it should be. Instead, this company decided we need to collect this amount of dollars from every customer. So we're going to charge a service fee to guarantee we get that, so it doesn't matter how much water they use. Yet we're in a continuous drought situation with a massive water shortage crisis. Like, it's actually a crisis they won't address. So the only way for me to actually save money would be for me to eventually get enough storage tanks to capture rainwater so that I don't need them at all. I was actually thinking about how much would it cost me to get, because I would need roughly 12,000 gallons of water. So if I got, 3 5,000 gallon tanks, and then I took my hose and filled 2 of those tanks. The third one catch rainwater. Filled 2 of those tanks with water, and then called up the water company and says, I'd like to disconnect my water service. That would say, how much would that save me? So here, water is 5.96 cents per gallon. I'm curious now. I wonder if the math works out. Yeah, oh, they love pulling that shit too. You can't. I live in the mountains. One of the reasons, I had 2 conditions when I bought this house. I had to have Comcast, not CenturyLink. DSL does not count as broadband. DSL is not broadband. I had to have Comcast or fiber, and I had to have, it's not city water, but I'm going to call it city water, meaning no well. There's a pipe running to my house, and I pay a bill. Because a well here in New Mexico is $12,000 to $15,000 per attempt. And there's no guarantee the first attempt is going to strike. I know people who paid $25,000 to get a well, and it's a low flow well. Okay, so no, I can't have a well. I don't make enough money to be able to afford a well, and you can't shallow well here. Wells are thousands of feet deep. So if I get 12,000 gallons of water times 0.059661, that's $715 in water. Wow, that's a lot, actually. That's more than I thought. That doesn't make any sense. What's 12 times 6? $72. What did I do wrong? Okay. They measure in 10-gallon units. So it's 5.9 cents per unit, and a unit is 10 gallons. So it's 5.9 cents per 10 gallons. Okay, that's why. So it's $72. So my bill would be $72 plus 20.78 for the service fee plus 2.15 for taxes. Call it, it's $94, but the taxes will be a little higher because the water charge will be higher. Let's call it $100. So for yeah, exactly. You have a shallow well. Here it's very expensive for a well, and there's no guarantee. So it'll cost me $100 to fill 12,000 gallons worth of water. Okay. Then turn off the water bill. Turn off the water. Say, I'd like to disconnect my water service. Now, there's probably going to be a connection fee when you sign up. Can I see if there was one? Like, did I pay a fee to connect? Once they realize what I'm doing, they'll probably charge me a connection fee. I don't actually know. Is there a... I can see... How far back can I see my bill? This is getting... I'm curious now. I'm really curious. Now, keep in mind, it's not as simple as fill some tanks with water. You're now going to need a pressure vessel. You're going to need a pump, and you're going to have to maintain the pressure. You basically need almost the same equipment as a well. You need the equivalent of a well pump and a pressure vessel, because otherwise you won't have water pressure in the house. And then you have to pay electricity to run that. You have to maintain that equipment. What you would need to know is, does the main board inside that printer have any extra I/O ports? If you have any extra I/O, and if you could get a hold of the firmware so you could write your own firmware, because you're going to have to modify the firmware. If you have the source code for the firmware and you have available I/O on the board, then yes, you should be able to hook up a BL Touch. So my first water bill was October 15th of 2019. And no, they did not charge me anything. Well, here's an idea that let me give you here. That first water bill, there was a leak we didn't know about. And we used 2,340 gallons. The bill was $41. And the service fee was higher. It was $25.63 for service fee. I wonder, is the service fee a fixed amount, or is the service fee some sort of percentage bullshit? Let's check a couple different bills. I'm curious now. No, okay, so the service fee is fixed. They lowered the service fee. So for whatever reason, they lowered the service fee to $20.78. Well, here's almost a perfect example. This month here, I used 1,680 gallons of water, and it was $32. So pretty close to what I estimated. It's probably like $35 if I use 2,000 gallons. Does it show me by usage? I don't think so. No, it doesn't. Well, let's look for a bill that's approximately $35. So this bill here is $33. Well, I did the math on using gravity to feed the water. I might have a solution for that. First of all, on top of the containers, not enough. If you want minimum water pressure, you need to be about 50 feet in the air. So I would need a 50-foot elevation change. There are two ways I can get a 50-foot elevation change. One way is to put a small, like 40 or 50 gallon tank. Might not even need to be that big. I might be able to use smaller than that. But let's say 30 gallons. So a 30-gallon tank on a 50-foot tower. And then use a solar pump to slowly pump the water up that 50-foot to that tank. And so the big tanks will be on the ground, and a solar-powered pumping system would pump that water to the 30-gallon tank as it needs it. This way, I could gravity feed the water. So that would be an open tank at the top. You know, it would obviously have valves, but it'd be open so that a gravity could give me the appropriate amount of pressure to feed the house from that tank up there. The other way I could do it, and this would be very expensive, I do have the land space for it. I could truck in enough dirt to create a 50-foot hill out back and then put the tanks on top of the hill. But the 50-foot tower would be the easiest way. You know, build a structure on top of I don't have to build a 40-foot, 35, 40-foot structure on top of the containers. Use them to weld it to, and just put a small tank up in the air. And that would become my pressure vessel. The gravity change would give me the water pressure I need. I have some IBCs, so I can start collecting rainwater. There's one problem. This house doesn't have any gutters. So I have no way of collecting the water. It just comes off the roof. We get so little rain here that, you know, most houses don't have any gutters. And there's no foundation because it's a mobile home. So you don't need gutters to get the water away from the foundation. It doesn't really matter whether the water falls here or here. So I'll have to install gutters. Right now, I can't afford that. I'm thinking about putting a gutter on just this carport, 20 feet of gutter. Because a pretty decent amount of water comes off that carport. Because that will be, that's 500 square foot for the carport, plus another, 100 square foot for the section of roof that connects to that carport. So that's 600 or 700 square feet of roof area that I can catch with one 20-foot gutter, and then run that into a IBC, and then eventually do the same thing back here with the 400 square foot carport in the back, and again a second IBC, capture that water. Well, you see, the thing is, AGA, it's how you get the energy. All right. If I pump the water up to the tank on a 50-foot tower, at that point it's now free energy. Now you're saying, well, how did you get the water up there? You had to spend energy to pump it. Yeah, but the difference is I don't have to pump it up there in real time. I can pump it up there slowly. Because, how often do you use 30 gallons of water all at once? I used 1,000 gallons last month, and some of that's going to be showers. Well, I would feel iffy about recirculating gray water, but I do have some things I am going to do. When I move the washing machine out into the shed, I am not going to run the wastewater from the washing machine through the septic. I'm going to run it outside on the ground. I'm also going to take the wastewater from my shower, and I'm going to try to run that outside as well, because I have one deciduous tree on my property, and I want that tree to live. And it's very small, and it's not growing fast because it doesn't get enough water. It's struggling. It's established, so it should live, but it's struggling. So I found out that the gray water from your wash and your sink and your shower is perfectly safe for your gardens. So I'm going to surround that tree with cinder blocks, then fill that with sand and gravel, because I want to keep that water there as long as I can. And then I'm going to run the wastewater from my washing machine and from my shower. I can't do my shower because it's on the opposite side of the house. But just from my shower, because my shower is right there at the tree is right outside my bathroom window. So I would only need a 4-foot piece of pipe. So disconnect the wastewater from my shower and run that directly to the tree, and the wastewater from my washing machine and run that directly to the tree. That will give my tree 10 times more water than it's getting now from natural rainfall. 100 times more water than it's getting from natural rainfall. And because my house has no foundation, I don't have to worry about roots damaging a foundation. So that should allow that tree to grow substantially better and get bigger and, be a proper tree growing at a proper rate. That should really help the tree. And then maybe I can plant some. Now this I have to figure out. Is it safe to use gray water for a fruit tree? Now you might think, well, if it's safe for the tree, but what if the chemicals in your gray water get filtered by the fruit? then you're eating the chemicals from your gray water. So I got to find out. No, it's not the same. It's not even close to the same because speed requires electricity from the grid. Slow, I could put a $20 solar panel out there and now it's free. You know, like your shampoo, the dirt coming off your body, your sunscreen, your makeup. You know, Michelle puts makeup on, well, that's going to come out in the shower. I put sunscreen on, comes out in the shower. I put hairspray on, it comes out in the shower. You know what I mean? All that comes out in the shower. No, you don't understand. By going slow, I can use a non-grid power source. I could just hook a solar panel up to it, and if it takes it a whole day to fill the tank, it's okay. It's no big deal. So it's not a problem. You know, I used 1,000 gallons last month. Most of that was probably in showers. And remember, I'm always going to have, the buffer would only last as long as the pressure is there. See, now you're adding cost, though. So I got to be careful. And, you know, how much filtering do you need? How much is necessary? Now, if fruits do not filter the contaminants out of the water, if the tree does the filtering, then it's perfectly safe. But it'd be interesting because by using my runoff water, I could probably plant fruit trees and they'll probably grow. That'd be pretty awesome. I would love to have some fruit trees. Especially since you can get hybrids, you can graft different fruit branches onto one tree. So you could have one tree that has like 5 different fruits. That'd be freaking awesome. But I'm gonna look into that because now I'm really excited. You know, that's awesome. But anyway, I want to save that tree. So yeah, you can have pear, apple, lemon, and peach all in the same tree. It's amazing. The fact that you can do that is freaking amazing. So I used 1,064 gallons divided by 30. 35 gallons a day. So if I put a 35-gallon tank 50 feet up, that is 1 day's worth of water. So in theory, it should never run out as long as the solar panel keeps going. Yeah, fruit salad tree. Yes, that's what the guy called it too. It's freaking amazing. It's like, I want one so bad. I just don't know if they can handle the climate here. Probably, but usually the chemicals is on the fruit, not in the fruit. Meaning you can wash it off. Oh yeah, you're right. I did read in the thing with the gray water I read, it did say be careful with acidic. With any plant that's acidic, like citrus. But if I could capture enough rainwater just to replace my drinking water, I'd be happy. Because right now I have to go. I have a water buffalo. I actually have a stand. I got it on the review site that holds 5-gallon jugs of water, and I take those gallon jugs to $1.50 for 5 gallons, 30 cents a gallon. So instead of paying 5.9 divided by 10. So I pay half a cent or 0.6 cents per gallon of water. When I go there, I have to pay a lot more than that. Well, how much do I actually pay? My bill was 28.4 divided by 1064. So even when you account for the service charge, my water is dirt cheap. It's $2.7 cents a gallon because it's 2.669. So 2.7 cents a gallon. That's not a lot of money, really. The service fee annoys me not because it's expensive. I mean, you saw my water bill. It's $28. That's not a lot of money. Squeezing some cactus. I got cactuses in my yard. Not the big ones, though. I want to get one of those, the big Arizona cactuses and plant it here. I would love to have one of those cactuses on my yard. I think that'd be awesome. I mean, I've got the space. But the other reason I wanted to start using gray water for different things and rainwater for different things is it'll also extend the life of my septic tank. The bidet will also extend the life of my septic tank because less solids will be going into my septic tank. Less toilet paper and stuff. because I'm still kind of worried about my septic tank because I don't know where it's at. For some stupid reason, most places in the U.S. bury the septic tank, like the opening is buried underground. So I have no idea. I know approximately where it is. It's somewhere in the front yard. I know it's somewhere in the front yard on the right-hand side because I can see the exit pipe coming out of the house going to wherever the septic tank is. But I have no idea where the actual septic tank is, so I can't inspect it. I have no way of inspecting it. We don't have any wastewater problems, so I assume it's functioning properly. And I'm afraid to hire somebody to come out and look at it because, like, if they find something wrong with it, are they required by law to report it? Will they report it anyway, hoping to force me to pay them? I don't know. That scares the hell out of me. But two things I would like to do is, number one, I'd like to know where it is so I know where not to dig. And two, I would like to inspect it, make sure it's okay. And three, I would like to spend the money to put a riser on it and put the caps above ground so that we don't have to dig them up every time we have to do something with them. Because I understand that's only a few $100. You know, a couple of concrete forms and the caps. But the problem is I'm afraid of, one, are they legally required to report me if there's something wrong with my septic tank? And two, if it's a shady company, they might report me anyway, hoping to force me to pay them to do the work. And I just don't know. That doesn't work around here. We have very hard rock-filled soil. You should see the hell of a time they had digging the holes to put in my carport because they kept hitting rocks. So this is not like, you know, Ohio and Pennsylvania where you can dig a 10-foot hole with a shovel. You can't do that here. I live on a mountain. Bedrock is coming through my ground out back. There's bedrock out back in my yard. There's no earth. It's rock. So yeah, that'd be hard. That'd be a shallow well. But I want to, and New Mexico encourages. Yeah, I would love to have some ground penetrating radar. That'd be fun. I got a thermal camera. It popped up on the review site. I finally have a thermal camera. I'm gonna have fun with that. Not well. Septic tank. The septic tank is usually 3 feet down till you get to the top, the caps for the septic tank, because the tank has to be below the frost line. So I gotta talk to some people, find some neighbors who know somebody. You know, I'm still new here. Somebody trustworthy who's not gonna screw me. You know, I want to know where the damn thing is. I want to be able to inspect it because I know it's a maintenance item that I have to take care of. Do you have a non-freezing problem there? Well, they would unbury it. They would literally, they would shovel out the dirt. They would lift off the concrete covers and they would suck it out. The problem is you got to know where it's at. Do I even have a legal septic tank? I don't know. I have no way of knowing. How do I know? Well, I didn't have to go to the post office, so I was like, screw it. As long as people are interested, we'll just keep going. I have no idea if the tank is even legal. Like, I know this house is not in the original spot it was on this property. The guy put a different house here because the neighbor was annoyed at him for putting it so close to the property line. Exactly. Kentucky doesn't get cold. Well, no matter how much enzymes you use, I do use Riddex every now and then. No matter how much enzymes you use, eventually you do need to have the tank. You have to have the solids removed. And, I mean, I live in a very dry climate. We don't use a lot of water. We don't have a garbage disposal. We don't put crap down the drain. I have an oil can for a grease can, so we're not dumping grease down the drain. I scolded Michelle when I found out she was putting fucking ass wipes down the drain. You know, the wet wipes, what do you call those? The wipes, the wet wipes that you very, very bad to put them down in the drain, especially a septic tank. Yeah, I literally don't know where. Well, I know what it's going to. I just don't know where that what is. It's somewhere out there. You know, okay, if we were doing a missile strike, I'd have no problem hitting the tank. Just hit the center of the yard and you're going to hit the tank. The problem is I need a little more precision than a missile strike. You know, I need to hit a spot 3 by 3 feet. Wet wipes. Yes, exactly. They'll destroy a septic tank. When I had the guy, when we first got this place, there was a clog on that end of the house, and my drain snake wasn't long enough to reach the clog. Actually, it did reach the first clog, but apparently there was a second clog further down, and it was fucking wet wipes. So I had to make sure she understands, you may not put that, it's concrete, metal detector won't work. I have one. It's concrete to plastic. But I was like, you may not put wet wipes down the toilet. You can't. You're going to cost us thousands of dollars. You can't put wet wipes down the toilet. Yes, right out front here. It's right out in front of my house. It's that far from the edge of the house. There's a pipe, and I can see the black water comes down, and there's a clean out access for that pipe. And yeah, maybe. Good point. So I can tell what direction it's going. It's going straight out toward the street. Okay? So for all I know, the septic tank might be right there in front of the house. Like really right there. But I don't know. And I also don't know where the leach field is. Because I need to know where the tank is, and I need to know where the leach field is. So that I can make sure I don't ruin that part. Well, that'll give me the distance, but that won't give me the location. So let's say this is your yard, and your access point is here, and you go out 20 feet. Well, that means the tank is anywhere along this 20-foot arc. I thought that, but we don't have grass. And the vegetation we do have doesn't appear to be any different in any part of the yard. Most of our vegetation is a golden brown yellow color. There's no green grass. The only place I get grass, you can actually tell grass is that pervasive because even up here we have grass. This is kind of funny actually. Actually, I can show you with a picture. It's kind of really funny. I can even see which way the pipe goes. So I have an approximate direction. It's almost straight out to the street. But how far out? 10 feet? 20 feet? 50 feet? Does it turn anywhere? Because remember, I don't know what this guy did. Did he? Because this house here, this house is not in the original location. The house used to be further over toward the east. So did he run a new line to the existing septic tank that went to that original house, or did he put a new septic tank in? I don't know. And I'm afraid to ask because I'm afraid of opening Pandora's box. Because I don't know what the legal ramifications of Pandora's box is. I was thinking about that, but those things are rather expensive. And if something goes wrong and you don't get a signal, you just lost $300 beacon. Now, I could pay a company to do it. But again, my problem is legal. If the company finds a problem, are they required to report me? If the company finds a problem, are they going to report me anyway to try to force me to pay them to do the work? A shady company might do that. So I don't know. I just, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm being over paranoid. But I do know I don't have the money for a new septic tank. Flush an air tag. Where is my folder? Here it is. Here we go. So this is really interesting. So here's the house when they were putting up the carport. Now, you see this section here with the shadow? Just a little bit wider, out to about this stick right here. In the springtime, grass grows here. Actual grass, like you use a lawnmower to cut. Well, that's if the company is reputable. Now, if I were a nasty company and I wanted you to pay me $1,500 to do this work, and you decided, well, I ain't got the $1,500, so, here's the $200 for your inspection. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Well, they might report me to the city, knowing that the city is going to send me a threat letter saying, okay, you have to fix this. And now the company says, hey, you still want me to fix that? It would cost them nothing to report me. I would have no idea they did it. You don't understand. They have everything to gain and nothing to lose. If I don't do the work and I get fined by the city, they lost nothing. If I do the work but go to a different company, they lost nothing. And if I do the work and have them do it, they just gain the job. So they have everything to gain and nothing to lose if they're a shady company. And there's apparently plenty of those shady fly-by-night people around here. Yeah, but they never had me to begin with, because I wasn't going to do the work. Again, nothing to lose. Either which way, I'm in deep shit. Even if it doesn't work, if the guy running the company is a moron and doesn't realize he's burning his own bridges, I'm still screwed. So I can't. Because you're sure a reputable company is going to realize that burning me would be bad for business. But if the guy running the company is an idiot, he might not care. It's like the lady who called the police because her dealer robbed her and didn't give her drugs. Yes, she called the police to report the robbery because she wanted her $20 back. And the cop was sitting there like, what did you buy? Oh, don't worry about that. No, what did you buy? Oh, don't worry about that. Because she finally realized, what the fuck did I just do? Yes, there are people that stupid. So a lot of the companies out here are one-man operations. And it wasn't that great. Oh my god, it was so good. Idiocracy. Oh my god. So all it takes is for me to not realize I'm not calling an official, legitimate, up and standing company, but a one-man, fly-by-night operation, or some shady guy who's being run out of the state because he's already burned too many of his customers, or he's moving to another state so he doesn't care and he needs quick cash, and for a split second he thinks, ooh, if I report this guy, maybe I can get him to let me do the work, and he doesn't think it through, like the lady calling the cops for the drug money. No matter what, I'm screwed if that's what happens. So it's like, why do you have home insurance? It's not legally required. The probability of anything ever destroying your house is basically zero. So why am I paying $1,000 a year for home insurance? Because my life is fucked if something does happen to my house. Like, my life is over. I don't have the money to replace this house if something happens to it. So while the probability, and might be legally obligated, exactly. Like, they might have to report it. Like, they might be risking their license if they don't report it because, again, public safety, exactly. So and I can't ask anybody those questions because they say, oh, why are you asking that? Do we need to inspect your septic tank? You see what I mean? It's a vicious situation that could put me into a spiral that would really screw me, and there'd be nothing I could do about it. And so at some point, you might decide it's better not to know. Well, anyway, back to the grass. This little section here, right out to about this stick right here, in the springtime, grass grows here, like actual grass. I was like, oh wow, check that out, grass. And then a month later, it's dead. You can actually watch the grass die off closer and closer and closer to the house. Well, because I don't know where it's at. Okay, septic tanks are a maintenance item. You don't just install them and they go forever. Yeah, I'm gonna try that because I have to be careful because our local zoning guy watches social media to screw people. Yeah, they're really slimy. That's how he found out about my shed. Septic tanks, exactly, to find out what the rules are. Exactly, to find out, how much risk am I taking. Maybe no risk. Maybe the septic tank's perfectly fine. I don't know, but it's an unknown risk that has potentially catastrophic consequences. They do. But again, my concern is if the guy's shady and decides to report me if there is a problem, or if the guy is legally obligated to report me. Because, again, a septic tank leaking into the ground is a public safety concern. It's an environmental... It's not a public safety concern. There is no public safety concern there because it's just the ground filtering like it usually does anyway. I mean, animals shit and piss on the ground all the time. That's what the ground does. It filters everything. But it is an environmental concern because that's a large concentration of human waste all in one spot. So he might legally have to report me to preserve his CYA, to preserve his license. Cover your ass. So with the grass, I noticed that as the month went along, the strip of grass got smaller and smaller and smaller until there was nothing. And what I realized is that the sun is too strong. The lack of water plus the heavy, harsh sunlight was actually murdering the grass. The grass could not survive with this amount of water and that amount of sunlight. And so as the sun got more and more vertical as summer approached, less and less of the front of that house was in shade long enough to keep the grass alive. Until eventually, like you see in this picture here, there's no grass. The sun actually kills it. So my whole yard looks like that. The pipe is right here. So you see this window here? And then you see this line here that's coming from the mini split unit. It's just right of that line on the ground. And it appears to come straight out like this. So it appears to come somewhere between this tree and this driveway. Somewhere in here that line comes out. Let me see if I have a better picture. That's the back of the house, so that won't help. And that doesn't show the front of the house, so you won't be able to see anything in that. And that is the side of the house, so that won't have anything to do with it. Yeah, when I first got here, I saw this sitting on the ground, and I thought that was the septic tank cover. No, that was just the cover for the swamp unit that was on the roof. So the septic tank comes out somewhere in here. So somewhere in this area here is where the septic... Now, the reason I think the septic tank is out in the yard and not right here is because, do you see the water jack right there? Do you see the lawn jack? That's a lawn jack right there. So my water pipe comes in through this line right here. Can I zoom in on that? Well, that's the problem, though, is that this house wasn't always in this spot. It was a different house in a different spot. So when the guy did a lot, the previous owners of this house did a lot of shady shit. Stuff that wasn't right. That was probably without permits. Okay? And that's just, the current property owner is responsible for deficiencies even if they didn't do it. So if my septic tank is illegal, I'm responsible for that even though I didn't do it. So did he run a pipe to the existing septic system from where the original house was? Or did he put in a new septic tank? Or did he not put in a septic tank at all? Did he dig a ditch, fill it with gravel, and cover it with dirt? Knowing that because of how dry it is out here, it's probably going to go decades and be fine. I don't know. I have no idea what the guy did. Yeah, hopefully they'll find bodies. Oh, that'd be just my luck. Yeah. So, let me show you this. I can zoom in, right? Yeah. So you can see here, this thing here is a water jack. So and right here is my water input. I'm guessing there's a straight line pipe going from here to this water jack, and another straight line pipe going from the water jack to the water coming in from the water company. Now, I don't think they can put a septic tank underneath that pipe. So the septic tank would have to either be on this side of the pipe, or it would have to be on this side of the pipe, I would think. And the problem is, so my septic tank, this pipe could make a right-hand turn and come out here, and then this could be my septic tank. Or it could come straight out here, and this could be my septic tank. I just don't know. I mean, my guess would be that if the county records say the septic tank is out here, then he either ran a new pipe to it, or he put in a new septic tank out here. If the records say the septic tank is out here, then that's probably where it is. But again, with a tiny town of 3,700 people, not counting all the annexations that make it 6,700, but the actual town is like 3,700 people. With, you know, a zoning guy who's got nothing to do, and I go asking him for records, and he goes, why is this guy asking for records? Is he having a problem? Should I send an inspector out there? I don't know what kind of can of worms I could open, and it worries me. It concerns me. I'm worried about opening up a can of worms. Now, something I do want to do, and I'm hoping I could do it this year. I was hoping we'd get a fourth stimulus check, but that looks like about a 0% chance of happening now. But you notice how I got concrete here? Rick and Marty. Hey, but you notice how this is not dirt? This is all asphalt millings. And one of the big concerns oh, here's that tree, by the way. This is that tree right here. See how small it is? You know, it's surviving, it's green and all, but it's not getting very big. These are all pinon trees. These are all those evergreen pinon trees. But this one here tree is a deciduous tree. And I don't even know what kind it is, but I want that tree to survive. So that's where I'm going to run the gray water. The washing machine is going to be right here on this deck. So I can just run that water right out to the tree. And my shower is right here. So I could just run that water out to the tree. And I could really give that tree as much water as it wants. You know, I shower 3 times a week. Sometimes more, but usually 3 times. So that's what, 20 gallons? 15, 20 gallons? So that's an extra 240 gallons a month just from my shower. Yeah, that'd be nice. I wish our zoning guy was like that. You know what's funny? People with power, they're either very laissez-faire and cool, or they're demons. And if you know which one you got, you're okay. If you don't know which one you got, you're in trouble. So, no house inspection. As is, where is, sight unseen, bank foreclosure. Literally, I had no idea what the condition of this house is before I got here. It was a gamble. It was a big gamble. So, here's the interesting thing. The city tried to, okay, Wawa. This is back in, I'm going to bring it up. It's probably more interesting when I have pictures of this stuff on the screen for you guys. Just because, you know, hey, we're having fun, right? What was it? 08215. I almost forgot the zip code. Should be right here. Yeah. So, here's our adult bookstore. Now, here's the interesting thing. That used to be an Acme. Wow, that really is bright. That's really falling apart. So, here's the adult bookstore I had in Hey, that's pretty good resolution. Oh, he got himself an ATM machine. Good for him. Cool. And he did get rid of all that fencing. Okay. So here's the adult bookstore. Okay. We had purchase rights. We owned this. So this is what we owned. Well, leased. Alright. We had first right of refusal for this. So we had the entire city block. I believe it's right. I think it's right here. Somewhere right here is the Welcome to Egg Harbor City sign. Because this right here is the border between, I think, not Upseekin. I don't remember what this is. This is a different town. This is a different jurisdiction. Egg Harbor City starts right here on this road. Okay? So we had the entire block coming into Egg Harbor City. There used to be a gas station here. This building used to be a gas station. Not only that, but the landlord, she had the tanks properly, legally, safely removed and EPA certified. Okay, so she had all of our dots and T's, dots and slashes done, all of her checks and balances. She did everything right. Okay, now because of that, Wawa, which has a small Wawa, not a mega Wawa. You know, you have Wawa, which is a little tiny grocery store, and you have a super Wawa, which is a big Wawa with a gas station. So Wawa was switching over all of their Wawas to gas stations. No, it's all flat. No odd spots, no high spots, no low spots. Can I get rid of this? Yes, I can. Excellent. That looks a lot better. Actually, I can go full screen, make it look even nicer. There you go. That's pretty. So we had purchase rights for this entire block. Well, as you can see, Wawa would love to have this because that's big enough for a super Wawa. And we weren't asking for a lot of money. I think we were at like 2 or 3 million. Wawa became interested. They wanted to buy this property because they wanted to install a super Wawa. And the city would love to have a super Wawa because it would make the city more attractive. This is a very small town. That's basically it right there. That's basically all of it. That's Egg Harbor City. Technically, Egg Harbor City goes all the way out to here. But as you can see, there's nothing out here. It's empty. There isn't even houses. There's nothing here. Okay, so that is Egg Harbor City right there. Now this is the Wawa. As you can see, little tiny parking lot, little tiny building. You know, they don't even have 20 spaces. Okay, that's the Wawa. So Wawa was going to put in the investment. This is the shopping center. That's it. All the stores are right there. That's all you get. That and the McDonald's. And that's all you get. There's a Walgreens here. Yep, we're here. So, and here's Main Avenue. So you got a couple of little stores here. So Wawa was going to buy the entire thing because we had first right of refusal, so we could give them this entire block. Now, of course, I think we were at 2.9 million. Now we would only get like, or is it 3.9 million? We would get like 1.4 million or something like that. The landlord would obviously get the rest because it was her property. Bonus! Hey, there's a street view. That's pretty cool. So Wawa said, hey, we'll buy the property from you. We just got to go through the lawyers, of course. Make sure it's all legit. The lawyers contacted the landlord. The landlord gave them all the certifications and paperwork to show them that the gas tanks were properly removed or sequestered and it's all EPA certified. And so the zoning was already there for it to be a gas station. It was going to be easy for them. They're going to love this. And half the land is already cleared. So we shook hands. It was a done deal. The only thing we had to wait for was the lawyers to draw up the papers and everybody to sign them. But they already shook hands. It was a done deal. We were selling the store to Wawa, and Wawa was going to install a super Wawa. 2 days later, the city came in and shut down our store. The next day, I said, fuck you, and reopened the store anyway. But they came in, surprise inspection. They crawled through every part of the store and looked for any reason to close us down. They came up with a list of 6 items, and they closed us. They put the little yellow stickers on the outside, And I said, you know something? I looked at the list and I said, fuck this. I came in and opened the store the next day. The council lady came in and says, you're closed. And I looked her straight in the face and I said, fuck you. The look of shock on her face at having someone talk to her like that. And I was like, was I unclear? I said, fuck you. And she's like, we closed you. You can't be open. I was like, I am open, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. If you try to close me, I will squish you. I will sit on you. And the look of indignation on her face. And she's like, this won't stand. And I was like, I'll see you in court. Fuck off and get out of my property. You're trespassing. He's like, you know you're not welcome here. I'm going to call the police if you're still here in a minute. I guess I didn't think about how that would sound considering context. Oh my god. Before we continue that story, my dad had a motorhome, a very old Pace Arrow. I think he paid like $4,000 for it when he bought it. We had it for 20 years. It really didn't run very well anymore. It ran. We still used it. It was in running condition, but the thing was 30 years old. It was because it's a porn shop, and I'm saying fuck you to her. But they kept complaining about the motorhome. No matter what we did, they complained about it. We even moved the motorhome to the garage across the street. He let us park it in his yard in the back. The city went after him because they saw our motorhome over there. So we know it has nothing to do with legality. They just didn't like us and they were coming after us. So we had to take the motorhome back over to our property because we didn't want to cause him any trouble. Once we realized it had nothing to do, once we realized they were lying. Their stated reason for having a problem with the motorhome, even though it was legal, was they were afraid that we were sending people out to the motorhome to fuck. They were sending people out to the motorhome to have sex. I looked at this lady in the courtroom and said, we went to Disney World in that. I was like, are you sick? Do you need mental health evaluation? Is there something wrong with you? Our family goes on vacation in that motorhome. We have a campground membership down in Mays Landing. With Outdoor World, we go between two campgrounds. We love camping. We did it all for years. We did it. I was like, that's our family RV. Are you sick? Is there something wrong with you? Are you a demented human being where you are so dirty inside that that's what you think about? The look on her face as I was saying this in public in front of all of her peers at the courthouse, she was not happy because I was making it look like she was the sick, twisted person, because she was the sick, twisted person. She knows we're not doing nothing in the goddamn thing. It's just an excuse because they hate our business. It was a prude thing. They hated our business. And so we have to go to court for this closure of the store because now keep in mind they called the police out. That's when I found out, you know, those novelty lighters, you know, it looks like a gun or it looks like a match or it looks like a balloon or it looks like a cartoon character or it's a dinosaur or a dragon and the flame comes out of its mouth. Those are illegal to sell in New Jersey. Novelty lighters are illegal to sell. Not illegal to own, but it's illegal for a business to sell them because it's considered attractive to children. And that's how they justified banning it. We had no way of knowing. Who's going to know that a dragon lighter is illegal? Who's going to know? Okay? So the police confiscated that because it's now the police don't have a problem with us. The one government organization that has no problem with us in New Jersey, I keep saying as if it's current. It's not. I'm thankful to be done with that. Not because of the business, but because of the heartburn surrounding owning such a business with the interactions with the city and stuff like that. Now, the police, no problem with us because they know we run a straight ship. You know, before my dad died, our entire family ran this place. My sister, my mom, my brother, my dad were all the ones behind the counter here. We're not going to jail so a girl can make $60 giving a guy a blowjob. We're just not doing it. You know, I've told you guys this already. You know, I've barged in on a live show with a girl and said, "Get out! You're not welcome here anymore." The guy freaks like, "What did I do? What did I do?" I was like, "No, not you, her." I was like, "Get out! You're not welcome here anymore. Don't come back." Because she was trying to give the guy's number, her number, because she wanted to meet him outside of the business to, prostitute. I was like, "That's not what this place is." I was like, "You want to prostitute? You go down to Main Avenue and Drug Lane where all the druggies are. Go prostitute there. Go to Lang City and prostitute." I was like, "You want a safe job where it's just fantasy and you can make money using your brain? You can stay here. All right? If you want to prostitute, get the fuck out." At the time it was my mom. I was like, "That's my mother behind the counter. If you think I'm going to let her get arrested in handcuffs and go to jail because you're prostituting here," I was like, "I don't think so." I was like, "Get the fuck out." And the cops know this because they would actually send cops in and, offer to do exchanges with the girls to try to catch them doing something they're not supposed to do. And so they know we run a straight ship and we don't allow anything illegal. It's not worth it. It's not freaking worth it. Just run a straight ship, pay your taxes, and you just not worth it. So, they called everyone on us. So I found out lighters illegal. They also took my bull stick. We had one of those taser bull sticks. It looks like a bull prod, but it's a taser on the end. And they said it's illegal. You're not allowed to have a taser. And I was like, let me get this. We're talking about the porn shop I used to have in New Jersey. My dad had a porno shop. What you see on the screen right there, that's a porno shop. And, I had to take it over and continue running it because the city forced me to inherit $200,000 of his debt. And the only place we had making enough money to pay all these bills was that place. So for the 3 years after he died, I delivered pizza in my electric car full-time, ran a YouTube channel full-time, and ran a porno shop full-time. Yes, 3 full-time jobs a week. But, anyway, the two things they had to confiscate was our bull stick and the novelty lighters. They gave us the novelty lighters back, said you can't sell them. Bull stick they kept. So I looked at them and I was like, I've never had to use that bull stick on a person, right? I was like, just simply pressing the button and you hear that of the electricity jumping across those prods, and not one single guy has ever argued with me after pressing that button. There is some kind of intrinsic, visceral, animalistic fear people have of electricity. And when you have a guy who's drunk and being rowdy, and you come out from behind the counter, I was like, "Time to leave, buddy." And he's like, "Fuck you." And I'm like, "No. Fuck you." It's just like he comes to attention and says, whoa, buddy, no problem. I'm leaving. I was like, "Yes, you are. Or you're going to ride the lightning." Well, that's illegal. Now, let me tell you what is perfectly legal. What is 100% legal. For me to bring my handgun, wear it on my hip, and shoot you dead when you challenge me. That's perfectly legal. But threatening you with a stun gun to get you to leave my store, that's not legal. It just shows you how messed up our legal system is. Yeah. But, so the state fire marshal is also called out. So they called the police out when they noticed the lighters, and they also called the state fire marshal out. They sicked the state fire marshal on us because they were trying to find everything they could to shut us down. The city went to, that's New Jersey. The city went to Wawa and said, "Don't make that deal with them. We'll get you a better deal." Woo! Ouch! So that's why the city tried to close us. They were trying to shut us down because they knew if they could shut us down long enough, the hope was they can close us. They knew that we were struggling financially. We were making it, we were paying our bills, but we were struggling financially. And if they can close us long enough, we would be in debt far enough that we could never recover. So they were hoping to close us, then string out the court dates as long as they could, because they knew they would lose. But by the time we got to court and won, we'd be in debt and out of business. And, well, this was one of those cattle prod ones. I call it a bull stick because they use it on bulls. But it was a cattle prod. I mean, I hit you with this, you're going to dance. It hurts, okay? It hurts. It hurts a lot. And, oh, hey, well, talking about brothers, that's how I got chicken pox. My brother caught chicken pox. I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to my brother standing naked over me in bed saying, if I'm getting it, you're getting it too. And he jumped down on top of me. That was not fun. You fucking asshole. So, that night when I got home, I realized what they did. I realized what they were doing. When I saw that list, I was expecting to see all kinds of crazy violations. Like, why didn't an inspector see this in the past? Well, the reason that happened then was because they got a new inspector. The previous inspector was very cool with us. He would do a drive-by. He would call me up or he'd send me a letter and say, hey, Chris, I saw a couple of things. No big deal. Just take care of them before I come out. We'll be okay. You know, I noticed that, you're missing a fire extinguisher here, or this one's out of date, or the grass is a little long here, a little bit of junk here. And we'd take care of it and he'd be cool. So they got a new guy, a new bitch to be their little bitch boy. And they told him, find anything. Just find something and close this door down. Well, that night when I got home, my dad gave me the paperwork. And I looked at it and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? So they closed us down because we had a road sign. If you look, this right here is one of those 50s road signs. Yeah, I'll show you the street view. Live news shows. So right there. Okay, so that sign right there. Now, in 1981 or 82, New Jersey banned adult bookstores. Now, technically, you can't ban an adult bookstore. It's not legal. It's a legitimate legal business, and you can't just ban something. Wow, they really did a nice job. That white looks nice. It's a legitimate business. You can't simply ban something you don't like. So what they did was they placed onerous, heavy restrictions on adult businesses. How much parking you could have, how much signage you could have, how close you could be to a major road. You'd have to have trees blocking out the view of the building. No advertising or signing whatsoever. The only thing you could have is like, an entrance sign, your business hours like that, and your street address on the building because the fire department needs that kind of stuff. But like, this sign here, illegal. The sign that was up here, illegal. This sign here, illegal. Now, they can't do that retroactively. So any existing adult business was allowed to continue to have whatever was legal before the law passed. It's called grandfathering. Okay? So if you have an old defunct electrical box, they can't make you change it. All right? But if you do certain work in the house, they can then make you change the electrical box. Well, they are. They're grandfathered in. That's also what saved my ass, by the way. So they said this sign was illegal. They said this sign was illegal. They said that the fire extinguishers were invalid because the pressure was wrong. So the fire extinguishers need to be redone. And they also said that there were 6 items, very minor things. I was like, what the fuck? I thought they found something serious. Oh, and they found an uncovered electrical box up in the attic above the ceiling. So up here, above everything, above the drop ceiling. Well, I inspected that electrical box, and they're right. It didn't have a cover. There was no power going to it. Literally, no human being had set eyes on that electrical box in 50 years. There wasn't even wires going to it. It was just a box. Okay? So, it wasn't a violation. It's literally like you having this on the wall and they're saying, oh, you have to have a cover. There's no power. There's no wires. It doesn't need to cover anything. I can just tear it off the wall. So, I was like, fuck this. I was like, I'm reopening the store tomorrow. He's like, Chris, don't mess up. I was like, Dad, if you could physically stop me, go for it. I'm going to work tomorrow, and I'm reopening the store. I was like, did you read this list? I was like, did you read this list? Okay, so the 2 sign violations were invalid because we were grandfathered. The fire extinguishers, we had the company. We have a company that comes out once a year, and they come out and they take care of all of our fire extinguishers. He came out and said, these are totally within spec. They're valid. And he's like, and I'll vouch for you. Here's a receipt. He's like, there's nothing wrong with these fire extinguishers. And the electrical box there's no wires going to it. So they had no violations. Oh, the other 2 were the cattle prod and the novelty lighters. That was the 6. So I said, screw this. I'm reopening the store. And, when they actually sent, she actually brought an officer out, and the officer told her, this is a civil matter. It's not a criminal matter. I can't make them close. You can order them to close, but you can't actually make them close. You got to go to court. Hey, one of the few times the government didn't screw me. So it took a couple months. We finally went to court. A couple of court things. They were trying to say that this wasn't grandfathered, that we had to prove it was grandfathered. Well, first of all, that's not how this works. In the real world, the accuser has to make their case. We don't have to defend ourselves. You have to prove your case. You can't make us prove we're innocent. You have to prove we're guilty. But we were able to prove it. We actually went to the Historical Society, and we actually found a flyer, a pamphlet, because the local Nuns Association was protesting the store in 1980, a year before the law went into effect, and they even specifically addressed this sign. They said, under the street sign for Adult World, which was the name of the business. So we can prove that this business was in continuous operation and had the same name all the way back to at least 1980. And that sign was there since 1980. I looked at the guy like he's a moron, and I was like, you fucking idiot. That sign was there before I was born. It's a 1950s sign. Okay? They haven't made signs like that in 70 years. Okay? But, so we went to the town hall to get the records for our business license. Because, every year you got to renew your business license. So all we have to do is get the record of our license renewals to show that we were in continuous operation from 1980 to now. They had no records for our business. They had records for other businesses, but not ours. Just ours. Because this is what pissed the judge off. Only our records disappeared. They intentionally destroyed all of our city records to try to make it impossible for us to prove we were in business continuously from 1980 to then. I'm not kidding. That's how far, that's how sociopathic these people were. We didn't get to go into chambers with the judge. It was just the lawyers in the beginning. When we got to our final court date, the lawyer said he had never seen a judge so angry in his entire life. When he presented the Nuns Association flyer and whatever business licenses we could provide, he said, the judge asked him, why are you giving me this? I was like, the city is suing you. The city has to prove their case. And the lawyer explained, well, the city destroyed all the records, claimed we weren't in continuous operation since the grandfathering, that the grandfathering was invalid, and that we had to prove that we were grandfathered and in continuous operation. And he said the judge was beat red when he was yelling at the city inspector. He explained to him that that's not how innocent until proven guilty works. Who knows? But you see this in small towns. I guess cities, it's more organized, but you see this a lot in little towns who think they can get away with this kind of shit. He said the judge was absolutely livid, dismissed the entire case, threw everything out. He's He's like, I don't even need that. The city has to prove their case. Not, you don't have to prove you're innocent. They have to prove you're guilty. And when he found out they destroyed all the records, when he saw the list of things that they claimed were violations and realized that every single one of them was either complete bullshit or invalid, the state fire marshal, they sick the state fire marshal on us. Now, I don't know how this is in every state. Maybe it's different in some states, but in New Jersey, the state fire marshal is God. He has absolute godlike power. He can open or close a place with a finger, and his word is the word of God. You do not fuck with the state fire marshal, ever. He will destroy you. When people hear state fire marshal coming out, they get the shakes. Okay? Because he's God. When it comes to fire code, safety code, businesses passing inspection, he is God. He gave us a list of violations 3 pages long. And these were small print, single line, not big bold print. Okay, there was like 60, 70 items on this list. I was getting worried. This is before court. I was getting really worried. He saw me and he's like, hey man, don't worry. And I was like, this is a lot. He's like, it's nothing. And I looked at him. He's like, everything on there wouldn't even come up in most inspections. He's like, it's really nothing. It's everything on that list is inconsequential. You're not being closed. There's nothing on this list worthy of closing a business. These are the kind of violations that happen all the time. They're nitpicky little, technicalities in the words of the law. For example, in a business, wrong camera. In a business, you can't have that. Oh, why can't I do that there? See, in a business, you can't have this. You can't have stuff on the top shelf. You have to have 24 inches from the top of anything to the ceiling. The mini split would be okay because it's a hard mount, it's like an appliance. But this stuff here, you have to have 24 inches clear between the ceiling and the top shelf. Minor things that people would never know about. He's like, the only reason you even have this many things on here is that the city specifically called me out. So I have to technically write down every single violation, no matter how minor. He's like, that's the only reason this list is that big. If this was a normal inspection, that might be 10 items that I would worry about. He's like, but because the city called me out, I have to list everything I see. He's like, just take care of it over the next few weeks and call me when you're done and I'll come out and check it. I guess when you have that much power, you don't have to be worried and you don't have to be a dick. He said, don't worry about it. Take care of it. There's nothing serious on this list. And, you just call me when you're done taking care of everything, and take you 3 or 4 weeks. It's fine. And then I'll come back out and check it. That was the state fire marshal. So when the judge saw all this, he lost his shit. When we left the courthouse, I lost my shit. I got tired of it. I was done. I've had enough bullshit with these people, and there were a lot of people there because this is a big news item for the city because going against the porn shop was a big thing, so a lot of people showed up, and most of the town officials were there. A whole bunch of the citizens were there. There were other court cases, of course, going on. Normal operations. I lost it. When we got outside of the courtroom, I flipped on this counsel lady. There was 3 of them there, and the 2 were standing in front of me. I flipped out. I lost it. I was like, I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the exact words I used, but I was definitely loud, and I was definitely vulgar, and I definitely threw a lot of F-bombs. I was like, are you fucking stupid? And my dad's, Chris, no! I was like, no, stop it. I was like, this is happening. Hey, you can't stop me. I was like, I turned back around. I was like, are you fucking stupid? Are you an idiot? Is there something wrong with your brain? One of the security guys walked up to me and I just looked at him. I was like, try it. And he's like, are you going to get violent? I was like, no, but I'm going to get loud. I was like, you have to be mentally retarded. You're a sociopathic moron. You're a whack job. You're a sleazebag. I kept coming up with whatever synonyms I could. I was like, and people were starting to start talking, get loud. Security guard was getting closer. I was like, we were gone. I was like, we were gone. Had you kept your sociopathic, psychopathic, lunatic, mentally retarded, slimebag shithole mouth shut, I would not even be in your city today. I'd be in Pennsylvania, and that store would be closed. Do you understand? Had you done nothing, that store would be permanently closed right now. The grandfathering would be gone. It would not be an adult bookstore, and you'd be in the process of having a Super Wawa built right now. And you would have never saw an adult bookstore there again, ever. Because once that grandfathering expired, you could never put an adult bookstore there again. I was like, are you mentally retarded? Do you need assistance? Is your IQ below 50? And she was turning so fucking red. One of the other council guys, I'm assuming his council guy, he looked like he was a city guy. He sounded like he was a city guy. Not for her own political gain, for her own personal, emotional gain. It wasn't even political. It was like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, the idea that the business would be gone, but we would win because we'd get paid. She couldn't take that. It wasn't enough to close us. She had to destroy us. Apparently it's 3 of them. I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing it seemed to be 3. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, we shook hands with Wawa. 3.9 million. They were buying the whole block. You were going to have a Super Wawa sitting right where our store is right now, and we would be gone forever. We would probably never have a reason to come into the state of New Jersey again except to take our camper to the campground. We were gone. It was a done deal. The landlord did her job properly. The tanks were EPA certified. The zoning was intact. And you guys were going to have a Super Wawa there right now. Because it's like 4 months, okay? You would probably have a Super Wawa there right now, or it'd be under construction. We shook hands with Wawa. All we were waiting for was the lawyers to make up the paperwork and us and the landlord to sign it. That's it. It was done. And she came in and closed us. And Wawa said, we're not getting into this cat fight. Wawa backed out and instead put $1 million into renovating their existing little store. And I was like, she did that. She couldn't do that because we were leaseholders. She couldn't take the land. It would destroy the value of the land. It would make it cheaper. But that wouldn't have mattered because we already had a deal with Wawa. She wanted to make sure we lost. Because she saw us being bought out by Wawa as us winning. I was like, she destroyed that. This sociopathic nut job, this wacko, came in and closed us by destroying all the town records and then claiming we weren't grandfathered, as she thought that would hold up in court. I was like, you know what she actually planned? She knew she was going to lose in court. But she knew we were so financially strapped that we could not survive without our store for 4 months. This is how we pay our mortgage. This is how we put food on the table. This is our business. This is a family-run business. This is not some slut shop. It's a family-run business. This is how we paid for everything. But we can't prove it. That's the problem. You can't prove it. There's no way to prove it. The judge knew it, which is why he only threw the case out, because he also knew he couldn't prove it. He knew what happened, but he couldn't prove it. I was like, she closed us because she knew we'd go bankrupt before we got to court. And that was her plan all along. We'd eventually win, or the grandfather would just expire because we'd been closed too long, and she'd win by default. I was like, the only reason we're here is because I told her to fuck off and I reopened my store the next day. I was like, I turned around, I looked at all the people in the courtroom. I was like, thanks to your sociopathic, lunatic, fucked up, mentally retarded council members, you folks are all stuck with an adult bookstore forever. Because we need the income from that business to survive. So now we have to run that store to survive. Wawa was going to buy it from us. And we would have enough money to retire forever. We would invest it, like he was going to invest it in an apartment complex in Philadelphia. Thank God that would have failed too, but you know. But because she couldn't stand the fact that we were going to close the store and win, because we'd be paid by Wawa, she tried to close us to destroy the deal with Wawa in order to make us suffer. I was like, so now, instead of a nice, beautiful Super Wawa, which would also give you more jobs, by the way, it would double the number of people that Wawa hired. Yeah, really, we shut up. Oh my God. I don't think she was the primary. I think it was 3 of them doing it. She just happened to be the one standing in front of me. When I say she, I wasn't directing it at one particular person. I was directing it at the council. So it wasn't like, you know, one person, Stacy, is who was doing this. I had no idea. I just knew it was, I knew the inside information I had. There were 6 council members, I think, and 3 of them really had a bug up their ass about the store. The other 3 didn't like it, but they didn't really care as long as we kept it clean and stayed legit. But those 3 really had a bug up their ass. And so I turned around, I was like, so now you're not getting a Super Wawa. You're not getting more jobs. You're not getting an improvement in property values, and you're not getting an improvement in traffic and tourism to your town. Instead, you get to keep the adult bookstore for as long as we can run it, because we don't have a choice. It's a family business. It's how we pay all of our bills. And I was like, and you can thank your council for this. You can thank the sociopathic scumbags you voted in and who are trying to destroy your town for their own personal vendetta against our business. And there were a lot of very unhappy faces as I was yelling all of this in that courtroom. Outside the courtroom, not in the courtroom. They could hear me in the courtroom, I guarantee you. There were a lot of very unhappy faces because now all the laundry was out. I looked at her and I was like, I hate this business. I was like, you have any idea how much I hate selling porn magazines and porn DVDs? Do you have any idea how much I hate selling magazines with naked people all over it and gay people all over it and whatever other category is in that store? Do you have any idea how much I hate this business? I hate it. Not because I think it's a bad business, but because it just doesn't appeal to me. I don't like it. I want to be an aerospace engineer. I want to be a business owner of a normal, mundane business. I want to be an inventor. I want to be a pilot. I don't want to be a porno store owner. But now, because of you, I'm stuck being a porno store owner. Thank you. Well, the following year, we got almost all new council members. I think only 2 got revoted in. And about 7 people in the city got fired. There was a big shakedown. It was bad. And I attribute most of that to my outburst, because nobody would have looked up the court records and figured out what went on. And well, this was before my dad died. This is well before my dad died. Now, what's interesting is that from that point forward, the city never bothered us again. The only contact we had with the city was, you know, the inspector would come and say, okay, well, you clean that up, fix that, you're good. We had no further contact with the city. I guess at that point, they were like, they probably had orders from the council. Don't fuck with them unless there's an actual violation. Leave them alone. Because there were a lot of new faces in the city over the coming 2 or 3 years. So a lot of people either left or lost their jobs. Yeah, I heard there was a big flush. You know, the original inspector who lived in the town, so we talked to him every now and then. He said there was a big shakedown after that outburst in court. It's like, you know, a lot of people were very, very unhappy, and they did not know that's what happened. It's not incompetent. It's worse than incompetence. It's what do you call that? It's sociopathic. It's like they have a personal stone to grind, all right? And they're trying to grind it on you. It's like they have it out for you. It's not that there's anything wrong. They don't like your business, so they're going to abuse their power to do whatever they can to hurt you. Corruption is the closest, but this is worse than corruption. Corruption is simple greed. These people, they were mentally defective. Like, there was something wrong in their brains. Because no matter how much you hate a business, I don't know about you, but if I'm a prude and I hate your adult bookstore and I find out Wawa wants to buy your store, do you know what I would do as that council lady? Adult World's going away! And I would rush over to Adult World and I'd be like, Chris, can we help you? I'd be like scared, like, what do you mean, can you help me? I was like, we heard Wawa's interested. We're super excited. Is there anything you need for us to help you? Anything we help smooth over? Go to Wawa, say, Wawa, we love this. We love having one super Wawa here. Is there anything we can help to make this deal work? You know, smooth over a permit, you know, make something happen. You know, I would be jumping for joy, doing everything in my power to make that deal happen. Because the moment Wawa, Chris Taylor, and Valerie Colasano signed that paperwork, that store, no, we stopped, it failed. Yeah, they kept popping off the print. I decided to try to turn the fan off to see if that would stop the part from warping, but then the heat creep kicked in. So I've got to put a 40mm fan in there. I'd be jumping. I would be abusing my power to make the deal happen as fast as possible. Because the moment the ink dries on that contract, guess what happens? The adult bookstore is gone forever. I win. The adult bookstore is gone. But no, that wasn't enough for them. Because there was something wrong with them. They were sociopaths. They were mentally retarded. Their brains didn't function correctly. Jesus, I mean, it's like, that's why I started off with, we were gone! You had won! And you took your victory back and you throw it away. On purpose. On the slim chance that you could bankrupt us. Exactly. They wanted us to be hurt personally. They wanted us gone, but they wanted us to be losers when we left. They wanted us to fail and be gone. Us getting bought by Wawa, these sociopathic, mentally retarded people saw that as a victory for us, even though they would ultimately get what they want. The adult bookstore would be gone. And guess what, you moron? There's 2 adult bookstores in your town, so you still got the other one to deal with. And so now, we stayed there for another 10 years and sold it to somebody else. It paid for this house. That's how I paid for this house. The $45,000 I got for selling the business paid for this house. Corruptorate. Call it what it is. Sociopaths. Literally, they were sociopaths. I mean, mentally retarded sociopaths. That's why HOAs always fail. Because the sociopaths always end up in charge. That's why HOA, that's why I had 3 houses where the moment the words HOA, Homeowners Association came, I was like, no deal, I'm done. And then the guy's like, what do you mean? This is a great deal. I was like, HOA equals no deal. He's like, are you serious? I was like, do you really think I want 2 government fiefdoms telling me what I can do with my house? It's bad enough the state tells me what I can do with my house, but now I have a basically unregulated personal sociopathic homeowners association also telling me what I can do with my house? I don't think so. I was like, HOA equals no deal. Like, it's not even an option. You can tell me the house is free, and it's the best goddamn house on the planet, and the moment you say HOA, I'm out. No, I don't do HOAs. Here, I'll blow my nose real quick. If I don't blow it out, it backs up into my throat. I have post-nasal drip. This stuff is supposed to help with that. I don't even know where it's at. You know, this stuff here is supposed to help with that, but it's not working yet. Exactly. Like the moment we shook hands, they won. They literally should have been throwing a party. And instead, they killed it as definitively as they could. Because we're not kidding. The guy from Wawa came back to us and said, "I'm sorry, man." I was like, as soon as corporate realized the cat fight that was going on between you and the city, they wanted no part of this. I was like, they instantly backed down. Even if the city stopped now, that's it. The deal's dead. I was like, they don't want any part of this because, you know, they don't want to put, you know, $5 million into a new building just to have the city cause them problems. Like, no. They're done. They're just gonna remodel the place they already got. It's like the deal's dead. And she did that. Not she. I keep saying she as if it's one person. The council did that. I'm assuming the 3 members that were particularly sociopathic about our business. But what are you gonna do, man? I mean, it's just, you know something? There were still some of the sociopaths left. In April of 2019, it was either April or May when I sold the store. I think it was May. May of 2019, they were still fucking with me. We went to go change over the paperwork to the new business. No, because once Wawa invested the money into remodeling the existing store, they no longer had an interest in building a new one. Yeah, I probably could if I could do it in some kind of lucid manner. But when the last month I was there, keep in mind the bus is full. We're signing the paperwork to sell the house. I'm about to initiate the process to buy this house because I was originally going to buy a house over on Orange Road or something like that, halfway between Moriarty and about 4 miles down the road. So almost the halfway point between Moriarty and Edgewood. Which actually, now that I realize it, that would have been nice, but that's another story. But that house fell through because we found a lien on the house. It was only $250 for trash service. Out here, there's no public trash service. You either take it to the dump or you pay a private company to collect the trash. Apparently, they defaulted on their trash service. And they had a $250 debt. And yeah, B movie. Maybe a C. Oh, wait. Let's see. Maybe a D and F movie for dildo fucked. But anyway, we realized that, oh my god, this did not come up in the bank paperwork. What other liens are going to pop up? They said, we don't know. I was like, well, then I can't buy the house. I'm not going to buy the house just to have it taken from me because of some lien that you can't disclose or won't disclose or aren't able to disclose. Like, no. I was like, I can't do that. Back out. I had to wait to get my deposit back and everything. I put a deposit down. You know, it was done. We're going to buy it. And, yeah, they immediately released the house for $15,000 less. I guess there were a couple other liens. So anyway, this house was the first one I was looking at, but it got taken off the market. Well, right after I canceled that one, a week later, this house popped back up on the market. I was like, grab it. I was like, I'll take it. I was like, because I had no choice. I mean, I was selling the house. I was a couple weeks away from selling the house. I had to have someplace to move to. So I was like, take it. We're done. Done deal. Take it. Samurai Cop? No, I haven't. I'll have to check that out, though. So I love samurai movies, especially funny ones. So I was getting rid of all the stuff on the property because obviously I had to get rid of all my crap on the property. I had my 2 trailers. I was going to keep the little trailer and I was going to keep the car dolly. We were going to try to take them with us. We didn't realize at the time that would not have worked. But the other 2 trailers I was selling, I had a big camper trailer I was using for storage in the back. I actually I sold that for like, what, $600? Yeah, I sold it for like $600. You know, I had a title for it, so the guy came, got it for $600. It was all gutted. We gutted the inside because we were just using it for storage. And and I had the pickup truck and the van listed on, you know, Marketplace, Craigslist, because Marketplace, I didn't even know that existed at the time. Well, I got a call. Guy wanted to buy the van, selling for $800. I mean, it had 350,000 miles on it, but it ran fine. Air worked, heat worked. Brakes needed a little work. We had to replace a brake line, and the fill neck for the gas tank was leaking. Otherwise, it started up and ran. I couldn't believe it. After all that time, the thing started up and ran fine. And $800, he was going to come buy it. I had it all vacuumed out. I cleaned it out. It actually looked pretty damn nice after I cleaned it out. I'm halfway down to the store, and they call me and say, "Hey, your cars are gone." I'm like, "What do you mean my cars are gone?" He's like, "Did you get rid of the van and a pickup truck?" I'm like, "No." I said, "I'm halfway down there right now to meet a guy to sell the van." He's like, "Well, it's not here." I get there, my 3 trailers, and my van, and my dad's pickup truck, gone. I am pretty sure, not this guy, this is the guy who bought it, he's an Indian guy, but his American partner, I'm pretty sure, I can't prove it, I'm not going to directly use, I'm not going to name names, but I'm pretty sure his American partner disposed of my vehicles. Basically stole it all. I think he found a yard who would do it under the table. He's like, "You could," probably didn't even get any money for it, just says, "I just want these crushed and gone." And had the guy come and tow it all, because it all happened in one night. Okay? And the police never found a thing. My guess is tow trucks came and took these directly to the crusher and made them into little cubes. Why? Why would this guy destroy my property to fuck me over like this? Because I needed that money. I needed that money bad. Okay? Because, you know, the GoFundMe only got me about half of what I needed to actually move out here. So I had to use credit cards and whatever I could sell to come up with the rest of the money. Because I had $15,000 put aside for a down payment on a house, but the city took that from me. Those are the best kind of movies that are so bad they end up being good. I love those kind of movies. So I had $15,000 saved up over the last 3 years. I put away every penny I could. Everything I sold, all that went to the bank. I lost it. I lost it all because the city was going to sheriff sale my house for the past due sewer debt. So I had to come up with the money to pay that past due sewer debt. I don't remember what it was. It was some ridiculous amount of money. $26,000 or something. I don't know how it's, but anyway, there was no fighting it. So all that money I'd saved disappeared. And then you combine that with my brother robbing the store, and my other brother robbing the store, and robbing my house. You know, money was a big problem. I mean, we should have been flush with money. I should have been able to pay movers to bring shit out here. Not really, but I'm exaggerating. But we should have been okay for money. But my 2 brothers were stealing so much money from the business, it almost failed multiple times. We almost lost the house multiple times because the theft was so bad, it was getting to the point where we almost couldn't run the place. Like, I was going each day to the gas station to get 5 gallons of diesel to run the heater because we couldn't afford to put bulk fuel in the heater. I mean, it was getting pretty bad. And the day I was able finally to get rid of my brother from the store, it's amazing. The financial pressure eased up quite a bit because he was no longer there stealing. "Oh, I wasn't stealing. And of course, the first day you're gone, we made $600 more. Oh, hey, the next week we made another $600. And the next Monday, we made another $600. Suddenly, we're making $600 on Mondays instead of 0. But of course you weren't stealing, right? it was a nightmare. It was bad. It was. Of course, I could see plenty of ways I could have made it better, but That's hindsight. It's always to see how you could have fixed it when you're looking back on it. Not so easy when it's happening. So I had to call the guy up and tell him, van's gone, you can't buy it. He's like, what do you mean it's gone? I was like, last night someone came and stole everything. They stole my $2,000 car dolly. I had a car dolly, so I could tow cars. Okay? They just put it up on the dolly, straps, car dolly. And it's one of the ways our family saved so much money. We didn't have to pay tow trucks. We had AAA, but we didn't have to pay tow trucks. We had a car dolly. I can't get on the bike until I lose sufficient weight. I have to first get down to around 400 pounds so that the bike will actually hold me. So I got to lose about 50, 60 pounds. Hindsight's very dangerous. Well, hindsight's not dangerous, it's depressing. It's very depressing. I think that guy got rid of all of my stuff. And here's why I think he did it. I think he felt desperate. The city wouldn't give them the occupancy license for the business. It's not the tires that are the problem. It's the frame of the bike and the hub and spokes of the wheel, because that's where all the weight is. So those components can handle. Now this bike is upgraded. It's got tandem wheels on it. So it's 44 spoke tandem wheels, for the 2-person bikes. But the problem is, it's a $2,000 bike. I'm not going to risk destroying it, to lose 50 pounds. So I'll lose the 50 pounds first, and then I know I'll be light enough not to kill the bike. Especially with the washboarding in these roads. Oh, I know, no. Hey, it's my fault. I ate myself to this weight. I should have been eating people and not eating food. Low carb, keto, paleo, just eat a few politicians and you're good. But anyway, the city was threatening not to give them the license to continue operating the store. They were threatening to cause them problems. Their fear was that I was going to leave all this shit there, and then the new people weren't going to take care of it because it wasn't their shit. I called the guy up, and I was like, what's your fucking problem now? And he's like, whoa, what's going on? I was like, you're giving me a problem about the fucking cars again? And he's like, well, yeah, we don't know. This is actually the inspector guy, the zoning guy or whatever. And I was like, you understand I'm leaving, right? He's like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm leaving. I'm moving 2,000 miles away to New Mexico. I already signed the paperwork to sell my house, and I've already put a deposit on a new house in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was like, you're never gonna fucking see me ever again. I'm gone forever. And he's like, well, I was like, and you're giving these guys a hard time about the fucking cars. I was like, do you know how much it takes one person to handle all this? Have you not seen me out there fixing and cleaning these cars? He's like, well, yeah. I was like, that's because I'm selling them! I was like, I already sold the camper. I got one guy interested in the van. And if I can't sell the pickup truck by the time I leave, it's going to the crusher. And that's going to go into my gas tank as gas money. I was like, what's your fucking problem? I'm leaving. I was like, do you have to stab me in the back as I'm fucking leaving? He's like, well, you haven't done nothing with the cars in years. And I was like, you haven't talked to me in years. I was like, I haven't gotten a single notice or a single word from the city since we left court. I was like, you've never said there's a problem with anything. You come through and you inspect every year, and you never say there's a problem. I was like, now, suddenly, I'm leaving, and there's a problem? I was like, what do you gotta do? You gotta get one last knife stab in before I leave? Sometimes venting feels good. Sometimes it really feels good. Oh. It's like, leave me the fuck alone! I was like, they have permission to throw away anything they want if by chance I leave something. But part of my agreement selling the place to them is that I clean all this shit out, which is why I'm doing all this goddamn work while working 3 full-time jobs. Actually, at the time, it was 2 jobs. I quit the pizza job at the end of 2018 because I couldn't handle it anymore. It was breaking me. It was killing me. I was working 120 hours a week. It fucked me up physically and mentally. Try it. Try working 3 full-time jobs. It fucks with you. And when with the house sale and the move coming up, I had to reduce my workload. I had to. I needed more time. I actually didn't even reduce my workload. I just spent more of that time at the store. So instead of 40-40-40, it was 40-80. So I was still working 100 hours a week, but at least I was getting this shit done. You know, I'd be down here every day I wasn't at the pizza shop, I was down at the store. So that I could get all this shit taken care of, because we were moving, we were leaving. And, you know, I can't be more than 3 weeks from leaving, and he stabs me again. It's like, what? I was like, do you know what's going to be the happiest moment in my life? I was like, there are 2 moments that are going to make me a very happy person in about a month. Because at this point, I was in his office, and because the cars had gotten stolen, and I blamed him. He's like, why the fuck would you blame me? I was like, because you threatened their business. They just spent a lot of money buying that property and buying that business from me. Worse, these people were hoping to steal the business from me. And my landlord forced them to buy it from me. All right? If it wasn't for my landlord, I'd have gotten nothing. Okay? The only person in this entire fucking shit show who hasn't tried to screw me is my landlord. And not only did she not try to screw me, she actively took action to protect me. She is a lifetime friend. If she calls me up tomorrow and says, Chris, I need help. Could you fly out here and help me? I would do it at the drop of a fucking hat. I would take out my credit card, buy an airline ticket, and I would be there to help her. Because I would be dead right now if it wasn't for her. Kirkwood sucks. Oh, Jesus. And I was like, I can't prove it, and there's no way I can prove it. But I guarantee you, they stole all of my shit, had it crushed in a crusher somewhere, you know, under the table, to get you off their back so they can finish this deal and I can get out of here. And I was like, you just cost me thousands. I was driving down here to sell that fucking van. I had a sale. When you're selling something for $800, there's no such thing as tire kickers. Okay? A person who decides they want a 350,000 mile van that's 30 years old with, for $800, they're not coming to look. They're buying it. Okay? They're going to either rebuild it into something else or use it as a parts van for another van. It's a club wagon. They're very desirable. The two-tone blue E150 club wagons are a very desirable vehicle. You know, even today they're still worth money because people want them. They're just really, if money were no object, if I was wealthy enough to drive any car I want, even if it got 5 miles to the gallon, and I could pay a mechanic to fix whatever is wrong with that car, the only car I would have outside of this house is a club wagon. It is the most comfortable vehicle you will ever drive in your life. I did 3 cross-country 31 hours each way trips to Colorado in that van, or van like it. And it is the most comfortable van. When you sit, you have 2 armrests. You sit like you're sitting in a kitchen chair. I call it the 90-90 position. Your legs come straight out, your knees bend 90 degrees, and your legs come straight down. Your back sits straight up. It's a captain's chair all the way up to the top of your head. You're fully supported, and your arms just sit on the armrests like this, and you hold the steering wheel. And I could drive that van 18 hours straight without stopping except for gas. It was so comfortable. And of course, it could tow 10,000 pounds. It had tons of space in the back. I could seat 10 people in it if I put the third seat back in it. I mean, if money were no object, that's what I would drive every day. It is so ungodly comfortable. I love that van. I love that van. So, I lost, figure the crusher value and the trailer value. I would have sold the car dolly because I would have discovered I couldn't bring it with me. That's $1,200 easy. Easy. All day long. $1,200 without even trying. I could sell it in 3 or 4 days for $1,200. The other trailer I would have got about $500 or $600 for. The van, $800. I would have got like $350 at the scrapyard for the pickup truck. Although I could have got more, I would have taken the rims off, sold the rims for $200, put steel rims on the pickup truck, and then scrapped it for $350. $325. They would have penalized me $25 for not having the aluminum rims on it. But that's like $3,000. The CR10 Max, my friend in Upper Darby, he has it. We just haven't shipped it out yet. He's been going through some life issues, so it's been low priority on his mind. And but he has it. It's safe. I'll eventually get that printer. That was not the CRX. That was the CR10 Max, the big one, the real big one. That's the only reason we haven't shipped it yet. It's so fucking big. It makes the Chiron look tiny. It's almost 500 by 500 by 500. It's freaking huge. Even broken down, it's huge. But so I was like, you cost me thousands of dollars because now all that stuff is gone, and that happened because you threatened them. I was like, you couldn't just leave me the fuck alone while I'm leaving this place. I was like, I've already signed the paperwork to sell my house. I've already put a down payment on a new house in New Mexico. I was like, I'm gone. I was like, I'm gone. Oh, it's gonna cost me about $200 to ship it. Yeah, it's gonna be about $200. Maybe $150. Depends. Because it's gonna be heavy and it's gonna be oversized. And it's gonna have to be extra oversized because we're gonna have to really wrap it in bubble wrap to make sure it can actually survive the shipment here. I gotta make it so it can bounce. So yeah, on the way out, the final stab. It's like, and these people were not so nice. You know, I guess they were upset they couldn't steal the business from me. The one guy, the nicer of the two, he even told me that's exactly what he was going to do. He was going to kick you out. What can I do about it? You know what I mean? If there wasn't an agreement in the property contract, what can I do about it? And because I didn't own the property, you know, I didn't own the property. Once they bought the property, all they'd have to do is keep increasing my rent until I couldn't pay it. The last day we were there, you know, I'm packing up some stuff behind the counter. What, are you taking everything from the store? I was like, I'm taking what's mine. These are things I need for my hobby business. You know, nothing that, you know, you can use them here at the store, but they're mine. They're going with me. You know, so's my soda fridge. You know, I still got 4 payments left on that. The, well, kind of flat. Mine's going to be a ball by the time it ships. But, he's like, you're not even going to leave us the ability to run the store? I was like, I just placed an order yesterday. And he looks at me and goes, what? I was like, I placed an order yesterday. We sold 2 vibrators, so I ordered 2 more. I was like, I ran this business like a proper business right up until the time you told me we're done. I was like, I could have stopped ordering stuff a month ago. But that's not how you run a business. That's not what we agreed to. And he's like, you leaving anything in a drawer? I was like, there's $200 in the drawer. Just like there's been $200 in the drawer for the last 20 years. I was like, you know, technically, I could take all that money. That bank belongs to me. And so does the $300 in quarters in the drawer down below. That's $500 that belongs to me. But we agreed you're taking the business as an operating business, so that stays. And he looked so shocked. And I was like, yeah, you were going to fuck me. I was never going to fuck you. At that point, I stopped caring. I didn't care about propriety. I didn't care about being nice to people. I just told it like it was. Fuck you. I was like, that's right. You were going to fuck me, and my landlord prevented you from fucking me, and now you realize I had no intention of ever doing anything to fuck you. This wouldn't even be fucking you. In fact, because of your attitude, I am seriously tempted to take this money right now, because banking the drawer is your responsibility, not mine. This cash is mine. And I was like, but I promised you a functioning business as it sits. And that's exactly what you're getting, because I'm an honorable person, unlike you. I didn't say unlike you, but the implied unlike you was there. Some people are just, I don't know. I think they got scared they were going to have problems with the city like I did. And they probably will have some problems. But the city probably likes them now. I mean, they got natural gas running to the store. They tied into city sewer, which the city always wanted, but we could never afford it. It was like $20,000. But, I interacted with dozens upon dozens of people to handle my dad's estate. To handle debts stuff. No, I haven't. By the way, if you have Netflix or you want to download a torrent, there's a new series. You see how we jump around a lot? There's a new series on Netflix called Sweet Tooth. Amazing. Absolute must watch. Fantastic, excellent series. And, well, see, the problem with people... Yeah, Killdozer! Oh, they had me close. That when they shut us down and we went to court, now that I think about it, I wasn't thinking about it then, consciously, but now that I look back on it, yeah, it was close. It was very, very close to me snapping and doing something very bad. I didn't realize it at the time, but I realized it afterwards, years later. Now thinking about it, I realized I was pretty close to the breaking point. You know, I had access to vehicles that would fuck that city up. It would not have been difficult at all. I mean, how much damage could I do with a 40-foot, 26,000-pound school bus? I could probably drive straight through City Hall and go in one side and come out the other. I mean, yeah. They weren't marble concrete buildings. It would not have been hard. Yeah. And the city hall and the court and the municipal building and the police station were all one. I could have just gone in one side, out the other, turned around and took out the other half, and I could have crippled that entire city in about 3 minutes. Yeah. I didn't realize it at the time. You know, obviously, I wasn't thinking about that at the time, but I realize now afterwards, thinking about it, how emotionally I was close to snapping, and I probably would have come up with an idea like that. But I realized that every single individual, I've already said this before, we've talked about this in other videos, but you know, we're just here chatting, so we're going to talk about it. Every single individual I interacted with regarding any form of monetary debt, with the exception of my landlord. Okay? So remove her from this. I'm not talking, 10% or 30% or 60% or 80%. I'm talking 100%, not counting the landlord. No exceptions besides the landlord. No exceptions. Every single individual without exception smiled to my face and said, "Hey, no problem, we'll make something work," as they plunged the dagger into my back and twisted it. Every single one without exception, no matter how small the debt. The only ones that didn't twist the dagger were the ones who weren't legally capable of twisting the dagger. Some factor of law stopped them. Otherwise, even the goddamn real estate people were trying to fuck me over at the last minute. The guy who bought the house from me was trying to fuck me over. The guy who bought the house, even he was trying to fuck me over. You know, giving me a problem about some things I left behind. You know, that I was going to have my friend ship out to me. I realized that I had, I forgot my telescope. You know, I was like, oh, I want to have my mechanic grab my telescope. I love my it's a cheap, $200 telescope. I got it used. It was what was it called? Who was the guy who invented the telescope? The first one to see other planets. Galileo. It was a Galileo telescope. White telescopes had Galileo on the side. You know, it had the tripod with the clamp that wrapped around the whole thing. It was a reflector. You know, I saw Jupiter with it. I saw Saturn with it. You know, just enough resolution. You could just make out the rings of Saturn. And I liked it. It was fun. It was enjoyable. Astronomy was a very enjoyable thing for me. And here I am moving to a place where astronomy is going to be perfect. I forgot my telescope. There's so much when you're the only person doing everything, you forget a lot. You can't get everything. There's so many things that I forgot that I wish I didn't forget, and I think about it. Oh shit, I forgot that. Oh shit, I forgot that too. Oh shit, I forgot that too. Like I left my Vectrix behind. It's a very old CRT video game system. Spike. That's one of the games, Spike. And I left my Vectrix behind, which pissed me off because I love my Vectrix. And I left my telescope behind, and the guy said, "No, you can't have it." I was like, "What do you mean I can't have it?" And he's like, "It's not part of the list of stuff you're coming to get. You don't own the house anymore. Everything in the house is mine." I'm like, you fucking asshole. So he took the telescope and he handed it to his wife and put it in their freaking $70,000 car. SUV, a Land Rover Discovery or something like that, or Escalade, or I don't know. It's a fancy SUV. So I got a call from my neighbor. I was on the road. We weren't in New Mexico. We were in Ohio. I got a call from my neighbor, said there's water gushing out of the house and flowing down the street. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, first of all, I'm in Ohio. I don't own the house anymore, but what's going on? What do you mean? He's like, it looks like someone broke the spigot, the hose spigot, off the front of the house. Turns out my brother, Matthew, smashed the spigot off the front of the house because he wanted to scrap the brass. There was a really nice, fancy, heavy brass butterfly spigot. Jerry, my dad's girlfriend, loved butterflies, so we got a butterfly spigot for the house. He took a hammer, smashed the spigot off the house so we could steal the spigot. That's how petty he was. So we could steal the spigot. And so, of course, the water was flushing down the goddamn yard into the driveway into the street. So I called up Anthony. I was like, can you get over to the house now? I was like, water is flooding the street. Somebody took the spigot or something happened to the spigot off the front of the house. We didn't realize Matt had stolen it yet. And then I immediately called the guy who bought the house. Yeah, he's the one who stole my camera and pawned it. And I was like, hey, where you at? He said, I'm in Vegas. I was like, you're in Vegas? He's like, yeah, I flew out to Vegas. I was like, okay, I'm sending Anthony over to the house. Something happened to the hose spigot on the front of the house. And the neighbor called me and said there's water gushing down the street and flooding everything. And I was like, I'm going to send him into the basement to turn off the water to the spigot. Are you okay with that? He's like, it's locked. How are you going to get in? I was like, he's going to go in through the garage door. They don't lock. He's like, okay, tell him to go ahead and turn off the water. Because it wasn't my house anymore. I can't just tell him to go trespassing on somebody's house. So I had to make sure he was okay with it. Well, he fucking lied because an hour later he showed up at the house. I was like, yeah, now you take the Concorde back from Vegas? He's like, yeah. I was like, fuck you. And I was like, I did you a favor and I got the water shut off. So Anthony went inside, shut off the water. And I was like, this guy is fucking with me. On his way out, I said, Anthony, open the freezer a crack. He's like, what do you mean? Like, the freezer out in the garage. Open it a crack. He's like, why? I was like, just please. I was like, work with me here. He's like, you got permission to be in the house. He'll never know you did anything. I was like, open the freezer a crack. I don't know if he did, but I'm hoping he did. And I was like, oh, by the way, do you see the tripod for the telescope right there? It should be just. I was like, are you at the corner of the we had a pantry we built. I was at the corner of the pantry. You should be right there. He's like, yeah, I see it. He's like, I was like, you know that telescope the guy stole from me? He's like, yeah. And I was like, that's for the telescope. I was like, please take it outside. We'll get to that in a second, because my life doesn't suck. I got issues, but I'm also very lucky. And having good humor about it too. I was like, you're in the middle of the driveway? He's like, yeah. I was like, smash it. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, put the 3 legs together. I was like, you see the other end is a big clamp? He's like, that goes around the telescope. I was like, I want you to smash it. It's aluminum. It's going to break as soon as you hit the ground. He's like, why? I was like, well, hurry up in case somebody shows up. I was like, smash it. He's like, yeah, I heard him smash it. Crack. And I was like, now lay the pieces right in the middle of the driveway. He's like, okay. I was like, you're done. Thank you very much. He's like, that's it? He's like, I was like, why? I was like, I just sent the guy a message. He's going to come there and see that broken telescope in the middle of the driveway, and he's not an idiot. He's going to realize, as soon as he sees that big clamping mechanism on top, he's going to realize that's the tripod for the telescope he stole from me. I was like, I just sent him a fuck you. And after that, I pulled over into a rest stop, and I called up because I realized this guy I left the power and the water turned on so he can do everything he needs to do. I realized this guy is not going to reimburse me for the electric bill or the water bill. He is going to milk it until I default on those bills. And then he's going to say, hey, it's your problem. You left it on. I knew for a fact he was going to do that. No question whatsoever he was going to do that. I now had zero inhibition that this guy was a scumbag. So I immediately logged into Pico, turned off the power, logged into, what's it called? Aqua America? I think it's Aqua America. I logged into Aqua America, turned off the water. I couldn't believe I could do both of those things online. I didn't have to talk to a single person. I just logged into the account, close account, terminate service, pick the date I want the service to terminate. The soonest date I could pick was the next day for electric, and 2 days later for water. He never said a thing to me, because that fucker knew I caught him, that he was going to fuck me over. He was going to milk that water and electric for as long as he could, to get me to pay, because it'd be my responsibility, because it'd be in my name. And so I cut off the water and I cut off the electric. And that freezer was left open. So I can only imagine how much rot came out of that freezer when it all thawed. Couldn't happen to a better person, huh? Fuck him. I was tired. I was done. I was tired of being fucked. If I could stab someone a little bit, I was doing it. If you were mean to me during those few months, you were in deep shit, because I was going to get revenge. Because I'm too nice. I always believe people are fundamentally good. And they are. Most people are fundamentally good. I firmly believe 90% of the population is fundamentally good, decent people. Unless you owe them money. Then they're 100% evil. Now, let's get on to that. Wallowing in sorrow, hardship, and bad luck. Yes, I had a fucked up life. Well, my beginning life was fantastic. I had a great father. We had a great childhood. I had a fantastic childhood. I really did. I mean, we weren't rich. We didn't have laps of luxury, but we were not poor either. All right, I had a decent childhood, and the probability of me surviving the 3 years after he died was pretty close to zero. Especially now that I look back on it and realize, how the fuck did I do that? How did I get out of there? But I did. I got lucky. A few key people who were friends helped me out. My brain functioned. So I realized I could buy a school bus instead of paying twice as much for a rental truck. The landlord had my back. I'll get to that in a second. Even my mechanic, Chris Resto, my mechanic, he drove 2,000 miles out to New Mexico with me so that I could bring my pickup truck, my trailer, and everything we could fit in those two vehicles, and to be my mechanic if we broke down. Yeah, 3D printing was my release. That was my vent, my ability to just do what I want. He drove the 2,100 miles out with me. Now, sadly, I found out he's not a driver. See, I was planning the trip to take like 3.5, 4 days. I was going to actually take it easy. I was ready to drive 12 hours a day. It'd be a 3-day trip. And, but I was figuring, okay, we're going to take it easy. We're going to get hotel rooms each night because we can't sleep in the bus. I had it packed from front to back. I had ratchet straps in the front, keeping the stuff from falling on me. Okay? It was packed to the ceiling. And, but he was not a driver. His physiology could not handle 10-hour drives. Because I was planning, the whole trip was planned for 10 hours. 10, 10, 10, 10. And he couldn't do that. He couldn't handle 10-hour drives. We ended up getting about 7 or 8 hours a day. So it took us 6 days to get out here. But that's okay. You know, he drove out here with me, man. And then the idea was he would help me unpack a little bit. That ended up not working out because the bank still wasn't ready to let me have the house when I got here. So I had to live in a hotel for 2 weeks until the bank got off their lazy asses, did their job. And we actually broke into the house and emptied the pickup truck into the house just so that I could have a vehicle to drive around. That wasn't full of stuff. But then we realized the cars were here, so I ended up bringing the electric car down to the hotel. Yeah, we lived in Motel 6 in Moriarty for almost 2 weeks. Because illegally, until we signed the paperwork, I couldn't move in. I couldn't even turn on the power until we finished that. But finally, they let me turn on the power, and I was able to bring the bus down here. But we stayed in the hotel room an extra... Stop it. Cat's walking on the keyboard, which is making the chat go crazy. So we stayed in the hotel an extra few days because I got the electricity turned on, but we didn't have water. We had no water. Because the moment we turned on the water, everything leaked. So I asked the guy, I was like, can you do me a favor? I was like, can you put a shutoff valve right there where the water comes in and then just leave the water on? He's like, yeah, I could do that. I was like, how much? He's like, give me $50. I was like, gladly. Because otherwise, I'd have to call the water company out each time to turn the water on and off. Because the property had no shutoff valve. There was no way to turn the water off to the property. So he put a valve in for me, and with a handle, so I could turn the water off. This way I could have water on. That allowed us to move into the house. Because now, that lawn jack out front, I ran 100 foot of hose from that to my sister's toilet. And that allowed us to fill the toilet and flush it. So we could use the bathroom. So we could then leave the hotel and move in here. We stayed in the hotel a couple extra days, make sure we can get showers and stuff like that. And so I can finally schedule somebody to come out and help with the water. Ended up costing me $1,500. Got a water heater installed, and he replaced all the piping with PEX. He did a fucked up job on it, but most of it's intact. And it's all PEX, so it's hard water safe. Yeah. So it took us an extra 2 days to get out here, extra 3 days to get out here, and I couldn't move into the house right away. The big relief was once I got electricity, because then I could move, because right now I had the bus parked at the hotel with an extension cord going into the side door of the hotel, plugging in, because I had 2 freezers and a fridge in the bus. So I had to keep those freezers and fridges running. All of our food was in there, because I brought all of our food with us. Still got it in the freezers here. I still got some loaves of bread. I got to get one out and thaw them out. And because I love that buttermilk bread. Oh, man, that stuff's good. And so when I was finally able to bring the bus here, I could plug in the car and I could plug in the bus. So I could finally recharge here and at the hotel. The interesting thing was I drove the electric car to the hotel with Chris here. Well, the last year and a half, I fucked up pretty bad. Hey, Jesse. Thank you very much. There's something wrong with me. Like right now, there's something wrong with me. And I don't know what it is. It's something to do with COVID. I'm starting to find out this is actually pretty common. Actually, these last about 100 miles. 80 miles now with the battery degraded. About 80 miles. I'm 99% certain I caught COVID last January. Not this January, but January 2020, before the pandemic even started here. We found out that a major entry point for the pandemic was Las Vegas, because there's a direct nonstop flight from Wuhan to Las Vegas. That's why Las Vegas was a hotspot. That's a lot of the spread. You'll see the Las Vegas variant, because a lot of it came from Vegas. Well, my sister, they go to Vegas. Not this sister, my sister in Tennessee. They drive to Vegas. He does a lot of gambling stuff, so he gets a lot of comps. So they could basically stay in a hotel in Vegas once a year for 3 or 4 days for nothing but the entertainment fee they charge. You know how you got to pay for the hotel and then you got to pay for a resort fee. All they have to do is pay for the resort fee. Everything's comped. Their meals are comped, drinks are comped, some events are comped, the rooms are comped. He makes enough points to do that. And so they were coming back from Vegas and they stopped here to visit because we were in the house now. Hi, baby. How you doing? It's not time for food yet, baby. And she stopped here. She was really, really sick, like sicker than normal. We thought it was just she had the flu and the high altitude. Yeah, he's cute. Turns out she almost certainly had COVID, and she gave it to us. We were in bed for 3 weeks straight. No vomiting, but diarrhea, flu. Thankfully, no taste, no breathing problems. Well, I got a stuffy nose, so when I'm talking, I can't breathe. See? Can't really breathe through my nose. So if I talk a long time, I eventually run out of breath because I can't breathe in through my nose between words. But thankfully, no lung problems. Well, minor lung problems, but no, like, we got to go to the hospital, we need a ventilator problem. But we didn't know it was COVID because COVID wasn't really a thing here yet. It didn't really become a thing here until March. Well, we got it in January from Vegas when she came by. I mean, we were sick as dogs. Well, ever since that sickness, I've had permanent conditions that don't go away. I have a permanent cough. So every day I'm coughing. You'll see me coughing every now and then. Interestingly enough, the more I talk, the less I cough. It's kind of weird. I don't know why. But every day I'm coughing. Not as bad lately, but it's still continuous. It's always there. And they actually call it COVID cough. They call it long hauling. It's where you have permanent side effects from COVID after the fact. Well, I'm pretty sure that's this. And then apparently there's nothing they can do about it. They haven't figured out what's actually causing it yet. I don't know. It's not painful. It's not hurting me. It's just annoying. Now, what is hurting me is my brain. Now, this is all supposition on my part. I can't confirm any of this. Maybe this stuff is helping because I've actually been mentally feeling a little bit better lately. So maybe this is helping. Probably too long since it happened for an antibody test. It was 18 months ago. So that's a long time. Antibody tests are usually only good for 3 or 4 months. And I've had the vaccine. But the other problem I'm finding out is I forget what the people called it. But they call it like a head fog. I thought it was depression. And it didn't make sense. Like, why would I be depressed? I'm doing well. You know, I mean, I'm not doing great, but I got no debt. I'm surviving. I'm doing okay. It's not that bad. You know, I own my house. We live in a beautiful place. We can feed ourselves. But I sit in this chair all day tired from the time I get up to the time I try to go back to bed again. I lost almost complete and total control of my ability to regulate sleep. I would be up until 5 or 6 in the morning and then go to sleep and wake up 4 hours later and not be able to go back to sleep. And then 6 hours later, I'm sitting here trying to get some work done and I can't because I keep dozing off. So finally I say, fuck it. If I can't stay awake, I'll go to sleep. I get up, I go to my bed, I can't go to sleep. I was like, okay, I'll just stay here in bed. And radon sick? There's no radon. I'm above ground. There's no basement. They call it COVID head. It's where you can't concentrate It's hard to make decisions. You have no motivation to get anything done. It's like you just can't bring yourself to do anything. You're just like, eh. And no, I got carbon monoxide testers all over the house. Matter of fact, every one of my alarms is a combo carbon monoxide and fire alarm. And yeah, I'm very tired. I'm very low and sorry, I shouldn't do that. I'm always very tired. I'm very not physically tired, mentally tired. Like I just can't, except for this past couple weeks where it seems to be getting a little better. So I'm thinking this medication might be working. And I found out this sleep aid that he gave me, it does not put me to sleep at all. And it doesn't really help me stay asleep that well. But it does seem to be helping with the regulation of my sleep. I was able to jumpstart it when I went to NSL. I shouldn't have gone to NSL. That cost me too much money. I spent $1,100 on that trip, and I did not have that money. Oh, and then they found COVID here in November of 2019. They went back and checked blood bank samples from October and November, and they found COVID antibodies. Antibodies! Not just COVID, but antibodies. Which means COVID was here September of 2019. That's confirmed from Red Cross blood samples. It's like I'm stuck in idle and neutral, and I just can't be bothered to build up the energy to put the car in gear. So I just sit there. And I sit here. And it's not even like I'm just vegging out watching TV, even though I watch a lot of TV. I watched all of Sweet Tooth in 2 days. But it's like, I can't even sit here and watch videos. I just start dozing off, and I can't stay awake. No matter how hard I try, I'm like, I just can't. I can't. I mean, you'll see Michelle will come out, and I'll be like this. Just like, I can't stay awake. And she's like, hey, Chris, you asleep? And I was finally like, fuck it. I get up, I go to the bed, I can't fall asleep. I'm trying so hard to get something done on the computer, and it's so bad, I'm falling asleep at my desk here. I get up and walk to that bed, and I'm up for 5 more hours. I lay down in bed figuring, okay, I'm going to fall right asleep. I am so tired, I'm going to fall right asleep. I get up and I lay down in bed, and I'm wide awake for 5 more hours. And now maybe the COVID side effect was the sleep thing, and the sleep thing is causing my cognitive problem, or maybe my cognitive problem is causing the sleep thing. I don't know. Well, that's where I'm stupid, and I think I'm going to take the privilege of blaming what was wrong with me for me not thinking of this. I did not go to see the doctor because I feared getting COVID again, because you can catch it more than once. And for people, and the second one is far more deadly than the first one, especially for people like me. I am getting blood work first week of July. It's already scheduled. It's especially deadly for people like us who are obese. People who are obese are a lot more susceptible to these current variants. The early variants weren't that deadly, mostly to old people. But these current variants are more deadly. They're less prevalent, but more deadly. I was afraid of catching COVID. So I decided, okay, it's not hurting me. I'm not in physical pain. I don't think it's physically damaging me, any more than it already has. So I'm just going to wait until the pandemic's over. Wait until I get vaccinated. Once I got the vaccination, I waited 1 week, because he might see me within a week. You have to wait 2 weeks after vaccination. And I immediately called the doctor and said, hey, here's the list of problems I have. I wanted to wait until I was vaccinated before I did anything. I still haven't seen the doctor. We did it all over the phone. I could have called the doctor a year ago, and we would have done it all over the phone. Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're finding out I was here a lot earlier. It takes time for it to kick into gear and start really becoming noticeable. So, people like to blame it on Wuhan. Yeah, this was out in the wild long before Wuhan hit the news. Wuhan's just the first place where it exploded. It's like trickle, boom! And we just see that first boom, but we don't notice all the trickling. So, for the last year, I can't get anything done. I mean, it really now, once I start doing something, I seem to be okay. I can keep going. Once I start a project, I seem to be okay. Once I go out and I actually do something, I seem to be okay. But the physical tiredness becomes a big problem. Now, some of that is, I think, whatever happened to me, and some of it is just apathy. Not apathy. What do you call it when your muscles degrade from lack of use, when you get out of shape? Some of it was just being out of shape. But it's very hard for me to get even easy but long projects done because I simply don't have the physical atrophy. That's it. That's the right word. Thank you, Michael. Sorry, buddy. I am busy. Because I can only go for, 10 or 15, 20 minutes at a shot before I'm just tired. I'm just wiped out of breath. There's no more energy, and I have to stop. Rest up, let the muscles relax, then go back at it. But usually after about the second time, I just don't bother. So I get very little done. That was just spit that went. I breathed in at the same time. We eat plenty of protein. That's the one thing we're doing okay on. We're eating a decent amount of protein. I think it's mental. I think it's here. But it's whatever happened when I got COVID, it did something to my brain. And it manifests like depression. You don't want to do anything. I don't think it's depression. I think it's something else. But whatever this medicine is, I think might actually be helping a little bit. Maybe. I mean, because I seem to feel a tiny bit better. Oh yeah, sure. And ruin my life in the process. No problem. The first thing I asked the doctor when he wanted to give me sleep medication, I was like, is it narcotic? He's like, no, why? I was like, well, my two brothers are, meth and heroin addicts. I have the same genetic code as they do, so I'm probably predisposed to that kind of stuff. It's like, I don't want narcotics. I was like, I've never had a drug problem in the past. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I've never done drugs, I've never even smoked pot. But I have to assume that my DNA is predisposed to addiction to those kind of things because it's happening to both of them. It's like that's not guaranteed, but the consequences of being wrong are terminal. So I have to be careful with that. I live in New Mexico, man. There's no mold here. To have mold, you have to have water. But I'm getting a full blood workup, so we'll see what's going on, if there's anything in the blood chemistry. Yeah, it's crazy, I mean, it's just I don't know how to describe it. I mean, if I saw another person doing what I'm doing, I would just assume that person's lazy and needs to get a good ass kicking. And but you guys saw me from the time of my dad's death to now. I'm not lazy. If there's one thing I can confidently say, I'm not lazy. Lazy people don't do what I did, okay? I don't think what I did is particularly special, but it wasn't easy, okay? And it definitely doesn't happen with lazy people. So something is wrong. And until these last few months when it started to seem to clear up a tiny bit, I didn't even recognize that there was something wrong. I've just been, I see it now when I look back over the last year and I go, what the fuck have I been doing? I've just been droning on. I mean, even this, the last thing I 3D printed was some rocket parts for NSL. The last thing I 3D printed before that was whatever sample prints I made on whatever printer we were doing. Last actual creative thing was Capo. Okay? You know, I have all these print. Okay, forget about the fact that it's I can't run 25 printers like I did back in Pennsylvania. I had 250 amp service in Pennsylvania. I could run as many printers as I want. Here, I could run 6, maybe 7 if I'm very careful. You say, well, you can turn off the heat beds. The problem is, it takes a lot of management to do that because you need the heat bed to start, and then you have to turn the heat bed off, and that takes a lot of direct manipulation to make that happen. So doing that for more than 6 or 7 printers is very difficult to do. No, I don't think so. I haven't had any reaction to the cats. In fact, they've been helping me. Just you know, as soon as I start petting that cat, I feel better. But I don't know. It's like the last year. I didn't even realize the last year happened until these last 2 or 3 months. And I'm looking on. I think it started getting slightly better when I got the vaccine. I think the vaccine helped a little bit. And I've heard people say that some of their long-term problems actually went away when they got the vaccine. Mine didn't go away, but they got better. I wasn't coughing as much, and the fog seems to have lifted a tiny bit. The fog is still there, but I see little clearings here and there. And I'm like, what the fuck have I been doing? I've been doing nothing. You know, I mean, call them a troll all you want, but Lightspeed is right. I burned this channel down to the ground. It wasn't intentional. But he's right. Intentional or not, I've effectively burned this channel to the ground. And, I'm making, I get $200 a month from Amazon, $200 a month from Patreon. You guys are fucking angels, by the way. My patrons who are still tolerating me to this day, you guys are fucking angels. Because I'm serious. The fact that you guys have stood by me is just a miracle. And I get about $50 a month from YouTube, $50-$60. YouTube actually changed the way they do their payouts, so I actually don't get monthly payments from them anymore. I get it every other month. You have to exceed like $100 or $120 before they'll pay out. So I'm making the same amount of money from YouTube, but because I'm under that threshold, it just carries over to the next month, and then I get a bigger payment next month. Trade pictures? Oh, interesting. I'll ask the doctor about valley fever. I'll ask him about that. Well, you see, the lockdowns don't affect me, though, because I work from home. So, besides the fact that we went to the store less, we only went to the store like twice a month because we didn't want to spread this pandemic. But besides going to the store less, my lifestyle, dude, I'm in a live stream. I will call you after the live stream. Besides the, let me change this, wrong, I'm changing the wrong screen, give you guys a different view. But, besides the, besides the not going to the store as much, my life didn't change very much. I work from home. Okay, so that didn't really change that very much. Well, just give you guys something different to look at instead of the same damn thing. Oh, look how distorted that picture is. This should not look like that. It should look like that. But look how it gets distorted when you rotate. Oh, it looks like the store is facing the street, which is not. You can see the store is at 45 degrees to the street. Oh, that's weird. Let's look at something different, though. Let's look at my old house. I love my old house. Here we go. Edgley. Oop, too far. There it is. Let's see if it's updated. Oh, the big tree's still there. Here's my house. The old house, obviously not the current house. There we go. Oh, it's still the old picture. There's my leaf. There's my pickup truck. There's my old trailer. So that trailer back there, which you can see is full of garbage, because I was cleaning out the house. So I would fill that trailer, once every 2 weeks, and then I would haul that trailer down to the store, and I would dump the contents into our dumpster, because I just couldn't get rid of trash fast enough. I was generating it faster than I can get rid of it. I can hear her right with the cats. There's my pizza sign. So there's my pickup truck. That's the trailer I have in back of the house right now. There's my leaf. There's my baby. I sold that trailer. I didn't need that one, so I sold it. I actually still have this mailbox. It's sitting right out front. I didn't realize there's no mailbox service here. So I have a mailbox and I can't use it. I think I'm going to put the mailbox out in the street just because I think it would look funny. See if I confuse my neighbors by having a mailbox out there. But they cut this tree down. See this tree here? They cut it down. That was I have a picture. I'll show you guys later when I find it. I have a picture from 1981. Christmas of 1980. This was our Christmas tree. We got a tree with a root ball intact. And we planted that tree right there because the house didn't have that tree there. These weren't here either. Neighbor added those. But this is our Christmas tree from 1980. We were the first people to own this house. My dad had it built. It's the reason this is the only house that looks like this in the whole neighborhood. You'll notice no other house looks like ours in our neighborhood. And it's because he had a hand in its design because he didn't want a cookie cutter. I'm going to build a personal library out there. And I might also build a little food pantry. Make free food. Safe stuff. Dry, canned. Stuff that I don't need. Put it out there in case any neighbors need it. But I also want to put a little personal library out there. And just put books that I don't use anymore. And people can add books and take books. Have a little neighborhood library. I love the idea of people doing that. So I want to do it. This tree is kind of stunted. Because it's always in the shadow of the monster. So let me show you the monster. Oh, you can't see it. Ishgan. There, that tree right there, the monster. You can see that roof line is probably 30 feet. That tree's 100+ feet tall. That thing is a monster. It's such a big tree. I love that tree. Thankfully, they kept that tree. Because that's big property value. Just to me, that's big on the property value. A tree that nice. Look at that tree. I love that tree. Oh, man. I was fortunate. We lived in a beautiful neighborhood. Look at the size of that trunk. I think it's a maple tree. But I love this house. But there was no way for me to keep it. The cost of living here was so high. I mean, Jesus. I was paying $1,400 a month for a mortgage payment. And like $900 of it, or $850 of it was property taxes. It was all property taxes. It could have been a liability, but this tree's solid. It's not going anywhere. That tree's been through like 4 hurricanes, but trees are beautiful. Trees mean this house does not get overly hot because it's covered in shade. Trees mean this house doesn't get overly cold because the trees break the wind. I mean, the trees are nice. I love trees. To me, they're worth the risk. Now, if a tree becomes dangerous, I'll take it down. But otherwise, they are worth the risk. I love trees. But yeah, that's my house. Old house. You don't realize how much space you have in a house like this. Oh, birch. That's right. Birch tree. You're right. It's a birch tree. You don't realize how much space you have in a house like this. It's I think it's 2,400 square foot, but it's actually a lot more than that. So figure 1,200 square foot of floor, because the floors are basically almost identical as far as total area. The bottom's a little bit bigger. So you have another 1,200 square foot basement. And then you have a full-size 2-car garage. That means you get a lot of space because you don't have to use any of the house space for storage because you have the basement and you have the garage. And then if you park the cars in this, as you can see, generous driveway, I could fit 4 cars in this driveway. A little tight with 4 cars, but it fit. And you saw I had the bus parked in this driveway. Where's the bus? Oh, this is before I got the bus. Yeah, this is before I got the bus. Okay. It usually tells you. Copy June of 2018. So yeah, this is before I got the bus. June of 2018. And so a 40-foot school bus just fit in the driveway and blocked half of the sidewalk. Well, pretty much the whole sidewalk. But it's I don't know. It's just I just wasn't doing anything. I couldn't get anything done. I couldn't build up enough steam to start getting anything done. I just vegged. Literally, I didn't sleep. I didn't play games. I just did nothing. Literally did nothing. The one bad thing is the combination of doing nothing and eating more, because the eating releases endorphins, you're comfortable. I gained 40 pounds. Lost 60, gained 40 back. Little libraries, that's it. Racist! How the hell can a library be racist? That doesn't even make any sense. Sounds patently stupid to me. But I think there's a break in the fog. At least enough of a break for me to realize there's something wrong. And hopefully the doctor can help me fix it. I mean, the nice thing about being here is I have health insurance. Oh, I almost forgot. Oh yeah, Illinois is crazy. Illinois is insane. This house, $8,500 a year. $8,500 a year just in property taxes. I'd say, well, I guess I'll have to put some learn to read books in my libraries. Because I don't like the idea of people not being able to read, so I'm going to help them. And this is 0.1 acres, 0.14 acres. It's not a big property. Maybe 0.2. Yeah, I think it's 0.2. 0.19, I think. I think this is 0.19 acre. $8,500 a year. Part of it was because of where it is. How the hell do I get out of Street View? Do I hit this? Yes. Yeah, Michelle. Maybe. So, here's something interesting. Here's my house. And here's Route 13. Well, we're taxing the poor out of existing. We're taxing people out of their homes and forcing them into rent, which just costs more. Here's the industrial park. You can actually walk behind this guy's house, and there's an opening in the fence. You can get back here. Otherwise, you got to drive down to here. This road is blocked off right here, but you can ride a bike around it. Or if you came down to here, you can get into the industrial park. This used to be an airport. If you look, you can see the runway still. So here's the one strip, and here's the other strip. This used to be the old 3M airport. Right now, it's just all industrial complex. And for a short time, this building here used to be an arcade. It was wonderful while it lasted. It didn't last very long. I mean, this whole half of this building was filled with arcades and stuff. But that was right at the end of the arcade phase when arcades were starting to die out. So it died out, which was a pity. I don't call people liberal Democrats. I just call people who do that kind of stuff morons. Because they exist on both sides of the table. You've got moron Democrats and you got moron Republicans. And pretty soon you realize you simply have morons. People who are interested in their own personal agendas. You say, well, they're not the same. No, they're not the same. They have different personal agendas. That's how they differ. But it's still morons with personal agendas. But yeah, so you can see this is the original Levittown house. So these are all the Levittown houses. The neighborhood, all cookie cutters. Boring, boring, boring. Well, it's when the Democrats are in control, we blame the Democrats. When the Republicans are in control, we blame the Republicans. That's what a duopoly does. The purpose of a duopoly is to keep us blaming the other party when the current party is in control and flip-flopping back and forth. We think it's the evil Democrats because they're the current target. Later on, we'll think it's the evil Republicans because they're the current target. And then we'll flip again and think it's the evil Democrats. And then we'll flip again and think it's the evil Republicans. And people don't realize that we're just flipping back and forth. Just remember, 80 million morons voted for Biden. 80 million morons voted for Trump. So that's 160 million morons. That's half the country. This is Haynes Road. This is actually the grade school I went to. This is, I believe it's, they call it Brookwood now, but it used to be called Buchanan. No, wait a minute. Okay, one of these was called Buchanan. So one of these was Buchanan, and one of these was Emerson. I think this was Emerson, and this was Buchanan. And then here's Harry S. Truman High School. Hey, they haven't stripped out that historical name yet. That's the high school I went to. Shit high school, but I have no way of knowing that at the time. If you have a brain, you saw this coming 30 years ago. And if you were born 60 years ago, you saw this coming 60 years ago. This is not something that's happened in the last 4 years. This is the culmination of 100 years of destroying public education and hyperpolarizing people politically against each other in a duopoly. This has been going on for 100 years. What you're seeing is the end of an exponential curve. So most of the curve is behind us, but it was gentle. And because of the way exponentials work, you see the biggest change at the end of the exponential curve. Well, we're entering the end of the exponential curve. So even though this has been happening for 100 years, the effects were not as visible until now. And now we're starting to see it. And because human beings suck at long-term planning and projection, we think all of these problems are a result of this president and the last president. And we incorrectly don't recognize that this has been every president for the last 100 years. They've all been doing the same thing for the last 100 years. You just didn't notice it because it was an exponential curve. Well, now we're hitting the curve, baby. Now the expo really starts to kick in. It's like a penny a day, double it each day. What do you have the first day? Penny, nothing. What do you have the second day? 2 cents, nothing. What do you have the third day? 4 cents, nothing. 8 cents, nothing. 16 cents, nothing. 32 cents, nothing. 64 cents, nothing. 128 cents, nothing. 256 cents, nothing. You know, $2, $4, $8, $16, still nothing, 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 nothing. You go 20 days and have basically nothing, and then all of a sudden, that exponential compounding starts to kick in, and you go, whoa, the numbers are really climbing. Well, that's what happens when nations fail like this. You're seeing that you're not seeing a sudden change. You're recognizing the change that's been building for 100 years because it's an exponential curve. If Elon offered me a free trip to Mars, I'd only have one question. Can you reasonably guarantee me I have a good shot at living 10 years? If you told me I had a reasonable shot at living at least 10 years, in a heartbeat, get me off this fucking rock. Leave this shithole behind. Because it ain't going to get better, folks. I wish there was no parties. I wish we voted for people instead of parties. Exactly. And then on day 31, you'd have $10.7 million. And on day 32, you'd have $22 million. And on day 33, you'd have $44 million. You can see you'd have a lot of money really quick. In fact, I think someone said, I don't know if it's true anymore, but if you used a chessboard, 64 doublings, you'd have more money than the entire world before you got to the end of the chessboard. Well, if we actually paid everybody properly, okay, I don't want to get too much into this unless you guys really want to get into this, because I know for the most part you guys don't like the political money stuff. So there's 39 of you here. Have it out. Do you want to move in that direction? Because if the bulk of you don't want to move in that direction, we won't move in that direction. The cost of producing hardware only had to go to that kind of economy because we began a trickle-down economy here. If we did not switch to a trickle-down economy here, we would not have had to shift our production to lesser economies like China. We would not have had to do that. I'm seeing your chat come in. I hear you. Now, what was that thing I was saying a moment ago? What was that? Oh, I guess I can say how the landlord saved my ass. The landlord, we're jumping back to people screwing me because of owing money. Like I said, everybody I interacted with who I did not owe money to was perfectly nice to me. Worked with me, dealt with me, we fixed things, we got things taken care of. Anybody I owed money to? Dagger. The landlord is actually the one who saved me. And I don't mind saying this, even if you guys heard this before, I'll say it again because she's my fucking hero. If she called me tomorrow and said, "Can you fly out here tomorrow?" I would do it. I don't know. What's the best thing to put bacon on? My tongue. That's a dumb question. Universal basic income could be a solution, but it's got pitfalls. Anyway, landlord. My landlord, her name is, I don't know if I want to say her whole name, because I don't want people looking her up. She's going to use her first name, Valerie. Okay, that's her first name. She's pretty old. She's like 85. She looks fucking amazing. But by the way, Valerie, you're hot for 85, okay? She's like 80, 85 years old. And she's fucking hot for that age. Wow! 49 cents a pound for bacon? I was thrilled to pay $1.70 a pound. Yeah, I'd buy 40 pounds for 49 cents. 20 bucks? Yes! Holy shit! I hope you got that thick cut. Because let me tell you, you cook it until it crunches in thick cut, and that's just the shit. It's one of the few things I don't mind the fat on. Is as long as it's crispy. Oh my god, that's amazing, dude. I would be so all over that. I would throw stuff out in the freezer. I would go buy another freezer to put that bacon in. I'd vac bag all that shit. Oh my god. I love bacon. It's such a pain in the ass to prepare and cook and store because it's so fatty and greasy and slimy. But it's so good. Oh my god, I love bacon. I'm drooling. Screw you. Joe, I'm fucking drooling here. Oh, bullshit. If bacon squishes when I bite it, you're taking it back. I don't fucking want it. If it doesn't crunch when I bite it, I don't want it. Bacon needs to crunch, not turn to powder. If you cook it too far, it crunches and turns to powder. That you've destroyed it at that point. You know, you give me a steak, I want pink. that steak better be medium, okay? But if you're handing me bacon, that shit better crunch. I want to go snap. And then I want to go crunch. And I want the guy over there 2 tables to hear it. I want it crunchy enough that the fat is crunchy. And then I'll eat myself into a coma. You give me bacon like that? Oh my God. I love bacon. Thick cut bacon. Thin bacon, it never really goes crunch. It's very hard to make thin bacon go crunch. It can go firm, but not really crunch, because the point at which it goes crunch and the point at which you've destroyed it is like that big. So it's very, very difficult to properly do thin bacon to make it crunch. So you've got to go a little bit before crunch. But thick cut bacon, that shit better crunch. I love crunchy bacon, man. I love crunchy bacon.
Come on, Naughty.
She's coming out to feed the cats.
Come on.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Joe. Now I want bacon. Well, anyway, Valerie. You know, I talked with her a lot because she helped me out with some of the things that I don't have experience in. You know, even with Michelle, with family members, with work, with debts. And she would help me out and give me advice where to go, who to contact. You know, she'd give me, you know, as best she can. And she wrote it into the property contract that they were, when she realized, when I was explaining to her how the license worked, she realized she could help me. She realized that grandfathering gave me power. I'm drooling, man. I was drooling there. God, I love bacon like that. She wrote it into the property contract that they could not terminate my lease. That they had to give me 3 months, 3 or 4 months. I think it was 3 months. They had to give me 3 months, 90 days, where I maintained possession of my business. Remember, I don't own the building. So they would become the new owners of the building, but they couldn't just throw me out. Part of the deal was, in order to buy the property, they had to allow me to continue to operate my business so I can make an exit for 90 days. And they were not allowed to change my rent. So I would have the business for 90 days under my current terms. They were not allowed to change a thing for 90 days. Because the way grandfathering works is the business has to be run continuously year after year as that business. If I change the business to something else, a countdown clock starts. 30 days. After 30 days, if it's not an adult bookstore anymore, then the grandfathering expires. It's now considered a brand new business, and so all the current laws regarding that business apply. These laws were illegal, by the way. They were unconstitutional. If any of these businesses could actually afford to take it all the way to the Supreme Court, they would be thrown out because the laws are unconstitutional. They're not allowed to do that. But because going to the Supreme Court is something that would cost millions of dollars, especially for something like an adult industry where there's a lot of power against it, nobody could afford to. So the entire adult industry depended on grandfathering. If you wanted to open an adult bookstore, you had to find an existing adult bookstore that was for sale. That meant that this property that was only really worth maybe, I don't know, $100,000, $200,000, was suddenly worth a whole lot more. Because you don't buy this kind of property for the property. You buy this kind of property because you want that grandfathered license. And so by giving me 90 days where they could not touch me, I could say, okay, pay up. You bought the property, but you didn't buy the business. The business belongs to me. So if you want the business, you got to buy the business. Now, if they don't want the business, well, they can just let it expire and they'll own the property. Okay? But we all know they want the business. Okay? They're not saying that because they were going to try to take it, but they want the business. And they can't have it without my permission because I own it. Val owns the property. I own the business, and I own that grandfathering ticket. So I said quite clearly, I was like, are you going to buy the business or not? He's like, we'd like to continue to operate the business. Okay. I was like, how much? And he's like, well, I was like, let's put all the cards on the table, and I'm going to be very clear. I'm assuming you know most of this already because you don't sound like a dummy, and you know what you're getting into when you buy something like this. You know, novices don't buy this kind of thing. You know, it's usually you have some idea of what you're doing. And I said, as you are aware, this business is illegal. It's unlawful. You're not allowed to operate one of these businesses under these conditions. He's like, well, how are you operating? He's like, well, you know how I'm operating. I'm grandfathered. And I was like, that grandfathering is a ticket to operate this business. Valerie does not own that. I own that 100%. When you bought this place from her, you did not buy the business. You did not buy the license. You did not buy the grandfathering. I own that. If you want that, you have to buy it from me. If you don't want that, you could turn this into a gas station for all I care. But you won't be operating an adult business here. You will never operate an adult business here. I was like, I assume you've looked up the New Jersey laws on the restrictions on adult businesses. This location wouldn't even qualify. Even if you complied with all the other draconian requirements, this business location would not even qualify to be a business because that church right there is too close. And you're on a main street, and it's not allowed to be on a main street. The church might be okay because it hasn't been a church in like 10 years, so they might not be able to use that, but you're on the main street of the city, and that's not allowed. You have to be on a secondary street. You also might have a problem with those houses behind you. Even though you own the whole block, you're too close to those houses. They might be able to use that to say you can't operate here. I was like, so if you want the business, you have to buy it from me. Because I'm not giving it to you. That's where all the money is. And I was like, and I'm pretty sure you know it. And I was like, and your land contract says that you have to allow me to operate under my current circumstances for 90 days. If I go to the town hall and say, I would like to convert my store into a puppy shop, they will say yes. They'll let me turn this store into anything I want. Because if I do that, they'll know why I'm doing that. And they'll know that 30 days after this place ceases to be an adult business, it ceases to be an adult business forever. That's why there's a 90-day clause written into your contract. He's like, how did you know that? I was like, she's my landlord. She put that clause in there for me. So that you can't screw me. The other guy, the American guy, he told me later, he's like, he absolutely intended to screw you. I was like, he absolutely intended to take this place from you. So, if it wasn't for her, well, it's stupid or not, there was nothing I could do about it. It required Val's help to do it. And I didn't even know she could do that. You know, I could sell this house with a covenant that says all men must wear pink polka dot dresses, and it's binding in law.
Oh, gosh.
You'd be amazed how legally binding property covenants are. I never imagined that was possible. It's crazy. Look it up. It's crazy some of the things that you can get away with. Now, some things you can get tossed, but they have to be truly unreasonable. Because covenants on property is very, very legally protected in this country. There could be restrictions going back hundreds of years. Yes, I had a lease. I had a lease for the property, but the business license belonged to me. I mean, I own today's 3D print, but the state of New Mexico owns this house. I simply have fee simple title. We think of that as ownership, but it's not really. Well, similar there. You know, the state of New Jersey owned the property. Valerie had fee simple title ownership of the property. And I had a lease to operate my business, which I owned, on that property. The business has nothing to do with the property as far as sale price goes. You buy the store. Now, you don't own the contents of the store. unless the sale of the store includes transfer of ownership of the contents. So the contract would have to say, you are buying this property and included in the sale is the contents in the property. Because otherwise, all the contents can be taken by the previous owner. So that's why you'll see a house, appliances included. They're telling you that you get to keep the appliances that are in the house. Because that's a separate part of the sale. You buy the house, you don't buy the appliances. Unless you write the contract to specifically include the appliances. So when you buy a property, you're not buying the business. You got to buy the business from the business owner. Just like you got to buy the property from the property owner, you got to buy the business from the business owner. Grandfathering just makes that very interesting because grandfathering attaches legally the business to the property. So if you want to operate that business on that property, you must purchase both the property and the business. Now, he didn't have to. If he wanted to open up a furniture store, he could just say, see you later, Chris. You can stay the 3 months if you want, but after that, I'm discontinuing your lease. But he could not operate an adult business. He could turn it into a puppy store. He could turn it into a gas station. He could turn it into a carpentry store, whatever the zoning would allow. But he would not be able to operate an adult business. That requires grandfathering. And that requires a continuous chain of ownership. Not of the property, of the business. Correct. He would have been my new landlord, but he was not allowed to change the terms of my lease for 3 months. So he couldn't just buy the property and say, okay, your rent is now $20,000 a month. And of course I wouldn't be able to pay that and he'd be able to throw me out. So he couldn't do that. He had to leave my terms the same as they were before he bought it for 3 months. He had to give me 3 months. And that's not only is that 100% legal, it's normal. That happens a lot. I guarantee you there's probably terms in there to cover that if they sell the building. Now, some states might have protections in place. Probably Democrat protections, mind you. Most Republicans offer 0 protections for people. But there's probably protections in place to keep them from throwing you out on the spot. But yeah, they can sell the apartment complex, turn it into something else, and your lease becomes worthless. And there's probably legalese written into that lease to allow them to get out of it. Okay? So that's what Val did. She wrote legalese into the contract to prevent them from screwing me if I didn't want them to. And,
considered us family, that's what.
yeah, she literally saved my ass. I would not have a house. When I sold that house in Pennsylvania for $147,000, whatever it was, $147,000, I forget what it was. I got nothing. In fact, I still owed a little money on my dad's debts. I still had to pay a little bit on my dad's debts. Because the house actually didn't sell for enough to pay off 100% of his debts. So that's what my other brothers who were screwing me didn't seem to realize, that, when I sold that house, they didn't even cut me a check. I got $45,000. We agreed on $45,000. I probably could have fought for a little more, but $45,000 was enough to buy this house. That was my objective, sell the business for enough to buy a house so I wouldn't have a mortgage and I wouldn't have to rent. And so I probably could have got 50, 55. But it would have taken longer. There would have been negotiations. It might have fallen through. But they agreed to 45. 45 was enough to buy the house. I took it. So that was enough for me to get this. It doesn't even pay me back for the debt on the house. I was owed $80,000 plus interest over the last 20 years that I put into that house. And so it's still, legally, I still ended up a net negative. But realistically, I was able to zero out. The house actually cost me $47,000. We found out after we put in our bid that the fuckers hid a clause that allows them to add a $2,000 service charge or a bid charge for placing the bid. I was like, but I didn't bid. I just accepted your offer. But they count that as a bid. And so they got to nail me for an extra $2,000. Fucking pricks. So, like I said, everybody dealing with money is trying to screw you, okay? Even the people I'm buying the house from them, and they had to screw me for another $2,000. It's never ending. It's never ending. But, I hope I have it. I hope I remembered to bring it. I think I did. I vaguely remember rolling it up. This area here, I have a war map of this entire area. And it covers a lot. It covers... Where's Warminster? There it is. So I have a war map that covers all of this. Down to house level detail. Meaning down to that level of detail. It took me like 3 or 4 days to make this. This was before I had 4K screens. But as you can see, Google Maps will load for as large a screen as you have. And I had a high resolution Electron Blue 22 monitor as a studio monitor. So I was able to display a screen at more than 2K resolution. This is before 4K screens. So I would go into Google Earth. And I figured out at what zoom level I could display. I used Google Earth because I didn't want all this. I didn't want all these tags blocking everything. So I figured out at what display level I needed to tile together my own Google map in massive resolution. The reason I did this was because I made a poster that was like 6 foot by 4 foot. It was huge. Or 5 foot by 4 foot, something like that. It took up a whole wall. It would take up this entire wall behind me. This entire area you see behind me. And it was on sale. They had a coupon deal where they would print you a poster, and it was like $41. So I spent the next 4 days meticulously in Google Maps, capturing this square, grabbing this point over here, moving that point over to here like this, and then screen capturing that square. And then I would move it up here, screen capture that square. The number of times I crashed my computer trying to do this as I stitched these tiles together in Photoshop. I crashed my computer multiple times. That file was many gigabytes when it was done. I doubt I even have the original file anymore. It was just so big. It took me multiple uploads to get the file to even upload to the website to print. I thought I was going to have to mail the file into them. So I eventually stitched together this file that included my entire early life. So the reason I had to include all the way up here, where is it? There it is. No, not Warrington. Where's Warminster? Here it is, Warminster. So the file had to include about that. I think it was zoomed in a little bit more. And that's because this is where I went to school. This is where I lived. I had a couple jobs around here. Radio Shack. I wanted to make sure I got Fallsington up here because I worked at Radio Shack up here. And I worked at VoiceNet over here in Ivyland. Right there in Ivyland is where VoiceNet used to be. So that would include my entire childhood and early adult life, including all employment, not counting Egg Harbor. That would include everything. And I printed this out. I spent hundreds of hours. Well, maybe not hundreds. 100 hours. It was like 4 days. I spent 4 days. So we'll figure I spent 6 or 7 hours a day. 7, 14, 20, 20. So 28 to 30 hours. I'm exaggerating. It was a long fucking time. Stitching screen captured tiles together in Photoshop. So, because I knew once I printed this at 6 feet, you would be able to walk up to this map and see individual buildings. Because it was at this detail level, but printed this big. So I had a war map of my entire area, a satellite map with individual house resolution. Meaning, my objective was to make sure I could Andalusia, Humeville, Croydon. Here we go. The objective was to make sure that I had just enough detail. I can actually tell you where the detail level was. Where the hell am I? Oh, I'm not far enough. There we go. There. That's the detail level of the map, or close to it. It could have been this detail level, but it was enough that I could say, see that house right there? That's my house. Yeah, it was a big, giant banner printing. It was awesome. I knew I would never have a chance to do that again because those prints are, at the time, those prints were like 160, 200 bucks. But because of a combination of a sale and a crazy coupon code, yeah, we have an Aldi. I miss Aldi. God, I miss Aldi. Where am I at? Right here. There. There's the Aldi. That's actually pretty new. That was less than 10 years ago they built that. So yeah, there's the Aldi. And then just as good as Aldi, if not a little bit better, because they had different stuff. Do they still have it, or did they replace it? Oh, they replaced it, Michelle. They replaced the Save-A-Lot with a Family Dollar. This used to be a Save-A-Lot.
Right around the corner from us.
Yeah. They replaced it with a Family Dollar.
Cool.
The New Way Laundromat's still there. That's been there for 40 years. Same with that 7-Eleven.
Same with that Taylor's.
I don't know if the Taylors are still there anymore. The addresses are marked, but it doesn't say it's a Taylor. So they might be out of business.
Even that hardware store was there for years.
The hardware store. Oh, yeah, that's right. The hardware store's there. JV Hardware Newsstand is still there.
They had that name changed so many times for that hardware store.
And then there was another one over here. There was another hardware store right here that might be gone. I don't see it labeled anymore.
There was only one hardware store there.
No. There was another hardware style, newsstand style store in the other shopping center where the sports pub was.
Yeah.
There was one there too.
It was actually a medical store.
So it got changed to a medical store? Okay, so it was gone a long time ago then. But,
I actually got a job there.
Did you?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
When it was an extra, the one before the blood pressure one, the medical store.
Yeah, we can't have Save-A-Lot and Aldi here in New Mexico, and it really sucks because it's physically not possible for us to have one. And I'm going to explain to you why.
Hey Chris, can we order pizza?
I might make a pizza. Okay. That's Albuquerque. Can anybody tell me what that looks like? Think about it from a distribution logistics point of view. What does that look like?
That's a pecan.
I want you to... Yeah, tremors. I want you to invert it. If you were to invert this map, what would it be? Well, land would become water, and water would become land. Okay? So what would this be if you inverted it? It would be an ocean. And cities would be islands. Okay? This city right here is basically the only city in the entire state. Everything else is a fraction of this. There are 2 million people in New Mexico. It's one of the largest states in the whole country. It's the 5th largest state in the country. it's got one of the smallest populations in the country. There's only 2 million people in the whole state, and 600,000 of them are right there in Albuquerque. And that's not including the people out here. That's just this right here, Albuquerque. Okay? There's 600,000 people there in Albuquerque. So Albuquerque is like Hawaii or Japan. Okay? It's an island. The next major city, let me change this to a regular map. Yeah, that's a much better. Okay? Where's the next major city? Amarillo? Nope, that's tiny. Call that more a town. You know, maybe El Paso, but even that's a pretty small place. The capital, Santa Fe. Hell no. Look at this. Santa Fe is damn near nothing. Look at that. There's nothing there. It's empty. Okay? How about north? Espanola. Nope, nothing. How about this way? Flagstaff. Nope, Flagstaff is damn near empty. There's like nothing in Flagstaff. All right? Even technically Phoenix would be the next major city. And it's also an island. Phoenix exists in the middle of nowhere. Now, Phoenix is a genuine city. Now you can tell a city. See all these big yellow roads going around it? Okay? That's how you know you got a city. Because you have bypasses and thoroughways to get around the city. Okay? Now keep in mind, it's a little hard out here because cities out here are spread out. Because one thing we have is lots of land. So we don't build up. We build out. So the next major city is Phoenix. Even Las Vegas is tiny compared to Phoenix. So look, you have islands. Here's an island. Here's an island. Here's an island. You think, well, they're close. No, yeah. You know how far it is from Phoenix to Albuquerque? I went to Tucson. It was almost an 8-hour drive. So you're looking at a 10-hour drive to get to Phoenix. That's an ocean trip, buddy. Okay? We're islands. From a logistics distribution point of view, there's no difference between Albuquerque, Phoenix, and Las Vegas than there is between Honolulu, Oahu, and Kahului. There's no difference. Just like these are islands and cannot have Save-A-Lots and Aldi's, these are islands and cannot have Save-A-Lots, Aldi's, and other discount stores. Why? Why can't these places have discount stores? Well, it's because of the way discount stores work. Discount stores work by logistics. They have to find some way of saving money. How can they buy the same products as Kroger and Acme and Giant for less? How do they do that? By saving money on logistics. So discount stores depend on... Yeah, Aldi's a nice store. I would love to have an Aldi. Actually, I'd prefer to have a Save-A-Lot. Aldi's got better stuff, but Save-A-Lot's got better canned food selection. But Aldi is superior to Save-A-Lot. Logistically, discount stores work on a spider web distribution pattern. They depend on being able to make short hops. You know, here, 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 distribution, here, 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 distribution. Kind of like a hybrid distribution setup. So they spread out like a spider web. But that depends on the legs of that spider web being short. Places like Kroger and Acme and Giant and Superfresh, those places are mega conglomerates. They have giant nationwide distribution centers and they truck stuff all over the country because they have the distribution network to do that. Now, that costs more, which is why the food there costs more. Okay? It's not as simple as they're greedy. It really does cost more because that's what allows a little shit town like Edgewood to have a Smith's grocery store, which is basically a Kroger. Okay? That's also how we're able to have a Walmart. Because these guys have these giant distribution centers and the trucking fleet to be able to move this stuff out from these giant distribution centers. But a place like Aldi and Save-A-Lot, they save money by having micro distribution centers that are short hops from each other. Well, the problem is, why are you doing that? In order for them to put an Aldi or a Save-A-Lot here in Albuquerque, they would have to send a truck here from Oklahoma City. That's the nearest you're going to find in all your Save-A-Lot. And that's, what is that? 14 hours? I think that's a 14-hour drive from here to here. And that would be the only destination of that truck. That would be a dedicated distribution route only for that truck. Versus here, where one truck might be able to visit 5 or 6 stores. And then it's a relatively short hop to the next major metro area. See here? Wichita is relatively close. Kansas City is relatively close. See how things start? Arkansas. See how things start getting more dense? Look how far out the yellow roads are from Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is actually relatively spread out compared to east. But compared to the southwest, Oklahoma City is freaking huge. And as you go east, look how the yellow starts to take over the map. Not this yellow. Not this khaki. The yellow roads. See these yellow roads? Look how the spider web of yellow starts looking more like the neurons in a brain. See how these spider webs start connecting? St. Louis, Kansas City, Indianapolis, Louisville, Cincinnati, Columbus, Lexington. They start interconnecting. Yeah, I know. That's because they can interconnect. See how, now look at this map. Look how the yellow. See all the yellow? Yellow, yellow, yellow. See how all these, each of these nexus points, see where these roads cross? If you zoom in, you'll see, hey, that's a city. Pick another nexus point. Hey, that's a city. There's nothing here. Yes, there is. Not much. That's an unusual, oh yeah, here it is. Charleston and Huntington. Okay, so that's an unusual nexus point. Those are small cities. But that becomes more possible as you go more east. Look how much more dense the yellow becomes when you go east. So a micro distribution network allows little guys like Aldi and Save-A-Lot to function a lot cheaper, to function on a smaller budget, which allows them to offer lower prices because they don't have to build as much of those distribution costs into the cost of their food because their distribution costs are smaller. But now, look what happens when you move out here. As soon as you pass, basically this is the line right here. Dallas, Fort Worth, Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas City. That's basically the line. You'll also notice there's not much up here either. You'll notice that the yellow lines start to disappear. And you end up with these giant open spaces between anything. Albuquerque is literally the only legitimate city, like what you would call a city on the East Coast. It's literally the only legitimate city within 10 hours. Yeah, I know they do in Australia. You know, even El Paso, look how small El Paso is. It's tiny. You think El Paso, but that's actually a pretty small city, and half of it's in Mexico. And, you know, Tucson, big city, right? No, Tucson's tiny. Stop it. Look how small Tucson is. There's not much there. I almost moved here, by the way. I wanted to live near Tucson, but it was too expensive. So the nearest that I can live was here, Sierra Vista. It was still relatively close to Tucson. But just no lucky houses popped up that I could afford. And I also found out Arizona charges property tax on cars. So here in New Mexico, you know, my car is $35 a year for registration. Here, each car might be $300 or $400 a year. Because they charge low property taxes on houses, but they charge substantial property tax on cars. And I have two relatively new cars, a 2017 Kia and a 2016 Leaf. So the property taxes on those two would be pretty darn high. Exactly. It's spread too thin. So businesses with built-in pricing to pay for a massive nationwide distribution network, they can afford to put a store in a place like this, especially since they're going to be dominant, since they will be the only game in town. Wow, 31. That's how they do it. They create that little micro distribution network with a whole bunch of stores really close together. The stores are smaller, they're leaner, they're more efficient. And that allows them to offer lower prices. Well, the problem is, by the time Aldi paid for a distribution leg to get from here to here, their costs would be so high that their prices would be the same as Kroger and Walmart. And they would be competing with Kroger and Walmart, which they couldn't compete with. I mean, would you go to Aldi and pay $10 a pound for your steak? Or would you go to the 4 times larger with 10 times more product Smiths and pay $10 for your steak? You see what I mean? The draw of going to that smaller, think about it, you go to an Aldi, you don't have much choice. Part of what makes Aldi efficient is you have limited selection. You don't have 10 varieties of everything. You've got 1 of each thing. But that allows them to be cheaper and more efficient and leaner. And you say, well, wait a minute, why don't they just serve, Phoenix, Tucson, El Paso, and Albuquerque? Well, because each of those is the same damn 10 hours away. So you'd have to create a whole distribution center just to go from here to here. And it's just not. And on top of that, there's only 600,000 people here. And this is the only city with that many people. So it's not like you can put in 10 Aldis here. There's literally not enough people. So that's why places like here don't have these discount stores. And it's because the way they handle. Look at here. Look at Texas and Arkansas. Look how dense these yellow roads are. And look how empty it is here. I was like, there's no one here. The state is empty. As soon as you go even here to Texas and Arkansas and Oklahoma, this is Texas, this is Oklahoma, and over here is Arkansas. You can see the density goes up tenfold. And then as you move east, the density just gets thicker and thicker and thicker. And that's what allows places like Aldi to exist. So that's why we don't have discount stores here. Now, there is one store here. Sadly, it's too far away to take the electric car, which means I would have to use the gas car. And because the gas car costs substantially more money to drive, I have to now factor in transportation costs to go to this store. And once you factor in transportation costs, it's no longer equitable to go to that store unless I'm already there. If I'm already near it, then I can just add it to my trip. But for example, I'm here in Edgewood, and there's a store up here, right about here, I think, and right here, called Triangle Grocery. It's actually pretty far away. I think it's an 18-mile drive. I think it's like a 17 or 18-mile drive to get from here to Triangle Grocery. And it takes over 20 minutes to get there. You say, well, why would you go there? Well, because if I were to take a gas car, I wouldn't. I would not drive 20 miles to go to a grocery store with a gas car. Because the dollar you saved, you would lose when you put that $2 into the gas car. But because my electric car requires essentially zero maintenance, and a full charge costs me about $2.50, it only costs me $1.25 to go here. Yes, I get free delivery from Amazon. It's just not 2-day. Although lately it has been 2-day. I'm not sure how they do that. And I also found out that they are building a distribution center right here. So eventually I might even get 1-day delivery from Amazon. But yeah, everything from Amazon is usually 3 days. 2 or 3 days. I very rarely get 2-day delivery. It's difficult. Although now I'm starting to. So they're changing something. Now a lot of stuff will say, oh, it'll be here tomorrow, 2 days. Order late at night and you get the day after, 2 days. So it is pretty close to 2 days. But because I can drive the electric car, I can justify the financial expenditure to go from here Edgewood to here Triangle Grocery and take advantage of sales they have. The problem is I can't do that here. The only way for me to go to El Super, which is right around here, I think, is I have enough power to drive there, do the shopping, but then I would have to come back to here, approximately, Malloy Nissan. Is it around here? I don't know where it's at. It's somewhere around here. Malloy Nissan to plug the car in. But then I would have to sit there for 2 hours to put enough power, maybe 2.5 hours, to put enough power back into the car to then be able to make it home from there. And I just don't want to spend 4 hours going on a grocery trip, because you got an hour driving. You're going to spend at least a half an hour in the grocery store, and you're going to spend at least two and a half hours charging up the car. So now a grocery trip is a 4.5 hour trip. I just don't want to do it. It's not worth it. No, not a place like this. Places like this don't have El Super. There it is. Actually, it's over the river. It's over the Rio Grande. So there's El Super. I think it's an ethnic grocery store. So there's a lot of that actually looks like a pretty refined store. I mean, that's a legit sign. A lot of these places don't even have that. That actually looks pretty nice. I really do want to check this place out. Yeah. Not only did I get that 65-inch OLED, I got two. So let me show you this. Here we go. Yeah. There's the 65-inch Sony. You guys are on there right now. That's how I'm reading my chat. And then that TV retails at Best Buy for $4,000, which is batshit insane. And the whole reason this TV is sitting here in my lab is because I know I can legit write it off my taxes, because I can't afford to even pay the taxes on this. Okay, you know I got the 65-inch Walmart TVs, right? $228 a piece. Got two of them. One for you, one for Michelle. Range of leave about 80 miles. 75, 80 miles. The income tax on the value of this TV is $810. That's more than 4 of the Walmart TVs combined, or 3.5 of the Walmart TVs combined. The sales tax on this TV is 50% more than the price of the Walmart TV. Walmart TV was $228, shipped, tax included. The sales tax, if I were to buy this, forget the price. The sales tax, $310. Wow! Well, about 2 weeks after I got the replacement one from Sony, the next model down, the $3,000 one, the A80J, that popped up in my RFY, the recommended for you. I was like, I don't even care. Click, gimme. I was like, hey Michelle, how would you like a $3,000 TV in your bedroom? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, it's on the way. I got lucky. I got very, very lucky. Very fortunate. And the bidet. I mean, what, $1,000 bidet seat, like $600 on sale. So I got lucky. I got very lucky. Oh, and I have lots of do I have one near me to show you? One of my favorite tools. Nope, it's outside. That's right, it's outside. I got another one of those Limb Extractor 9000s. The little 4-inch chainsaws. Yeah. So and this one arrived broken. The corner was cracked. TV didn't work, so they replaced it. They sent out a replacement, took the old one back, and it's gorgeous. Now, when I first got the car, I was getting about 110 miles to a charge, 105 miles. I could reliably tickle just over 100 miles. Tickle. Now, of course, out here, I couldn't get 110 miles. I got about 95 miles, roughly 95 to 98 miles. And that's because when I go into town, it's an 1,800-foot elevation climb to get back to here, which takes a lot of power. And no, I don't get regen on the way to Albuquerque, because when I leave to go to Albuquerque, I'm already at a full charge. So there's nothing to regen into. It's already full. So I don't get the advantage. I would gain an advantage if I lived in Albuquerque and drove here, because I would use the power to climb and then I would get really good regen on the way back. But because I'm starting high and going low, I don't get much regen advantage because the battery's already full. First, you shouldn't be torn between the Ender 5 Pro and the Ender 5 Plus. They're not comparable. Okay? That's like saying you're torn between an Ender 3 and a CR10. Ender 3 and CR10 are not comparable printers. One is an i3 size, and the other one is a 334. That's the same case with the Ender 5 Pro and the Ender 5 Plus. Now, the Ender 5 and Ender 5 Pro are comparable, but the Plus is not. The Plus is like a CR10. The Ender 5 is like an Ender 3. So your Ender 5 is going to have a 235 by 235. Now, because it's an Ender 5, 300 build volume. You get an extra 50 millimeters on the build volume. Okay? While the Ender 5 Plus is a 350 by 350 by 400. I think that's the build volume. It's either 400 or 450, and the X and Y are 350. So the Ender 5 Plus is not even comparable with a CR10, or more comparable. The Ender 5 Plus is closer to a Chiron, which is 400 by 400 by 400. So I would compare the Chiron with the Ender 5 Plus. And I would loosely compare a CR10 with an Ender 5 Plus. So you first have to decide, do you want the smaller, more compact printer? Is the 235 by 235 by 350? You think these printers are similar size. They're not. You can fit an Ender 5 inside of an Ender 5 Plus. Okay? The Ender 5 Plus is huge. It's big. It's a very, very large machine. You will need basically a full-size kitchen table just for that machine. Yeah, CR10's a 334. We call it 334. 300, 300, 400. All right, Pygar, we're going to be ending this soon. Oh my God, it's 9 o'clock. How long have we been going? 10 hours!
More than 10 hours.
When was the last time I did a 10-hour stream? Well, we're going for at least 7 more minutes so that number says 10 hours. Oh my God! I didn't realize it was that long. Maybe
I told you it was only 8 o'clock.
Maybe I am feeling a little better. Oh my God!
I haven't fed the cats. I've been out here.
Wow! Oh no, I've done over 10-hour streams before. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've done a 10-hour stream. Holy crap! Wow. Okay. Well, first of all, I'm glad I got the Chiron going again. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I just need to get a hot end fan. That's all. I'm gonna find one. I know I have one in a box here, so I'm gonna find a fan, and either tonight or tomorrow I'm gonna get this printer going. I might not be able to get it going tonight because I think I need a plug. I gotta find a fan that has that same 2-pin Molex plug, so I can put that on the replacement fan because it plugs into that board. I don't want to cut wires on this because it uses a breakout board. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check out El Super. I definitely want to go check out El Super now. I mean, this looks pretty cool. But they said, people have told me the discounts here are pretty good, that the prices are very cheap. But it looks like, oh, it even has a cafeteria thing here. I want to check this out. This looks really good. Oh, 89 cents for tomatoes. Wow, good deal. That's what meth does. You need to figure out how to get meth without the negative side effects. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I still have a lot of issues, but my mind feels a little bit clearer. And so I'm wondering if these two medicines they have, like I know, like this is actually, I found out that this is not just a sleep aid; it's also a very mild antidepressant. So maybe this is actually doing something. So even when I don't think I need it, I'm taking it once a day before going to bed. Because I'm thinking this is having other effects that are helping me. This is trazodone. 50 milligrams of trazodone. Probably needs to be a stronger dose. I'm a big boy. My dad actually gave me one of his sleeping pills one night, like a legit sleeping pill. Like I think like you get in trouble if you take this from somebody else kind of pill, like you're like not just something like trazodone. He gave me a legit sleeping pill. It did nothing. I was still up till 3 in the morning. Not up doing stuff. Laying in bed trying to go to sleep. Do you know how I figured out when I go to sleep? Well, 2 things. First of all, I found out that YouTube helps me go to sleep. Believe it or not, it's weird. TikTok does not. TikTok keeps me awake because I'm actually interested in what I'm watching on TikTok, so that keeps my mind stimulated. I also can't watch a YouTube video of somebody I like. So I can't watch, 3D Printing Nerd. I can't watch CNC Kitchen. I can't watch Red Puppy Ranch. I can't watch VidVulture or anything like that. I can't watch a YouTuber I like. I have to watch a YouTuber that I enjoy them, but it's not stimulating. Because for whatever reason, the drone of watching the video actually helps me go to sleep faster. I can't. No, you're nuts. You have no idea what you're talking about. The worst thing I could do is start reading a book. I will stay up all night, all the next day, and all the next night to avoid stopping reading that book before getting to the end. Oh my God. When I get into books, I get into books. And I will stay awake until my brain is dead to avoid not being able to get to the end of that book. Because one more page. Just one more page. One more page. I fall asleep in the book. Another thing that's good is history audiobooks. I love history, but it's not hyper stimulating to me, so it doesn't keep me stimulated. I enjoy it, but it doesn't keep me stimulated. And what I do is I set the audiobook to pause every 20 minutes, and I have to tap it to keep listening. So usually the book will be next to me, and I'll be listening, and every 20 minutes, tap. And 20 minutes, tap. So how do I know when I fall asleep? In the morning, I look at where the audiobook is. I fell asleep within 20 minutes of that spot. Because I didn't hit tap again. And the only reason I wouldn't tap again is because I fell asleep. So I was able to figure out I fell asleep. Samurai Cop, absolutely. Serotonin antagonist and reuptake inhibitor. Huh. But ASMR videos are boring. Although for whatever reason, if I don't go out and look for them because I'm just like ew. But if I stumble upon a earwax or pimple video, I can't stop watching. I have to watch to the end. Even though it's disgusting, it's a morbid curiosity. It's like it's trapped you and you can't stop. Oh my God. Some of those abscesses, man, where it just keeps coming. It's like, but I can't stop. I'm not going to click the next video. I don't have that addiction or drive to click the next video. But if I stumble upon one, I'm watching it to the end. Oh my God. I was actually pissed off at the one doctor when there was a... Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you. When I had it out with the hours ago, when I told you what was I thinking about a little ago, this is how random my brain is. I jump around. It's almost like I'm a time traveler who's quantizing between different points in time in my brain. I jump all over the place. And that's your nightmare tonight. Go watch some of those Indian videos where they pull that much wax. I'm reaching over to the screen to show you, even though the camera's over here. Watch where they pull wax slugs like that out of people's ears. Anyway, when I was yelling at that guy for fucking with me my last couple of weeks on the East Coast, and then I'm leaving, I told him there are 2 things that are going to make me exquisitely happy when I leave this place. and moved to New Mexico. I was like, these are going to be two of the happiest moments of my life. I didn't even tell Michelle about this before we left Pennsylvania. I don't even know if I ever told you. I don't know if you've heard me say it, but I don't know if I've ever explicitly told her this. I wore, you know how people have that, the bracelets for diabetes or do not resuscitate and stuff like that? I made my own bracelet. I didn't tell anybody this. I made my own bracelet that said, I refuse all services. Do not help me. And, unless I'm in a car. Okay? Because if you're in a car, you got some medical insurance. Okay? You're covered. But I had a bracelet that said, I refuse all services. Do not help me if I'm not in a car. And that's because there are things worse than death. I owned a house. Pennsylvania does not have homestead protection. I have delivered pizza to an 80-year-old lady's house with a sheriff's sale notice on the door because they took her house and were sheriff sailing it because she couldn't pay her hospital bill. And I did not qualify for state health care until the very end. The very end, I qualified for a couple of months. I'll explain why in a second. And I did not qualify for charity care. You might think because you owned a house? No. It was because I owned that fucking porn shop. Because I owned that porn shop, they couldn't understand why I didn't have enough income to be able to pay for health care. They didn't realize that I worked 40 plus hours a week at the porn shop for zero pay. None. It's like, well, prove it. I was like, how do you prove you don't get paid? I can prove what I do get paid, but how do you prove what you don't get paid? Like, well, we could maybe take a profit and loss statement. I was like, okay, I'm going to be honest with you. It's a sole proprietorship. I am the sole owner. I will be the one writing the profit and loss statement. Are you going to accept that? And he says, well, no, not if it's from you. And I was like, well, there's no one else to write it.
That's prejudice.
It's not prejudice. They're assuming I have the means to pay for health care. Even though it's not quantized, they assume I have the means to pay for health care. Therefore, I did not qualify. Even though I was making $24,000 a year, I did not qualify for state health care, and I would have been denied for charity care in the hospital. There's a very high probability I would have been denied. Say, well, maybe you wouldn't be. I was like, do you think I'm going to take a chance that I would lose my house and my entire family would have to live on the street on a maybe they'll approve me? No. And now this I did tell them. I told them if I ever got injured, do not call 911. Do not take me to a hospital. Leave me be. Drag me in the house, stop the bleeding, try to help me, but do not call professional help. It's better that I die. Because at least if I die, they still have the house. And they could get help selling it, and they would at least have a chance. This is before I realized just how much debt there was, by the way. But at least my family would have a chance. Because the last thing I wanted to do was attach more debt to that house. Now, here in New Mexico, that's not a problem. First of all, I qualify for state health care. Thank God. Thank you to the taxpayers for helping me out with health care. And second of all, New Mexico has homestead protection. The first $60,000 of your property value is protected from everything except for taxes and utilities. So if you owe the government or if you owe the electric company, you're not protected. But all other debt, you're protected. They can come after you. They can apply liens. They can, they sue you. They can, maybe they can garnish or not. Pennsylvania was a non-garnishment state, actually, for most things. But maybe they can garnish, I don't know. But they can't take your house. This state recognizes that your place to live should not be up for grabs. So I told him the two things that are gonna make me happy when I leave this fucking shithole of yours, and I told him to his face it was a fucking shithole, is that I get to destroy this bracelet which says I refuse all services, because it's better that I die than my family lose the house, and I never get to set foot in the state of New Jersey or Egg Harbor City ever again for the rest of my fucking life. You can keep this shithole to yourself, and you'll never have to see me ever again. I was like, those are going to be the two happiest things that happen to me when I finally get in that school bus and drive across this country. It's like, I'm telling you, the answer to all of our problems is the ETP protocol. We have to enact the ETP protocol. We eat the politicians. If we eat enough of them, problems will get fixed. I mean, it's high protein, low carb, high fat. You know, it's a keto paleo diet. It's good for us. We get to fix world hunger. I don't care if they taste like shit. We don't have to eat that many of them to fix things. No. PA and New Jersey are actually fantastics. They're actually fantastic. I don't know why I pluralized that. I mean, Pennsylvania's beautiful. I mean, look at where I lived. It was gorgeous. And the density was amazing. Rocket launches, 3D printing events, everything was dense and close. I could go everywhere to everything because I had these affordable cars. I can drive cheap. But the taxes were insane and the governments were psychotic. The states were fine. It's the governments that were the problem. Yeah, I was in Levittown. 19057. So if you punch up 19057, New Jersey's fine. For example, actually, New Jersey has some things that are good. They have the shoreline. They have Mays Landing and all those campgrounds. I love it. It's gorgeous. But don't own a home there because the property taxes are more insane than Pennsylvania. And but one good thing, yeah, no shit. That was the biggest surprise movie here. Milk went from $4 a gallon to $2.50 a gallon. I was like, what the hell? I was like, that's a big drop in price. Milk is dirt cheap here. But steak is through the roof. In Pennsylvania, you can get beef cheap. Here in New Mexico, decent beef starts at $10, $12 a pound on sale. I can get a halfway, it wasn't a prime rib, but I can get a halfway decent steak in Pennsylvania for $3 or $4 a pound on sale. Here, you ain't touching anything worth eating for less than $10 a pound. I don't know why. It's cattle country. Why is steak so expensive here? I guess because they can. Because we're so small. So, buy a cow. I don't have the ability to store it. But, yeah, going in part with somebody on a cow might be neat. But that's actually usually not that cheap. It's not nearly as cheap as people think it is. By the time you pay the butcher and the packing and all that stuff, it's not nearly as cheap as you think. Now, the advantage of buying a cow is you get prime select cuts of meat. You get all the best. Everything is good and amazing and fresh. None of that processed shit you see in the grocery stores. But you pay for it. Alright, guys, that's it. I'm going to scram. She's getting hungry, so I'm going to go punch her in the head a little bit and feed her some food.
Don't you even think about punching me.
Lock her in the closet with a couple of angry, hungry cats, They just the tolls? Yeah, the tolls were on the way up. Yep. How long before the containers are up and running? Years. Literally, I told you guys from the get-go, it was going to take several years to really get anything done with that. But I might have some progress this summer because I scored 10 shelving units, 10 industrial shelving units for very cheap. And I haven't secured this yet, but I found these school desks on let me show you. I should be able to bring them up. Facebook is always so slow. I want this car. I want this fucking car so bad. Oh, ooh, that rack looks nice. That'd be pretty nice on top of my Kia, too. Ooh, we're going to come look at that later. But, oh, a hovercraft! As if I could afford that. Oh, that's fucking cool, man. Scat Cat. You don't see them too often. Damn. Do I ever open my notifications? I didn't get any. Did I miss something?
You never check it sometimes. You're like me.
Nothing yet. Do I see anything here? I might not be getting notifications. Where'd you send the notification? Oh, I gotta relist this too, because I got a bunch of boxes to get rid of. I sometimes do, but I don't go in there very often. I get... Let me show you. This is why I... Oh, Don sent me something. Let's see. Where's it at? So, see all this? And this goes on and on. 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 Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of message requests from Amazon sellers wanting me to buy and get a refund for their stuff so that I could review it on Amazon. And I found out this is why. I literally get sometimes 30 a day. Sometimes. Usually it's 5 to 10 a day. But, you know, it's a lot. You know, over 100 a week. So, here we go. Your profile. Nope, wrong screen. That's right. It's a different screen. So, your Amazon profile. Here we go. This is why. This right here is why. I am number 374 in Amazon's reviewer ranking. They have hundreds of thousands of reviewers. There are only 373 people more highly ranked than I am as an Amazon reviewer. So these sellers bombard the top 500 reviewers with messages hoping to get them to review their crap. So, yeah. Oh, actually, this one, look at this. 1,883 helpful votes. This used to be over 2,800. So I've lost 1,000 helpful votes in the last month and a half. Do you know why? As sellers get banned from Amazon because they're bribing people to review. So when that happens, their listings and all the reviews attached to it get deleted. I can show you this. I gotta be careful not showing you too much. So here, USB cable that I got. Let's review that. Oops, I can't review it. Because the product doesn't exist anymore. Because that seller got banned for buying reviews. There's a few more in here. Until I get rid of them. You know, they're hard to get rid of. Because the listings get broken. And when the listings get broken, I think this is one. This pan is actually fantastic, by the way. Yeah, there's another one. That seller got banned for buying reviews on Amazon. Okay? I can go through here and find lots of them for you where sellers got banned for buying reviews on Amazon. That's why I no longer review anything I don't get from Amazon. If I paid money for it, I do not review it. Because I have to have plausible deniability. My account has been terminated 3 times in the last year. All right, my Amazon account has been wiped out. My review ability. All my reviews deleted, everything has been wiped out 3 times. And I just have to take the week or so it takes to finally get a person to go, hey, look at my account. I only review stuff from you guys. And I do that for this reason. And once they look at that, they restore my account. Because it's an automated process that wipes out these accounts. And, So that's why I don't check that too often. But I found this, which I'm going to try to get. Okay? He says he has 40 of them. I would love to get 20 of them, but I'd be happy with 10. These are school desks. And they're adjustable height, which is really freaking cool because I'm tall, so I adjust them all the way up. Okay? So this is a nice little desk. They say, what are you going to do with that little desk? Well, I can line the length of one entire Connex container with desks. And I'll have all the same size surface area along the whole length of the container. So one 40-foot container will be all shelving units on one side and all desks on the other side, which will give me space to set up like 50 or 60 printers. I can't plug them in, but I can have them set up on the desks in a row. And then I can put one printer underneath each desk right here. And then I also have storage here. Tools, parts, stuff like that. So I can finally start organizing that space in at least one Connex container. So I'll have shelving and I'll have desks. I won't have power. I'll have lighting because I have solar. I'm putting in for lighting. And I can run an extension cord out there to run 2 or 3 printers. But at least I'll be able to begin using that space. For $100, I can get 10 of these. You can't get desktop real estate that cheap anywhere else, anywhere close to that price. So I'm waiting for a reply. I'm hoping maybe tomorrow to go down and see them, see how many I can get. If I put the trailer, a little trailer, I can't take the big trailer because I don't have the means of emptying it. The shelving units I got, you can't tip them over and slide them out because each shelf is not attached. It sits on little brackets. So if you tip them over, then all the shelves just fall apart. Very strong. They're industrial, but the way they're designed is for quick adjustability. You can pop them off, move the little pins, and pop them back on again. It's made to be quickly adjusted while being industrial. So it requires 2 people because you have to lift the whole unit straight up, over, and out of the trailer. And one person can't pick one up. They're too heavy. They're like 60, 70 pounds each.
I would help you if I could, but...
No, you can't. You're not tall enough. You're not strong enough. It's no big deal. So I got to wait till I'm ready. You know, when I clean up the trailer, maybe hire 2 guys, pay them each $100 to come out and spend 2 or 3 hours with me and just empty the trailer, line the container, line the desks, and move all the stuff into the shelves and underneath the containers because all that stuff's going to be out on the ground now. Do it all in one shot. Get it all done in one day. Pay someone a couple $100. You know, 2 people, 100 each. Spend 3 or 4 hours with me. That's $25 an hour. I figure that's pretty good. To help me empty the container, load in the shelves, load in the desks, refill the container, putting it on the shelves under the desks. This way, it immediately becomes a usable space that I can do something with. Because that first container doesn't have to move. I need to move the other 2, but that first one is in exactly where it needs to be. So yeah, that's pretty freaking cool. So I'm hoping I can get 10 or 15 of these. You know, right now I don't have the money, but I'm going to do it anyway because that's worth it. You're not going to find a deal like that anytime soon. So yeah, pretty cool. But that's the plans for the container, at least one of them. You know, that's all MDF, but still, yeah. With the I can't even finish my drive-in trailer. I got $300 in a couch right there, and I can't put it on the trailer because I need 4x4s, and I refuse to pay $27 for a 4x4. So I'm looking at this. I found these. She told me the one seat's a little ripped, and she'll give it to me for $100. And this will also let me fold them down when I'm driving the trailer to make the trailer a lot lighter. These are pretty big truck seats. Oh, she got one on the picture up. Okay. Yeah, that's not in that bad a condition. This one apparently doesn't stay open, but that's okay, because when you're sitting in it, it don't matter. But the idea is to mount these 2 to a... We have a drive-in. A local town started a drive-in, which is freaking awesome. We're going to see Black Panther this Saturday. So $10 a car load. I already paid for my tickets through the end of the year. And the end of the summer. So I want to mount these to a trailer. I already have the little trailer out here. I already got new wheels for it. I want to put my my subwoofer soundbar system on it. A battery to power it. One of these batteries here. One of these things will run the whole thing for 4 or 5 hours. And I got one of those little pop-up sunshades for the beach. So we can put that around the bench seats. So we'll be sitting in a little alcove kind of thing. This way, if there's any wind, we won't get hit so hard with the wind. Because out here, there's no humidity, there's no bugs, and the moment the sun goes down, it's like 60, 70 degrees outside. We'll actually have to have blankets. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be wonderful. Ooh, that sucks. Because right now, the drive-in's not that enjoyable for me because I'm 6'4" tall. So here's the top of my windshield, and here's my forehead, and here's the screen outside.
Here's my cell.
Even if I park 3 rows back, here's the screen outside. I can just see the bottom of it. So I have to scrunch down in my seat, lay back in my seat like this, which is uncomfortable for me. For a big person like me, laying slouch is uncomfortable because your own body weight starts to hurt you. And I have to turn my head sideways like this. And then I can see the screen. So the trailer is going to be awesome. I built one years ago, 20 years ago when we had drive-ins. And it was so much fun. People got a thrill out of it. So now that drive-in came back, I'm looking to build that trailer again. All right, I'm done. Got to get out of here. Got to get her some yum-yums. Oh, I also might have found another RV door, a mobile home rear door like I have on here now. So I could finally replace that piece of plywood covering my water heater. I'm going to put a 2x4 frame around it. That'll cost a fortune. 2x4. Actually, I think I have 2x4s. I think I have wood for that. The trailer needs 4x4s to hold that couch, but the door frame, 2x4 is fine. 2x4 frame, put the door in, and this way my water heater will be behind a proper door and won't look like shit. Because it's an eyesore every time I see that. Yeah, for real! No, this is actually town area. The fire department uses it for fire training. So I guess they start fires out there and practice putting them out and stuff like that. So they decided to put up a big screen and a little projector, probably not much more than what I have here. And it's a little drive-in, a little tiny drive-in theater, and it's awesome. I love drive-ins, and I miss going to the movies. And it's only 14 miles away, 12 miles away, so I can take the electric car. Right now, if I want to go to the movies, it's either the no-name movie theater at the bottom of the mountain, but if I want to go to an AMC, it's 40 miles. I have to go to South Valley, and that's annoying. It's just a little too far for the electric car. It's like, come on. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I will see you later. Thank you so much for, who was that? Oh, man, who was it? Nope, we're going to wait. I'm going to give him credit because people who donate get credit. They must get their credit because, this wouldn't be possible without you guys. I think, was it you, DeWitt? Were you the one who did? Oh, yeah, let's see how many times this takes. Or maybe if I wait and don't do it right away. Because some of you guys said I was going too fast. So, palm tree, palm tree, palm tree. Maybe there's something to slowing down. It did it in one shot. So that was, this should tell me right here. Was that you, DeWitt? Yep, that was you. Thank you so much for that $40. You rock, and I appreciate that. So, that's it. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great night. I'll keep fixing this printer. I'm going to put a piece of Wham Bam on here. I'm really disappointed that I have to leave this glass on here. I thought I'd be able to remove this glass and put Wham Bam on here, but the glass, because it had these clips, I assumed that the glass would come off. If you glue the glass on, why have the clips? The glass is clearly glued on, and the bed is actually pretty thin, so it needs the glass for support. So I'm going to put a piece of Wham Bam on here as soon as I find it. I got to find the 400 by 400 one for this printer. And I'm going to get myself for now, I'm going to put a 40 millimeter cooling fan in here. Later on, I will redesign this for, for the new hot end to make it nicer. Because I have to redesign the parts cooling as well, because the new hot end is a different length. This projects down further, which means the parts cooling is going to be too low. So I'm going to have to shrink the parts cooling to make it shorter. But I will get that going and keep you guys updated. Check out my Twitter if you want to see that going. Don't forget down below, I got links to all my affiliate accounts. Amazon, as an Amazon associate, I earned from qualifying purchases. Required wording by Amazon. eBay links and all kinds of links to all different sites, whatever site you want to use. And Patreon and PayPal and coffee and all that crap that they have. So we'll go from there. All right. I will see you guys later.